it's called in Sanskrit. So there are visions of that level of pure consciousness given in the Vedic cosmology. And sometimes the activities there of the innumerable conscious selves, eternal conscious selves, and their source, the supreme conscious self, is described as a divine dance. So if that's our natural position, then why are some conscious selves, including me and some others, not in that spiritual world at this moment? Well, that is because we're not at the present moment displaying the kinds of attitudes that are required for living on that higher level of reality, where the ruling principle is harmonious, loving cooperation among all conscious beings and the supreme conscious being. So for such persons, there has to be another place. And sometimes it's said that the material world, the world of matter, is like a cloud that forms in the sky of the world of pure consciousness. And within that cloud are millions of universes. There's sort of, and that's where we are. And it's sort of like virtual reality universes where companies will make virtual reality technologies to give people an alternative experience different from what they are normally intended to do. So the material universes are like that. And when the conscious self is in the material universe, it can't use its form of pure consciousness, its original senses. It needs a vehicle which can function in the world of matter. In other words, it needs a material body. And there are, according to the Vedic cosmology, millions of different species of life, including 400,000 species of humans scattered throughout the whole universe. And this is another tie-in with modern alien abduction and ET types of investigations, which tend to show that there's not one type of extraterrestrial being, the standard grays that are often depicted, but there are many kinds of extraterrestrial beings. So up to 400,000 of them, according to the Vedic cosmology. So the conscious self requires not only a body made of matter, it requires places or locations, or in the Sanskrit, lokas. Lokas means locations, sometimes it's translated as planets. So again, there's a virtual world created and we get a virtual body in it, which isn't our real body, our form of pure consciousness, but it's something that we identify with temporarily. And these material bodies are temporary, which means each one of them will come to an end, but the conscious self, the Atma, as it's sometimes called in Sanskrit, survives and takes another birth, perhaps a human birth. And, there's some scientific evidence for that? It comes from medical studies of past life memories. For example, Dr. Ian Stevenson and his colleagues conducted extensive research on past lives reported by young children. And they verified the existence of the person the child claimed to have been in the previous life hundreds of times. So, in this process of reincarnation, there can be a kind of evolution, but not the kind that Darwin talked about. The bodies don't change. Like you can see at the bottom, there's some animal species leading up to a human form. Uh, the bodies aren't changing. It's just that the conscious self, lifetime after lifetime, moves through the different kinds of plant and animal bodies until it gets to the human form, where it has the opportunity to become freed from that whole cycle of reincarnation. But if it doesn't take advantage, if the conscious self in the human form doesn't take advantage of that opportunity, then in its next lifetime, that conscious self may find itself back in other species of life. It's kind of indicated by the line of animal bodies in front of the human figure there. So it's only in this human form of life that we can transcend the limitations of existence in the world of matter. And therefore, according to the Vedic cosmology, human life has always been available on this planet from the very beginning of the history of life here, because we don't live in an accidental universe. We live in a universe that has a purpose. And its purpose is it's got two purposes. One is to allow conscious selves to try to dominate, control, and exploit matter and other living things and material bodies. As long as it has that attitude, it remains in the world of matter. But any conscious self can decide, no, I want to go in another direction. I want to understand I'm a being of pure consciousness. You're a being of pure consciousness. We're all beings of pure consciousness. Let's cooperate. Let's satisfy our material needs in the most simple, natural, and efficient way possible. And also fair, not, extracting wealth from people if you can do it, but making sure that wealth and opportunity are fairly distributed. So that is the other model. So that opportunity is available in the human form of life, and it's always been here on Earth. And just like if we scientists send a space station into space, they don't just send up the space station and just hope that somehow or other something will evolve in it and turn into astronauts. No, the space station is built for the astronauts, and as soon as the space station is there, the astronauts are there. So the human form of life has always been available on this planet, according to the Vedic cosmology. Of course, that's a little different than what we hear from modern science. They would tell us the first humans like us came into existence maybe 300,000 years ago. And before that, there were no humans like us. There were only more primitive ape-like human ancestors, primitive apes and monkeys. Before that, even more primitive animals. So it's a different narrative. Now there is a lot of archaeological evidence that's consistent with the Vedic cosmology, with its idea of extreme human antiquity. And Richard Thompson and I collected that evidence in our book, Forbidden Archaeology. So this will give you an idea. This talk today, I hope, will give you an idea about the place that this kind of evidence has in the overall Vedic cosmological picture. So the evidence in this book is not very well known because of a process of knowledge filtration that operates in the world of science. Evidence that conforms to the dominant theories passes through the filter, whereas evidence that radically contradicts the dominant theory is filtered out, which means it's set aside, forgotten, sometimes dismissed on very flimsy grounds. Okay, I live very close to Venice Boulevard, and occasionally we get serenaded by police sirens or fire sirens. Uh, Sorry for that interruption. So this is a typical case, the California gold mine discoveries, which were made in the 19th century when gold miners came to the mountains of California to search for gold. In one place they were working is Table Mountain in central California in the Sierra Nevada mountains. And deep inside their tunnels, the miners found human bones and human artifacts. For example, they found stone mortars and pestles. They found obsidian spear points, things like that. And they also found human bones. Now, what makes these things interesting to me is that they date back to the geological period called the Eocene, and they're from the early Eocene, which means they are over 50 million years old. So that's, if there were maybe one case like this, that would be interesting. But there are hundreds of cases like this. So why don't we hear about this case today? It was reported to the scientific world by Dr. J.D. Whitney, who was the chief government geologist of California. But other scientists rejected his findings. This is William B. Holmes of the Smithsonian Institution. He was an anthropologist there. And he said, if Dr. Whitney had understood the theory of human evolution, he wouldn't have published that report. In other words, he should have known this can't possibly be true. So the discoveries were forgotten, but some of the artifacts from the California gold mines are still in the collection of the Museum of Anthropology at the University of California at Berkeley. And I've been there. I was able to get permission from the directors to study and photograph them. They're not displayed to the public. They're kept in a storage room a few miles from the museum, but they are still there. So there's what we could call a hidden history of the human species. Actually, according to the Vedic cosmology, the most important events in human history are the descents of avatars from the higher levels of pure consciousness to this world of matter. And they give their instructions and teachings to remind the people on this level of reality of their real nature, their eternal nature, and give them clues to who they really are, where they are, and where we should be going. So, this is the question we're going to look at now. Okay, we're beings of pure consciousness. Where are we? We're in the world of matter. Where should we be going? I believe we should be going back to that level of pure consciousness. But in order to do that, we have to understand the structure of the universe that we inhabit. You know, just like, if you go to an airport and you want to get on your flight to wherever you're going, Hawaii or Alaska or wherever, you have to know the structure of the airport. If you don't know how the airport is laid out, how it works, then you're not going to get to your flight and you're not going to get to your destination. So, in the same way, the Vedic cosmology says we should understand the universe that we live in. We should know its structure. We should know how it's laid out. And we should know how to navigate through it. So, what about our universe? First thing is, it did not come about by chance, as many scientists now believe. It's not an accident. We're not a cosmic accident. Actually, our universe appears designed with everything finely tuned for life to exist. The predictions of the equations of astrophysicists about the Big Bang mostly predict that when the Big Bang is over, you wind up with a featureless universe with sort of evenly distributed helium and hydrogen atoms. Nothing forms into planets, no life. And actually, there are many ratios of natural forces that are set to very precise values that if they were even slightly different, then we wouldn't have stable atoms, we wouldn't have molecules, we wouldn't. For example, the ratio of the mass of the proton to the electron. The mass of the proton is roughly 1,836.12 to 1 compared to the electron. If that were even slightly different, we wouldn't have stars, planets, material bodies, none of that. Actually, Sir Martin Rees, Royal Astronomer of the United Kingdom, wrote a book called Just Six Numbers. And he said, basically, these six numbers, these six ratios, are the recipe for a universe. And if they were even any of them were even slightly different, we wouldn't have a universe that is capable of supporting life. Now, to some people, that indicates, well, there must be some designer. But the way many scientists have tried to avoid that conclusion is that they say, well, there must be millions of universes being produced, one after another. And in each of them, the values for these constants and ratios are set to different numbers. And we just happen to be in the one that where everything is perfectly arranged. And in other words, we won the lottery. It's Uh, but actually, from the Vedic cosmology, we learn actually there are many universes, but they're all inhabited and they're all full of life. So these universes, according to the Vedic cosmology, emanate from Mahavishnu, who is sleeping and dreaming. And when he breathes out, the universes come out. And when he and then what happens? They expand. Now, some scientists say, yes, the universe expands. That's an idea that we would have in common with them. But some say it'll just continue to expand. That's called an open universe. And then some say, well, the universe will expand and then it'll level out at a certain size and stay that size. And then yet others say, well, the universes will expand, but then they'll contract again. And who's right? From the standpoint of the Vedic cosmology, the last are right. The universes expand when Mahavishnu breathes out, and when he breathes in, the universes shrink, contract, and re enter his form. So that's a little bit esoteric, but getting back to the question, where are we? We are in one of those universes. We are in the dream of the Mahavishnu, of Mahavishnu. So, question is, how can we learn to see properly this universe that we live in? It's like, because they're all coming from a form of what the Vedic cosmology regards as God, Mahavishnu, Krishna, there are many names and many different cultures for the supreme conscious being. But according to the Vedic cosmology, each universe, there are millions and millions of universes that are constantly going through cycles of creation and destruction. Each universe is a form of God. It's called a universal form. And in the Bhagavad Purana, a king named Parikshit, he asked the sage Shukadeva, who's sitting on the platform, about how he can see this universal form. And Shukadeva says, well, it's very difficult to describe completely, but I'll try as much as I can to give you whatever you can absorb. So Shukadeva advised the king, first learn how to meditate on the universal form, God, or the supreme conscious being, present in matter, present in nature. And then from there, you can go on to meditate on the original form of the supreme conscious being as it exists on the level of pure consciousness. So a universal form, the universal form of the supreme conscious being, has some visible things in it. And the supreme conscious being is present in them. For example, in Bhagavad Gita, one of the key Vedic texts, Lord Krishna says, I am the light of the sun and the moon. He says, of things immovable, I am the Himalayas. Of rivers, I am the sacred Ganges. of seasons. I am the flower bearing spring. In this way, one can learn to meditate upon the Supreme Conscious Being present in nature. But the Supreme Conscious Being also exists apart from material nature. So the first step is see God in nature. And then the next step is to go beyond that to the original form. Now, getting back to the universal form in this world, it contains not only things that are normally visible to us by ordinary human sense perception, it also contains things that are invisible. They're still material, but they're invisible to ordinary human sense perception. And to see them, you have to have some kind of higher vision to break out of that uh, prison, you could say, of limited human sense perception. And this kind of takes us into the realm of sacred geography, that there are aspects of the world of matter that we can't normally perceive. And if you look into the cosmologies of different cultures, you'll see that they have pictures of material reality, of the material world, of our planet, that are very different than the ideas that are now dominant. Like this is, from the ancient Norse people in Europe, the Vikings or whatever, and they had this concept of a cosmic tree, Yggdrasil, and in you know in the and they had the idea of the earth as like a plate, and in the middle a sacred mountain surrounded by other mountains and with rivers flowing down from the top of the sacred mountain. So that you can find that in a lot of different cultures. Like in the Vedic cosmology, our earth is part of a round, circular, plate like island called Jambudweep. And the surface of Jambudweep is divided into 9 sections. And our Earth is one of those sections. It's called, in this chart, Ilavrita Varsha. And in the middle of Jambudweep, there's a huge golden mountain shaped somewhat like a cylinder. And it's said to be 80,000 miles high. Now, we don't see things like that. We don't see it. But that's because of the limitations of our present senses. It is possible to see things like that, but for that, you've got to develop a different set of sensory abilities. And beyond Jambudweep in the center there, it's surrounded by an ocean of salt water. There are other ring islands and oceans. And on one of the outer ring islands, the sun is rotating just above the horizon. It goes around in a circle. So this is an introduction to some of the invisible features of our material existence. Then, according to the Vedic cosmology, the universe that's inhabited, that's got space and stars and planets and humans and demigods and demons in it, is the central area with the blue hatch marks on it. And it's surrounded by a layer of elemental earth. And that is surrounded by a layer of elemental water, and then fire, air, ether, mind, and ego. And each layer, according to the Vedic cosmology, is 10 times thicker than the other one. And you kind of see it kind of goes from grosser elements to more subtle elements. So, considering where we are, that we're in the middle of one of those universes, we have to think, how are we going to get out? It's pretty formidable. And there are systems of yoga that allowed people to do that. A yogi could meditate and merge the earthly, the earthly part of his physical body into that earth element and thus transcend that, and then merge the water in his body into the watery layer, and then fire in his body, release it into the fiery element, and gradually release the conscious self from all the coverings, gross and subtle, and then it's ready to go into the realm of pure consciousness. So, just to summarize, the three questions. Who am I? Well, I'm a being of pure consciousness. Where am I? I'm now in the world of matter. Where should I be going? To the realm of pure consciousness. And that takes us to the end of this presentation. I have some of my books are available for sale on my website, mcremo.com, and there's some more of them. We do have some special offers. Like if anyone orders from my website, my latest published book, My Science, My Religion, they'll also have the opportunity to receive a free copy of Bhagavad Gita if they want it. And order any other book, you can also get, if you want it, a free copy of Atlantis Rising magazine, to which I contributed a column called The Forbidden Archaeologist for many years. So those are some offers for you. And if anybody is really interested in getting into one of the Puranas, I highly recommend the Bhagavat Purana, or Srimad Bhagavatam as it's often called. And it deals with all these topics: extreme human antiquity, Vimanas, multiple universes, paranormal powers, reincarnation, periodic devastations, human extraterrestrial hybrids, and cosmic warfare, among many other things. And I'll leave you with some contact information. So, are you there, Omar?
Hello, Michael. How are you, sir?
Oh,
Oh, wow.
good.
That is quite the presentation. I got to ask you on your archaeology that you had going there. What was the year on that? You said it was 50 million or 500 million?
50.
50 million. Oh, wow. That really sets us back. I got to ask you on your archaeology.
Is somebody else trying to say something?
Yeah, that was a.
That was a wonderful presentation, sir. I was talking earlier and I didn't realize I had myself muted. The website for Mr. Cremo, I just posted in the chat room, guys, and I will put those in the other chat rooms that we are streaming at. Thank you very much, Mr. Cremo. That was a wonderful presentation. I just have one question. When you were saying that I am the Ganges and I am the moonlight and the sunlight, what does that exactly mean? Is that in like reference to that of the infinite consciousness that everything is within you and you project that externally?
The tradition I follow is called Bhakti Yoga, the yoga of devotion. And the principle of Bhakti is that there's a relationship between the individual conscious self and the supreme conscious self, who is also individual, personal, conscious. And one way that this is practiced is that the Bhakta, the devotee, wants to remember with loving affection the all-attractive, supreme conscious being who goes by the name Krishna, which means all-attractive. So if the devotee sees something that is reminiscent of Krishna and meditates upon it, that helps strengthen the relationship between the two of them. For example, if I love somebody and I think, oh, she used to really love the seashore, or she liked this or that, and I see those things and I remember the person. So when Krishna is saying, I'm the light of the sun and moon, I am the Ganges, I am the Himalayas. He says of aquatics, I am the shark. I didn't put that one in. But yeah, that's, so when I see any of those things, I remember that person. Because,
okay.
So it's now, because I'm not seeing face to face at this moment the face of Krishna, for example. So therefore, okay, I've got a way that I can remember. And with that memory, sometimes the picture of the person becomes present with you in a very intense way sometimes. Sometimes we'll feel a person's presence in their absence when we see something that reminds us of them.
Mm-hmm.
We feel a stronger bond than even when they're sitting right in front of us. So that's how I'd respond to your particular question, which is a very intriguing one.
Yeah, because I'm seeing it as as an expression of the infinite consciousness, because everyone is an expression of the infinite. Then we have that one unity, that oneness amongst us. So if we see a shark, that shark is an expression of me, just as I am an expression of that shark. Now, if I meditated and what's really high up in my consciousness or in my distortion, I would be able to remember what it is like to be that shark, and vice versa. With that shark will remember what it's like to be me, because I'm that point of attention of the infinite consciousness, just as that shark is, or the Himalayas, or the moon, or the sun. Am I in the right ballpark here?
Well, from my point of view, partially, because in Indian theology or cosmology or philosophy, whatever we want to call it, there's an emphasis on oneness. But there's also difference. And if you just have oneness, then there's no enjoyment, real enjoyment. Because when, like, solitary confinement is considered to be a very harsh punishment.
Oh, yes.
Put a person in a cell, it's just them.
Mm-hmm.
Solitary confinement. It's almost like COVID lockdowns and stuff like that. But to actually enjoy, you want to enjoy with someone, some other individual person. Now, if everything's one, there can't be enjoyment. If everything is radically different, then there's no communication. So to resolve that dilemma, the particular school of thought I follow proposes what they call achintya beta abeda tattva. So achintya means inconceivable, beta means difference, abeda means non-difference, tattva means the truth. So that means the absolute truth is things are simultaneously one and different.
Oh, okay. I'm catching that.
Inconceivably one and different. So then there's the possibility of a loving exchange between the individual conscious personal being. I say individual, I mean, Krishna is also an individual, it's just in a different category. But still there's a sameness there. It's like without the oneness, there's no possibility of relationship. With oneness and no duality, me and you, there's no exchange possible either. So it's really an interesting conundrum.
Yeah, that is. I'm sitting here scratching my head trying to absorb that and trying to understand it.
I'm trying to absorb it and understand it too. I've heard it and I can repeat it. But I don't know that I fully understood it.
Yeah, I don't think I fully understood that either, but I'm definitely going to try. And that's all we can do.
That's all that I'm doing.
Yeah, that's all we can do. Clarence, do you have any thoughts?
No, I'm taking it all in because it's quite a presentation. It's like the second time I've heard this, and I'm still awestruck with it because of how he puts it together. It's quite an amazing deal. I love his work, no doubt about it. It's just fantastic.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for the invitation.
Yeah, you're very welcome, Mr. Cremo. You're always welcome at Watchers Talk. We actually look forward to having you on because just the immense knowledge that you have to share is just incredible, and I just love soaking it up, and really enjoy watching your presentations and listening to your presentations and how you deliver your content. It's it's easy to absorb, but very complex, right? So it takes a little bit of study to understand really what it is that you're saying and the message that you're trying to pass forward. And as homework for me, as always says after these events and after shows, is I like to go and search for the answers with the questions that came up. Like for instance, in your previous the presentations, I jotted down a whole bunch of notes, like in my little red book here, and then I just cruise the internet and I read articles and books and look for the answers. And when I find something, I'll copy it and paste it somewhere and just leave it there until I get a whole pile of information. Right, then I can go back and read it and try to make sense of it and try to connect dots. But again, this subject is just so complex, and it's very difficult to understand, and a lifetime of dedication to understand this type of subject too.
Yeah, well, thank you for giving me a chance to practice trying to express it.
You're very welcome, sir. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you, and best of health to you. And I will be in contact after this event is over, and I'll shoot you an email and say thank you and all that good stuff. So I thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate it.
Okay, Omar, Clarence, peace.
Namaste, sir.
Thank you, Michael.
All right, guys, that was wowzers. That was some good stuff, right? Some really, really, really good stuff. Love Michael Cremo. I've been following him for many, many, many years now, pretty much right from the time I woke up. I went from Eric Von Daniken to David Icke to Michael Cremo.
He's been around a long time. Yeah, exactly.
Those are some pretty big jumps. And Michael Cremo has been, part of my education for a very long time now. And I'm always honored and humbled to have him on my show. Back in the 90s and early 2000s, I had never even imagined that I would have the opportunity to speak one-on-one with the legend, Michael Cremo. Right. And here we are, some 20 years later. And, I was very humbled and very appreciative of Mr. Cremo to come on and share. So that's good stuff. So our next guest is just as a legend as Michael Cremo is, and that is Mary Rodwell. I'm sure you guys know who Mary Rodwell is. She's an epic researcher. She has been around for a very long time, and we're going to bring her on, and Stephen and Evan Strong, and we are going to have ourselves just a killer download here. It's a subject that I'm very interested in, and I am really, really looking forward to this. Hi, Mary.
Hi.
You're muted. I guess you're not. I guess I might have been. Nice to meet you, finally. We've met at other conferences at Portal to Ascension, and I think Portal to Ascension, and a couple other conferences, and we've had the opportunity. We crossed paths, and but never really had the opportunity to communicate. So, thank you very much for accepting the invite to come and speak at this disclosure event. It's been quite something. Yesterday was just a fantastic day. We learned a lot, and today was just another amazing day where we've learned a lot so far, and it's not over yet because now we are about to do our Australia leg, and because of the time difference, we can't do Australia until like late afternoon, and it's usually very early in the morning for you guys. So thank you very much, Stephen and Evan and Mary, for being troopers so early in the morning. So what I'll do is I'll just quickly read Mary's bio for you guys. It's very short. I'll just read a couple of paragraphs, and then we'll hand it over to Stephen and Evan Strong from Forgotten Origin, and they are one of the sponsors for this event. So thank you very much to those guys. Mary Rodwell is recognized internationally as one of Australia's leading researchers and writers in the UFO and contact phenomenon areas. Mary is the author of a highly acclaimed book, Awakening: How Extraterrestrials Contact Can Transform Your Life, in 2002, and producer of EBE award-winning documentaries, Expression of ET Contact, A Visual Blueprint, in 2000, and The Expression of ET Contact, A Communication and Healing Blueprint, in 2004. Her new book, The New Human, which describes the documents Star Children, is due to be released in late 2016. So that book is out already, guys, and I'm sure Mary has some more work out since 2016. Mary is the founder and principal of Australian Close Encounters Rescuer Network, ACERN, which was established in 1997 to provide professional counseling, support, hypnotherapy, and information to individuals and their families with anomalous paranormal experiences and abduction contact experiences. Mary is also director and chair of Experiencer Support Program of Dr. Edgar Mitchell Foundation for Research into Extraterrestrial Encounters, FREE, and an advisory committee member of Exopolitics. Mary also organized the inaugural Hidden Truths International Conference held in Perth, Western Australia in 2003. I will share the link, guys, so that you guys can see Mary's full bio. It's quite long, so I don't want to kill any more time just reading, because I would rather hear Mary. Clarence, I'm going to remove you off the screen, brother, and I'm going to hand this over to Stephen and Evan. Stephen and Evan, welcome, guys. You guys are troopers as well. Really appreciate you guys waking up early in the morning and helping me out. Number one, technically. We had a bit of an issue with the stream to Forgotten Origin. Guess we had to reset the stream. So we went 2 hours without streaming there. So luckily, Evan's an early riser, and he came to my aid and fixed that issue for us. So with that being said, guys, I'm going to leave the stage, and I'll leave this up to your guys' capable hands. And do give us a download.
Well, thank you so much, but I would like to point out that it's 10 a.m. and Evan is not an easy early riser, so we're not martyrs to the cause. We managed to get up at 9 and stagger in here. It has been an effort for us, but Evan, you're up a bit early, aren't you? So it is an effort. Look, I've got to make a point with this. It's quite interesting. When we first got involved in this, we came into this from an original viewpoint, and I remember when I did ceremony with the Ramangeri after being down there for a week, I was drawn down by the story about the fact that the original people circumnavigated the world in a figure 8 in ancient times. And after ceremony, I sat down with an elder. His name was Peter Evans. And he looked me in the eye and he said, "You don't just think that we sailed around the world, do you?" And then a glint in his eye. And I knew what he meant. He was going to talk about UFOs. And I said to him at the time, "Not touching it. We're not going near it." We didn't touch it, did we? For our first 3 books, we never mentioned. I said, we don't want to go down there and get all the grief there Econ, Danik, and others get, and including Mary. We've got enough to do with just saying we come out of Australia. We were never going to go near it. It's amazing how things have changed, but I've got to make the point it's been a gradual change. The elders have pushed us there, but the person who made us first open to this was Mary. Because her investigation is a lot different to others, because she's not reliant on photographs of alien spaceship flying through in the air at Uluru on the 21st of December like we are.
Yeah, that's us.
She's done it in a different way. And the first time I saw her presentation, it was still the best presentation I've seen on the alien story. So simply because I was a school teacher. I was a principal in a primary school and I was an executive in a high school. And I always had this empathy with children. And I'd like to introduce Mary's talk by making a very important point. In my time as a teacher, I found I could trust, once I won the trust of children, I could trust them implicitly 99.9% of the time to tell the truth. When I was dealing with the staff, it was 50-50. When I was dealing with adults, they had agendas. When you deal with children before they become tainted, they don't have agendas, and they deal with people on an individual basis. And if you win their trust, they will tell you the truth. When I heard Mary talk about her reactions with children, which I'm sure she's going to talk about today, that really resonated with me, because when I saw some videos of her working with the children as a teacher for the whole of my life, I could see that she won their trust. Now, what that means is I can see that. You can see the reaction between the children and her and the way she speaks to them. I'm a teacher. This is the one thing I learned to do. And what I'm saying is that We can have pictures of UFOs, and yeah, we could have doctored them. They could be a swamp gas. They could be what?
A weather balloon.
Or in our case, drug runners running drugs at Uluru for the very original communities that have no money.
Assessing a plane underneath the radar.
Yeah, it could be all those things. But when you're dealing with children, if they trust you and you trust them, what you get's the truth. Seriously, that's what I learned. I always found when I could talk to children out in the playground or in the classroom, we had a conversation, they had no reason to lie to me. That's something we learn as we get older. And this is what I think is really, really important about Mary's research, is that she works with the better half of us when we're at our best, when our most honest and our most open. And it's from children, you learn so much more. I've always learned when I went into a classroom, I'd always come away learning something from the children. Sometimes they might have learned something from me. So when we listen to Mary today, ladies and gentlemen, if you could, and all of us have this, we've got a rational, doubting mind. I know that because I worked in the system that creates it from the time of 5 through to. But Mary's working with the kids before they've been tainted. This is the point. Most of these children have just been to school. Sometimes they haven't. And their experience when they were younger. Of course, some people are going to say it's fantasy, but Mary will talk about that. So, without any further ado, I'd like to introduce Mary, fantastic speaker, and she's working with the best subject matter there is, us in our purest state. So over to you, Mary, and take us on a journey through the past and through with the aliens and through our children.
Thank you, Stephen, and even too, what a wonderful introduction. I'm going to take you through disclosure, not just from the adults, but from the children, because this, I believe, is really where the truth is held. And I'm going to share the screen now. You're going to have to bear with me on this one. And let's get to slideshow. So to begin with, I want to talk about what I've discovered over working with 3,500 families and children in terms of their experiences. And both Evan and Stephen know very well that this is not related to just one particular country. I have drawn my information globally because I am contacted from South America, from Africa, to China, to Europe, etc. So this is a small taste of what disclosure is in terms of where I believe we are at now in telling the public the truth. We're not alone. I have always found as a researcher, it's been really important to qualify as much as possible the information that my... Sorry?
Sorry to interrupt, Mary. Are you sharing your screen?
Yes.
I don't have it here on my end to put it up.
Okay, hold on. I'll close it down again then. I'll exit show. I've got share here. Are you not seeing it?
I'm not seeing it on my end to put it onto the screen.
Okay, well, I'm pressing share now. Hold on. It's not allowing me to do it, actually. Hold on a minute. Share. It's still not allowing me to do it. Look, I'll cancel and start again.
Are you using Chrome or Firefox?
Yeah, I'm on Chrome.
Okay.
Share screen. Hold on. Now, how do we do it? There we are. Share. Entire screen. A Chrome. Share. Hold on a minute. Let's see if I can do this now. Slideshow. Tell me if you can see it now. Can you see it now?
I don't see it.
Ah, so I don't know what's happening here. Hold on a minute.
Under your windows, you should have 3 options when you share screen: entire screen, window, and Chrome tab.
I've got entire screen, share. I've got entire screen, window, and Chrome tab. Which one do you want me to?
It might be under window, your PowerPoint presentation.
It's under entire screen at the moment.
Okay, so if you go to the next, in the middle, you see entire screen, window, and then Chrome tab.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which one do you want?
click the window.
Okay. Yeah, got it.
All right.
So that's the one I now click and share.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. Oh, it's not allowing me to do it. It won't let me click it.
Oh, that's strange.
It's not allowing me to click it. Hold on. I'll try now. There we are.
There we
Okay.
go.
There we go. Okay. Let's slideshow, play from start. How's that?
Wonderful. I see it. There we go.
Okay. Apologies, everyone. I am not a technical person.
You did great, Mary. Now off to the races.
Right. Okay. Okay. This is my advanced years. It takes me a little bit longer with the synapses. Here we go. So what I'm really talking about is what I've discovered through looking at this from multiple different types of knowledge. And both Stephen and Eva know that I go right back to the beginning, because that's where we start. And it was wonderful hearing Michael Cremo talking about our origins and more understanding of who we are. So I start with the fact that, you know, I work as a counselor and hypnotherapist, and working with people's experiences has been my way in to ufology, to understanding what was going on as human experience. And it was compelling for me, working with all these hundreds of individuals, how many of the patterns were similar every time when it came to their experiences. And Dr. John Mack was definitely a figurehead for me. I met him only once in England. And what he wrote in his book, Abduction, Human Encounters with Aliens, and his belief it was absolutely real, was compelling for me when I first began working with experiences. And this is what he says: contact with non-human intelligence. The experience of alien contact itself may be more transcendent than physical in nature, yet nonetheless real. This was what he stated, amongst many other things. And we have found through our surveys with the Dr. Edgar Mitchell Free Foundation how relevant that is, because the surveys were done with 4,200 people globally, 600 questions. And one of the fascinating things we found that is, and I'll mention this several times because it's so important, to do with consciousness, is that 75% of them said their experiences were out of body. Only 25% were actually physical. So what it really is stating, and what we found more than anything, how everything is interlinked with our multidimensional nature and consciousness. So it's all linked to the contact modalities, such as near-death experiences, UFO contact, shamanic experiences, meditation, channeling, remote viewing. All of those will bring the individual to a point where they will be interacting and communicating not only with what we call spirits, angelic realm, ascended masters in terms of the more metaphysical, to those extraterrestrial, interdimensional, extra-dimensional, and also, I believe, visitors from our future are all part of this. It is not separate. And here we have exactly that. We're talking about a whole range of intelligence in different material matter, right through to non-material matter. So for some, if they are religious, we'll look at what they're seeing as an angel. For someone who is not religious, they may very well see it as a light being. We know from all the research, if you're looking into the history of our planet, that we have been visited by many different forms of intelligence, and we have evidence of giants, we have evidence of a whole range of different beings that have visited this planet. But it's the experiencer that says it this way, and this is Tracy Taylor. One night I had this intense feeling before sleep. I wrote in a process where I had little control, something beyond my present understanding, contrary to everything I'd been taught. It said the human race had been created by extraterrestrials. It contained information about genetic manipulation of human ET DNA to create another species. And it's from the children as well as the adults that this is an understanding that is innate in their experiences. And of course, we have evidence of visitors from right from the beginning of our history on cave drawings, right through to different buildings and artwork, that there are many different types of being visiting our planet. We also have evidence from the skeletons of many, what I would say are different types of beings that have left this evidence through their skeletons. DNA tests on the Paracas skulls contain genetic material unknown in any human, primate, or animal. So this is where we have this understanding. And even the pharaohs of ancient Egypt, of course, there has now come to light a lot more of this information. Here we have a small fragment of brain tissue of Akhenaten, suggesting he had a higher cranial capacity because of the need to house a larger cortex. There is a great suggestion that many of the pharaohs were in fact hybrids, and this is one of the reasons why they didn't breed with the average human and married one another, because they wanted to keep their line pure. What's fascinating again for me is the adults and children that draw what they're seeing. This is a really interesting one of the Lord Ganesha, where you have got the elephant god. Here is an interaction from a lady who said that the telephant she interacts with is from the Pleiades. So here we have again, looking at this with a new perspective and a more modern perspective. You're getting the truth, I believe, of who and what have been visiting this planet through history. Here we go. This is one gentleman and the craft that he's seeing. We have now, because of dear iPhones and what have you, people all over the globe taking pictures of craft, and many of them have never ever stated that they've believed in these of UFOs. It is simply, should I say, unidentified aerial phenomena is the new buzz term for them. Either way, it's lights in the sky that we have now the Pentagon telling us that they don't know what they are. And I will just say that they're lying through their teeth, because they know absolutely what they are and have known for at least 100 years or more. But anyway, so we've got a 9-year-old here drawing a picture of one of her special friends, Imoko, who visits her and takes her on spacecraft. And of course, here we've got the Indian god Krishna and the blue skin and something that looks suspiciously like a UFO above Krishna itself. And this is the bottom line, is that we've got to bring this up into modern day vernacular, modern day understanding of what is going on our planet. So what are we looking at? What is going on in terms of people's interactions? They say, why me? What's it all about? And this is where I want to take us into the DNA manipulation that's still going on, despite the fact that we were created, I believe, by a number of different intelligences and Homo sapiens sapiens. But I want to look at the intergenerational link between different families, for example, the upgrades, how this occurs, how to recognize these new generations of children. How do these non-human intelligences keep them on track? How do we help them? And this is a paradigm shift in consciousness and a new way that we are all experiencing, and we hear about this awakening. This is what I am seeing in real evidence now in the numbers of people that are contacting me daily, who are coming out and sharing their story that they perhaps have never felt safe to do so up to this point. So let's look at some of those that we can look at in terms of the DNA evidence. Here is Dr. Francis Crick saying, for life to form by chance is mathematically virtually impossible. Here he is, a molecular biologist, co-founder of the DNA molecule. Human DNA demonstrates intelligent design. The immensity of complex coded, precisely sequenced information is staggering. It speaks of intelligent information bearing design. And this is the statement that I want people to look at. They, he put in quotes, program the molecule so that when we reached a certain level of intelligence, we would be able to access their information and they could therefore teach us about ourselves. That is the point that I want to look at this. Who are they, and what does this mean? But we have this from Tracy Taylor, who said this. She was aware of this many years ago when I spoke to her in 2000. Abilities such as telepathy, manipulation of time and space, nonverbal communication are conscious abilities for these children and is natural. To access memory is enhanced. They often have photographic memories, fast motor neuron responses. And I want to go into how this has altered our, what we call our generations of human. Their molecular structure allows their cells to vibrate faster. Everything's accelerated, including immune responses. Their DNA is encoded to recognize all types of foreign organisms. So let's look at the DNA in terms of how that could happen, that our new generations of human seem to be an upgrade, seem to be have an accelerated awareness. Human DNA has the ability to transform. Dr. Olson, PhD, molecular toxicology, Bachelor of Biochemistry and Molecular Biology. What we have discovered for those that have had experiences, that 25% of them were aware that this was to do with upgrading of human DNA. And this is what Dr. Olson, who has had experiences herself and was informed by these intelligences. The information of the donors and their background is there, a hidden key like PC programmers hide their work. This is what Dr. Crick talked about, they. This is what is going on. The key can be activated. These programmers, they know the person is ready to be contacted. The activated ones spread a signal to wake others up. And she said, I feel they are speeding this up. And I absolutely concur with that because of the amount of work that I have now in assisting these individuals. And this is something else that's really important to be aware of in terms of communication with these intelligences, with the numerous and hundreds of people contacting me about not only themselves, but their children. It should be borne in mind the nature of extraterrestrial communication, that in a majority of instances, star visitors communicate with humans by telepathic transfer of mental images and concepts, rather than by words and speech. And this is extremely important in terms of how we understand our contact. And she's explaining everything's made of the same matter, resonating at different harmonics. So the ETs are able to communicate with us, directing thought on subatomic levels, and so activate the subconscious. The symbols are meant to communicate the nature of the macrocosm. So we have here some of the symbols from these ones that you're looking at now come from a young man in New Zealand who believes he is an Arcturian ambassador. These are coming from right across the board, not just adults, but children as well. This young man, Antonio, whose story is in my book, The New Human, he has been manifesting many of these symbols as activators, because this is how we've understood it, that they have a frequency, they have an energy to activate. So let's look at how these different types of communication are happening. We have, of course, the physical contact, the out-of-body contact, going on spacecraft. There are downloads of compressed data, dreams, coming through music, through art, through star language, through codes, through crop circles. And to give you an example of how this is global, this is some artwork a woman in China was demonstrating about her own experiences. what she's saying here is that a lot of the drawings are done without even taking the pen off the paper. And a lot of these drawings that people are downloading have similar kinds of understanding, including people like Tracy Taylor, who showed me her amazing drawings or when I first started getting involved in this, and amazed at how they bring it through without any limits. And it's not just the adults, it's the children as well. Here's another one that talked about her drawings doing the same thing. She felt that she was in a school of higher intelligence instructing and teaching her. It opened her mind to biology, neurology, physics, astronomy, astrophysics, theology, philosophy, spirituality, technology, anthropology, and archaeology. In other words, she's having these downloads of a whole range of knowledge that came to her through her artwork. And these are Tracy Taylor's artwork. She came to me when she was in her 20s. And she was really bewildered. She didn't know whether she was going crazy or not. But what she has realized now, since she's had children of her own, how much this is part of an intergenerational link from her to her children, yet they are showing even more expansion of consciousness. What's happening with what the children and adults are doing is that they're activating other individuals that are ready to be activated. Terry Mace, a psychotherapist in the UK, who I met when I was in England and saw Tracy's drawings, he said, I understood on multiple levels what it meant, what its potential was for humanity, group consciousness, codes, ciphers, signs, geometric formulae, blueprints, design models, encryptions, meta-languages, hieroglyphics, schematics. An internal Rosetta Stone was turned on, an intergalactic process I could understand on a conscious, superconscious level, something I'd been trained to do. I was a code breaker, able to interpret encrypted codes, received and downloaded. I don't know where it comes from, activated by the art. I'm able to understand and do something with it. And this is what's so fascinating, is how these downloads of creativity can activate other people. So, you know, even and Stephen were talking about the children and why this has been so important. What was fascinating about this story was a lady from the US said to me, she wrote to me and said, Mary, I'm still a bit mind blown by my two children. She has a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old, and she was looking at all the artwork of Tracy Taylor's because it was so pretty and profound. And she said she showed this artwork to the children just out of interest and said, what do you think of these, you know, pretty pictures? Both children independently said they're from the aliens. This was independently. But the 7-year-old really freaked her out because, and I will say that he's dyslexic, and I think it's important to state that because you'll see why that's an issue. This is what he said. These images contain information about aliens. They contain information that images of harvesters of energy, machines that harvest the sun's energy. There are different types. The other pictures contain information about them. One is about the 7 who will be coming. There are eagle people and cat lion people. They have ancient messages. There's a lot more to that. He also went into about craft coming through pyramids, etc., in some of her other artwork, but I've only got a short time. So I'm trying to cover a great deal in a short time. This 11-year-old lives in Australia. His mother wrote to me and said that he had had experiences. Again, I want to mention he has Asperger's and ADHD. He channels music pieces from these ETs he calls songs. At no time did Matthew practice them, she said. He named each song before playing it as though he knew what was coming next. The songs, he said, I need to give to people to wake them up. One was called Insanity, one's called Decoding DNA, Learning, Meditation, Going Within, and Arrival. And the story behind this was that he had a dream or an experience with beings he said he felt were benevolent, And when he was up on the craft, he noticed them working with technology and different frequencies. He said he knew they were working on his DNA. So here I'm going to play a very short clip of one called Decoding DNA. There's a lot more to that, and if anyone is interested in hearing more of those, then they're welcome to get in touch with me.
Mary, I just wanted to say that one of my guests in about 1 hour has canceled. He won't be around, so we have a little bit of time. So no pressure.
Oh, wonderful! I can take a bit more time, which would be brilliant. Thank you. Okay, so that's wonderful. What I'd like to say to everyone is it's been very important for me to actually look at similar experiences with others that I have been in contact with that may have the same patterns of experience. And Juliana Oka is a wonderful soul who lives in California, who wrote to me about her experiences quite a few years ago now, probably 7 or 8 years ago, I think. She's written 2 books, one of them about her experiences with these other, what she called the otherworldly intelligences, that actually she promised to write her story. She's a celebrated violinist. She has, you know, just amazing. She presents amazingly as a performer. What I'd like to say is that she was shown how to play the violin in a way from these one of these otherworldly intelligences, so that it, in the way that she moves, is very significant going with the music. But what she also found was that she could produce amazing artwork, which she'd never been taught how to paint, but can download these wonderful images that, again, she had never been taught to do. What was fascinating about her story in Japan when she had her experiences was so similar to Matthew. And so I asked her to listen to his music and also to see where there were similarities. And this is what she said: I believe Matthew's contacted by aliens or master musical spirits. It's amazing composition. It's genius. My alien experiences happened in childhood too and went far beyond. When I was overtaken by the entity, I felt something similar to what Matthew is saying. I received amazing power, but I was left drained and crashed afterwards. She'd be really exhausted. As a result, I could not go to school. Matthew, after producing these so-called, he calls songs, would be absolutely exhausted afterwards. But again, as his mother said, he would just know he had to play this and it would come through him. So here we have again a very similar understanding of how these intelligences give us this information, but also communicate with us on these multiple levels of our multidimensional selves. A similar story in China again, which I think is fascinating. This particular lady dreamt of a person playing a kind of instrument. The name of the music, she said, was Please Welcome My Friend. When she woke up, she wanted to play the piano, but didn't have one. At her friend's house, was surprised that she could play the piano by hammering out the music. The Chinese people in Taoism also believe such music was from the sky. In Chinese, sky also means heaven, out of earth, universe. And here she is playing the piano in an extraordinarily unusual way. you to see on also as she's playing, you can see the streams of light around her and orbs of light. And that's another really important part of communication. I'm not sure I can talk about it. I haven't got enough on this particular PowerPoint to show you that there are many that have interactions with these orbs of light. Many of them are seen on photographs now. And what's fascinating is some people actually have communication with this phenomena. And it seems to be, and I'll talk about this a little bit more, that when we travel out of body, many of us travel in an orb of energy or light called the Merkaba by metaphysicians. And this is really fascinating that she's surrounded by many of the orbs as she's playing. So let's look at ET contact. And this is all about disclosure. And disclosure is, I believe, going to happen more obviously from the ground up, simply because more and more people seem to have that urge finally to share their story, and they may have never done so. Some people I speak to are in their 70s and 80s that saying, this is the first time I've shared my story, and I've had these experiences all my life. It's almost like there's this whole shift in coming out. And I believe this is how we're going to get the real truth of what this is, what is happening on this planet right now. So ET Contact Day here is a wonderful documentary that was done by Caroline Corey. It explores extraterrestrial non-human presence, the contact and communication as it evolves into a larger galactic citizenship. Leading scientists share their insights with laboratory research on the phenomena such as telepathy, the transfer of energy, and interstellar contact. So I'm going to show you a piece from that documentary, because these are two young men that are in my book, The New Human, who both speak these languages. And here you'll hear them speaking it and how it is natural to them. Let me start this off.
Sua set eleaka es suluun tuk ewe elo amana e sala at elo ala onkis susun ma etala elo lo tuiki shisea elo at sa osaretan mana eku ekuleate su shese e mono tu keawa art etsunumo etu et ula akit sesa ese sala tu shisan. It doesn't exactly translate into English. The key to this language is that it's not transmitting data verbally through the mind. It's transmitting images through the voice. And dolphins do the same thing. Dolphins can transmit pictures to each other of what they're seeing through sonar.
There have been times where I have spoken a language that is very representative of a particular civilization or a particular group of beings. And when I would speak it, they would be there on the other side, listening and sending back information.
Can you give a message that you feel is important in the star language? That's even better.
All right. I'll try this, okay?
One of the cases that was interesting to me was the mother wrote to me saying that her daughter had reacted to some of the star languages that she'd seen on YouTube. And the daughter said, but I can speak those languages too. And she said to her mother, there's 3 of them, but one of them heals water. When I speak at water, I can purify the water. And the mother told me that the water actually tasted differently. So what about these languages? I've been absolutely intrigued by this whole manifestation or expressions of contact that I'm hearing from time and time again, not just adults, but the children as well. And I want you to hear from a lovely young lady, Marina Seren, who contacted me some years ago now and is coming out and speaking about her own hybrid nature and how she came to have that hybrid, how she came to understand her hybrid nature. But what was, again, fascinating was her understanding of what some of these languages were connected to in terms of Terran languages, as she said. And I'm going to let her speak, now I've got a little bit more time, about how she explains it.
An example of what language would sound similar like this, that every language of a star language tends to be similar to specific Terran languages. For example, the Arturian is very similar to the Japanese or Chinese, Vietnamese languages. And Andromedan is very similar to Spanish, which is the one that I'm going to talk about, which is the one that I'm going to speak. And for example, Syrian sounds very much like Egyptian or even Norwegian and all these Nordic, countries' languages, Astabat nan usar aurerusta. This means something about reaching oneness in this planet, as a collective consciousness that we are.
What was fascinating to me, and I have time now to tell you about that, was there's a script in my book Awakening, which the mother actually got in touch with me, who had a 7-year-old daughter. And she said to me, my daughter was looking at me reading the book and she saw the script and she said to me, Mum, I can read that. And she proceeded to read it to her mother. The mother contacted me and said, would you be interested in talking to my daughter? And I was fascinated by this. So I actually talked to this beautiful little 7-year-old over Skype. And I said to her, could you tell me what this says that you had told your mum? She said, do you want it in the language or do you want it in English? And I said, could you do both? And she said, absolutely. And she spoke the language of the script that she was seeing in the book. She then translated it into English. And I actually said to her, do you know the source of that information? And she said, yes, Mary, that's the Greys. I met this young lady a few months later, and I had a book of different symbols and scripts. And I asked her if she could read any of those. She went through it and said some of them she couldn't read, but one of them she picked out. And she did exactly the same thing. She spoke in the language of the script. She translated it into English. And then I said to her, what's the source of that language? And she said, it's the Greys and the Mantis. Now, this is a 7-year-old I'm talking about. So here you have again this awareness, this expanded awareness of the children. And it is absolutely true for me that I found that working and hearing from the children was extremely profound, because there is not yet the programming that shuts them down. And so they're just saying it as it is. So I believe contact for many of us is a modern day wake-up call. It's getting us to literally transcend our human fears, and so that we can operate in a multidimensional reality. And this is what seems to occur when you do that. Many find they have healing abilities, they have communication with non-human intelligences, telepathic abilities, changes in perception, and speak in these different languages. Now, I don't normally have the time to actually for you to hear what Dr. Lena Olson, who is a molecular biologist, is talking. I don't normally have the chance for her to actually tell you what she has discovered, and I should have the time now, hopefully, to let you hear a little bit from her about the heightened senses of what she calls the letter person. That's ADHD, dyslexic, Asperger's, etc., which another molecular biologist talks about the new human. And this is what she's saying that we have to be aware of in these new generations of children. They have heightened physical senses in terms of above normal sensory cells for pressure in the skin. They're far more sensitive to sound frequencies below and above normal range. They're aware of minute differences in the shades of color than normal. Taste and smell are enhanced, sensitive to all frequencies, and sensitive to radioactive radiation, energy fields, etc. I'll let you hear just a little bit of what Dr. Lena Alster is saying, if I can. Oh, it's not allowing me to do it. Sorry, not allowed me to do it, so I'm going to have to leave that one. Okay. I think I probably thought it wasn't going to be long enough for me to allow her to speak. But the bottom line is that Dr. Olsen has been really invaluable in her contribution to helping me and others understand exactly what's going on because of her own awareness of being what she calls a letter person, and how she has tested for all of these particular physical senses as well as the multidimensional ones. Okay, for those of that have been very fearful or are fearful of all of this, this is what Tracy Taylor mentions about this transcending human fears. She said, are we victims or co-participants in our own evolution? Basically, at the start, I misunderstood the Greys. The knowing ET part of me initially made a decision to assist them. An understanding of this can be overshadowed by fear, which stems from our limited human perceptions and reactions to these experiences. And of course, that's why so many have this phobia to clowns, Santa Claus, which are screens often for these particular beings. So extraterrestrial contact activated. These are some of what will happen if it's through an NDE, an out-of-body spiritual practice, Kundalini awakening, etc. The near-death experience will activate this awareness, perceiving spirits, having out-of-body experiences or shamanic experiences. There are time distortions, missing or expanded time, healing experiences and healing abilities, altered and enhanced senses, both physical and non-physical. Heightened intelligence is a really important one because many of those that have had interactions find after their contact, they are a lot more intelligent in terms of their understanding of information, knowledge with the downloads. Senses such as telepathy, clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience. Past life recall is very common, particularly with the children, and I'll talk about that in a minute. They are able to move objects with the mind, many of them, their mind influencing. Those that have experiences end up often changing their lifestyle and producing these unusual creative expressions. One of the very interesting accounts and very compelling is by Dr. Marie Batchelor, who lives in Melbourne. I met her at a near-death experience conference, where it was an afterlife conference, should I say. And when she heard my information, she became extremely emotional. And she told me about her experiences in India, where she had this download of frequencies in an Indian temple. And after this experience, she then opened up multidimensionally. And now she works at activating DNA through frequency. I'm not sure whether I've got her. Yes, I'm going to let her explain a little bit of her story.
Hi, my name's Marie Batchelor. I'm a medical doctor, and I've had a profound spiritual awakening that happened in 2008 and then became more significant in 2014 when I was visiting India. My awakening has resulted in me being able to embody high frequencies that seem to come in and around me during my healing sessions with my patients. These frequencies are assisted by some high frequency, benevolent off-world beings. The presence of these beings become very palpable for me and often for my patients during the session. And at times the frequencies are even so high that I seem to become holographically shapeshifted into other dimensions with other aspects of myself coming forward that are often seen by the patients. For instance, I could take on the form of an ancient Egyptian, an alien being, ancient Indian, Native American Indian, and all sorts of different aspects of essences of who I've been or associated with come through to help with the healing session. The frequencies are working on a patient's blocks, particularly at a DNA level, releasing the manipulation that has happened at that level, and also activating the dormant DNA for a person's gifts and abilities, and also taking them back to their natural state of peace, love, well-being.
So the whole the thing that I want to state here is that this is happening right across the globe, that we're getting not just the odd person here and there having this activation. It's happening from, you know, it doesn't matter your culture, it doesn't matter what your beliefs are, it doesn't matter what your profession is. There is seems to be a point where that particular soul gets activated to continue the work that they're doing. And what's fascinating about Dr. Batchelor in her story, as I say, is in my book, The New Human. She's working now with many, many individuals that have these old programs, these blocks, implants, etc., energetic implants. She now works as a shamanic. She calls herself a shamanic MD. And that is quite fascinating that we are seeing this go on. And the theme seems to be always what's going on with our DNA. So the star kids, the new human, Homo noeticus, letter people, there's a whole range of names given to the new generations of human that are coming in and have been coming in, more activated by each year. There's a race of beings on the planet increasing in number, though visually and physically indistinguishable to most humans. They are the bringers of light. They're here to guide the awakening of terrestrial consciousness. The new children are born without programs and will bring about a global awakening. And this is what fascinated me, was the awareness of these children. And it's not so simple as foreign DNA, Dr. Olson states. It's a combination of genetically improved bodies in combination with souls from different places in our universe, incarnating in these improved bodies. The souls have different frequencies, vibrations, depending on their evolutionary status, that plays a role in activation of the DNA in that particular body. I believe we also have to take into account the collective soul of Homo sapiens, which again highlights our connection to each other and how we are all part of that program, if you like. Many years ago, a wonderful researcher in ufology called Dr. Roger Lear was able to show that people, his pioneering work was with physical implants in people's bodies. And he wrote the book, The Aliens and the Scalpel, but he also wrote a chapter on what he called the Star Kids, because he did surveys in how children were changing. And he took this from surveys from the 1940s right up to the present day, showing how various abilities in children in terms of walking, talking, etc., had accelerated, sometimes 40, 60, 80%. And he said the rapid advancement of the human species is due to an alien intervention in our bodies and minds. I've come to the conclusion that not only are star children amongst us, but the entire human race is being advanced forward at a rate that's unlikely to be due to slow evolutionary forces. And this is echoed by Dr. William Brown, a molecular biologist, who wrote to me in 2010 with the qualification for me of what Tracy Taylor had been telling me for many years. And this is what he said. I believe genetic modification is recurring right now in neutron-producing new humans. The exponential increase in autistic, ADD, and indigo children. They have new genetic architecture which allows them to see the world in a multi-dimensional fashion. I believe research would show dormant genetic regions are being reintegrated into the biological systems and occurring in all of us to produce expanded awareness. Their brains work faster, they have access to more than normal. I believe they know what's being taught. Information in the beginning. In the classroom, learning is faster. And why it's so important to look at what has been labeled dysfunctions, and I talk about this in New Human in detail, such as ADD, Asperger's, dyslexia, some forms of autism. And I'm saying some forms, not the ones that may be due to medical procedures. And I won't go into that right now, but I think you all know what I'm talking about. And he said that he retranslated his understanding of his ADHD in a new way, always dialed into higher dimensions. And he wrote the book Close Encounters of the ADHD Kind. He says his book is about what happened in his extra-dimensional world where he met the beings of light. Being symptomatic of ADHD, I'm not limited to the square template of the universe. I am wired to the multidimensional universe. My internet browser can browse into chaos, be it on Earth or the multiverse. I can perceive hidden layers of order and make sense of it all. Most folks without a supercharged browser cannot do this. They are focused towards convention in this reality. And so what he's saying is they have an expanded awareness that they can understand, whereas those that have less activation of their DNA can actually access. Although I believe now, from my research, that all of us are being, if you like, activated at whatever level is right for us as a particular soul. The letter person, as Dr. Olson calls them, she said, above normal sensory cells for skin, hears sound frequencies, minute differences in shades of color, etc., taste and smell. I've talked about this as she understood it. But what also is interesting is something that isn't mentioned here, and that's synesthesia, which is not only seeing, for example, a number like 7, but it will have a feeling, or it will have a color. It will have a multidimensional program to it that you access. And so I think synesthesia is, again, showing us what we perceive when we become more activated into our multidimensional awareness. Again, superior mental and analytical capabilities, direct connection to higher awareness, sensitivity to thought and emotion, enhanced DNA, photographic memories, fast motor neuron response, manipulation of time and space, etc. So what is going on? And some of this may or may not be relevant in terms of medical protocols as well, and may be the part of the activation of this higher sense. What's interesting about autism is that in 1975, it was 1 in 5,000. In 2013, it was 1 in 50. And now it's 1 in 35. So there is something going on with certain forms of autism, such as Asperger's. And this is another one which is fascinating that I came across by Sandra Desiger, The Way Forward. I'm not sure if I ever pronounce her surname properly, but excuse me. This is what she's saying about some forms of autism, such as Asperger's. They have a high IQ, artistic, musical, mathematical genius. Our work in autism, she said, is not accidental. We believe autism is a marker for something extraordinary happening in the human species, a consciousness shift, the emergence of children with extraordinary gifts. We believe there's a pigment intolerance. If all transismer carotenoids are removed from their diet, many of the behaviors abate. The miracle is that genius is the rule rather than the exception. If this is true, we have a population of millions of geniuses hiding behind the veil of autism. Sandra explained and shared in recent years, she's a lifelong experience of extraterrestrial intelligences, and as a child, she experienced being taken on light ships. Contact taught her the knowledge of autism and Morgellons disease. So what is fascinating to me is that I'm meeting a lot of professionals, nurses, doctors, social workers, midwives, who all, many of them have had contact themselves and feel they're here to help with that transition of the new generations of human and actually talk about that. And it's all coming from their own downloads, their own contact, as if they've been there to prepare for these new generations of human. Here is Marina Seren when she first contacted me. She's now almost 20. She said she experienced her wake-up call, and she said it was encoded in her DNA. As I remembered my ET contact and starseed connections, there was an expansion of my psychic abilities, sensitive to external reality. I could perceive thoughts, others' thoughts, their energy, emotions, their genetics, a connection to other star systems. So she was able to ascertain who she was connecting with from that multidimensional level, perceive auras and spirits, manipulate space-time and magnetic fields, has healing hands, energy is more crystalline. She says she channels information, visits spacecraft and non-physical realities, non-physically, should I say, and a lack of and she said the lack of recall is not lost. It's actually in your subconscious, which is what I discovered when I take people into hypnosis, that the information is there. It's just that many have it blocked, and often that is until they're ready to actually find out what it is that's been blocked from them, and that's usually because they're ready. Here's an image that Antonio, you saw in the documentary, speaking about star language. He calls himself an Arcturian ambassador, and this is the picture of himself. He said he was told he was hybridized for expressing the human genome. We already have their DNA in our bodies. They are activating it through frequency light manipulation to expedite the evolution of humanity. There are many different agendas, Zach is saying, and each species has their own programs. It's not like hybridizing us by replacing our DNA with theirs. So this is Zach explaining his understanding of the hybridization. The consciousness we are vibrating with is the attributes we take on. So if someone is strongly connecting to the Arcturians, will take on Arcturian attributes. If one is connected to the Greys, it's the same thing. You're connected to which creates the expression. So we go into something very fascinating about the interspecies manipulation. And this is not just happening on this planet Earth. When I spoke to a lovely young 8-year-old about a year ago now, she was very excited because she'd been taken on board craft and been shown how to use her abilities such as levitation and her third eye. And she said, and then they took me to a lab and they showed me how they were doing various genetic manipulation. And they told her they were mixing species depending on the star system, depending on the planet that they were seeding, not just in this universe, but others. Now, this is an 8-year-old explaining this to me. And of course, here we have an adult, another wonderful lady, Jo Iskra, who's Australian. And she said that she's here on a mission to do with the engineering of our species. In 2018 was with a tall mantis being who seemed to be the master geneticist, and benevolent reptilians. And I really want to state that it's important to know that not everyone has scary experiences with reptilians at all. Some have very loving connections with them because the understanding is they too are evolving. And some of them, like humans, wish to evolve into a higher state of being. They took me to a lab built inside a cave-like structure. There were thousands of incubators with hybrids. They looked fully grown. They had wings, and it was hard to see their color as the lighting was dim. The mantis told me they, mantis, were the keepers of the universe. They have blueprints and DNA for every species that's ever existed, including extinct species on our planet. They populate planets with life forms throughout the universe. They said they were proficient at genetically modifying humans. They saw their roles as master geneticists. So the new programs for humanity, ADHD, Asperger's, letter people. Dr. Olson is very clear. I do not believe these are broken genes, but are offering new multidimensional skills to prevent limited reprogramming of a third dimensional reality. In other words, their wiring is different so that they are not programmed into the 3D in the way that many of the older models like myself were, which makes it which means that they can be more active multidimensionally if they are able to retain that. But a 9-year-old in Sweden did say to me that the problem with education was, and she stated it very clearly to me over Skype, when they go to school, Mary, they program you out of your light, was the way that she explained it. And she said, and the teachers just press the keys. So the more that we can encourage the children to be in a place where they are not programmed in that way, the more they are likely to retain their integrity and their multidimensional awareness. What I wanted to show you here was an interesting analogy, picture of the normal brain and the Asperger's brain. As you can see, it's quite fascinatingly different. An Asperger, he called himself an Aspie in England, wrote to me and he said, "Your work of late has astounded me. I have the same sensitivities you explain in your talks. Left-handed, I can read text upside down, even backwards. A compulsion to speak in a tongue which I'm not familiar with. I have always felt difference to others. My eyes change color at 5 years old. I heal faster than most people. I'm precognitive. I've had 3 near-death experiences, which is really interesting. Drawing and art, time dissolves." And that's one of his pictures of his own art. He's always sensed presences, heard more sounds, more of the frequencies in our reality, sees a greater spectrum of color and connects with animals. So this brings us to the hybrids, which and when people say, oh, you know, the hybrids are coming to take over the planet, and they've maybe heard some really scary stuff about that.
Hi, Mary.
Hello.
I wanted to give you a 10 minutes heads up.
Okay. So I've got 10 minutes left. Is that right? I have 10 minutes more.
Yeah, 10 minutes, and then we'll get Steve and Evan come on because Steve has some questions for you.
Okay, I'll whip through this. So what I'm saying is that we're all hybrids, but some of us are more activated hybrids. So there are various reasons for the hybrid program, different species involved if they're involved in the military. But she said, as a hybrid herself, I believe one purpose is creation is to bridge the divide between ETs and humans, taking positive attributes from each for certain purposes, such as healing and higher intelligence. Zach was told he was hybridized with because of the many different agendas on the planet. Each species has their own programs. It's to expedite the evolution of humanity, not by replacing our DNA while we already have their DNA in our bodies. The consciousness we're vibrating at is the attributes we will take on. Here we have this 16-year-old. So I was asking Zach about this, and he said the hybrids are expressing their consciousness through their DNA. And it's what we're evolving into. The scalar imprinted memories of all other beings in our DNA has passed through, can express it through the new human template. We express it in the hybrid form, such as indigo crystal. That's the energy we're expressing. That's the lens we are emitting. It's all interconnected. And also there are, Dr. Olson explains, there are 12 different main groups of new DNA people. It corresponds to 12 different main groups of ET alien DNA donors, so 9 more to go. She said our DNA is activated mainly via remote control and frequencies, so it's like putting a virus in a software. When they're using their DNA, as long as they're alive, they will give off an energy pattern that spreads to their surroundings. So basically, we are all activating each other, depending on our own particular activation. So Zach was explaining that we come up with these labels, and he said the indigo child is the warrior personality to break down the system that's wrong and needs change. The crystalline child has the aura of love and peace, the healer. The rainbow child has the energy of the creator, the kingship personality. It's a vibrational difference. So what we're seeing is different generations of human are coming in with different mandates, different missions, a different role to play. So Tracy said that her past life with these beings occurred before she was born. She said they're her family before she came into the earth domain, and had a close relationship with them, which continued after her birth. This lady explains that before she became pregnant with a 10-week-old son, a tall, wispy, long-fingered ET told her the male child in her family would be gifted. And many parents are told this, that their child is very special. We have many children talking about where they've come from. A 10-year-old explained here that he came through a portal in the sun. And Tracy said that many of the children born interact with their previous existence on board craft. They're kept on track by their interaction with their cosmic family. This young man explained to me that he was from Orion. He was a light physicist on Orion, working with time travel technology. Excuse me. Here we have a young man who, at 5 years old, said he came from Andromeda. My mother had blue skin. The language was thought forms with telepathy. His father said he claims to see through people's eyes, and when his father was at work, he reckoned he couldn't understand the computer code that his father was working on because he could actually see through his father's eyes. This young man explained that his ancestors are mantis beings, that when he dies, he will go back to being a mantis, and explained that he was also connected to the lion beings. Many of these children are aware of being taught in onboard craft or on planets. And Whitley Strieber, in his book, The Secret School, actually mentions all of this, and he got a hard time actually mentioning this and writing that book, whereas I am coming across many, many hundreds that are aware of being taught on the craft. This man from Queensland said exactly the same thing. He'd been taught physics at the age of 3 or 4, and he amazed many of his teachers by the fact he could just answer any question, and he never studied it. This 3-year-old talks about he doesn't want to go to school the next morning because he was already at school with his special friends that night. He said that was at night time, and he said he had a small class. He was in a small class. The boy was teaching them, but the boy had really big black eyes and white clothes. Another one, another child speaking about this, saying, "Yes, Mum, I finished magic school. What did you learn?" She said, "I learned about space and gravity. Time controls everything. Time controls all." He said that a light comes through his window and suddenly he's there at school. This is another image of this young lady, Marina, at this class that she was on the craft, saying that she was taught all the science. She said their education is interactive, telepathic, creative, and joyous. They took the spacecraft around some beautiful places in space for us to observe and enjoy. She said they don't teach like Earth schools. This is some of the information that she brought in. As you can see, it's very complex, from space energy and frequency, psychology of star children, spiritual understanding of the structure of creation, the nature of particle physics, the why of geometry, etc., etc. Here's another young child talking about this being coming through a special friend, even though the window, it doesn't matter if the window is open or closed. He comes when we're in our bunk beds. He told me about your baby. It's a boy baby and it will come in your tummy soon. So they're given information of the future and not in the least bothered about their experiences. This is a young lady who gets taken on a spacecraft to Mars. She talked about the domes on Mars. Here you see the mysterious domes from the Mars rover. This is one of the mantis beings that she's drawn, saying that they don't need clothes. Again, a 4-year-old talking about being on spaceships. She loves them and often wants to go home. And she talked about them playing with her and taking her places. I've got another few minutes. The orbs are spirits. Both my daughters see orbs. She told me it did not hurt when they startled her. And they said that they look like multicolored raindrops, and they are spirits. Again, we've got all this information that gets downloaded from multidimensional ecology. spatial geometry of thought, levitation, the history of man's origins. As one 9-year-old talked about, they program you out of light. There is nothing good about the system in education. The school programs are a virus, it extinguishes the light, which is what I spoke about. Here we've got children of these new star kids. This is a teacher in New Zealand who said, I can tell now a room full of star kids versus one super 3D teacher, the teacher will always lose. Here is a young boy that did this wonderful thing himself, saying, the mother said, I never taught my son meditation, but my son placed a pyramid and crystals in a configuration in front of him. He said the pyramid represented specific feelings. He placed the clear quartz crystal bead on the point of the pyramid and said it represents love. And that is what he's focusing on during his meditation. She said this was entirely spontaneous. Interesting to the teachers, you teach in a linear fashion, but I think in spirals. I don't have a problem with the world, but the world has a problem with me. There's nothing they can teach me that I don't already know. This is done by Antonio when he was 15 in a school project in New Zealand. Goodness knows what the teachers thought of it, but Antonio produced this model of technology resonating on pure light with crystalline generators to increase the vibratory level of the physical world by crystals around the pyramid. He stated those in the pyramid could project the vibration of those inside the pyramid and send it around the globe. So I'm nearly there, guys. I'd like to say that this is a teacher, an educator that said to me, what's happening here is that the children receive instant information downloads guided by other than human beings. We are still in a 19th century factory model, and we need new schools to accommodate children that are aware of their multidimensional essence. And healing happens, as this woman, as Antonio talked about, was having, one woman said that her children seldom became ill. The ETs have provided my children with healing. And several times she's woken up seeing these beings dropping symbols of energy into their bodies. This young lady said that she lives in a world where she's the hybrid of her DNA being activated. So we're looking now at a consciousness shift that's affecting everyone. It's the star seeds and indigos of the planet. Gaia cherishes us because we help the vibration of the planet and others. So the new Earth, we're nearly there. My understanding is there's a new Earth, but it's not necessarily new. We're just moving to a new vibration, but to us it's new. It's been there a long time. It's been waiting for our arrival. Gaia is already at the destination she wishes to be. She's waiting for us to move with her to a higher frequency. So I asked, when we're awake and we'll be able to move with Gaia to this new plane of awareness, Zach said we're not necessarily moving with her, just moving space around us to get to her because she's in one position and we're in another, which exists in the same space. So what I'd like to end with is the new human is here. And not only is it going to be the children, but it's also going to be every one of us that is activated. And as I'd like to end with what Kathy said to me many years ago, human beings have no idea how amazing they are, but they have to believe it first. Right, so I'm going to end show. And here we go. Right, I'm with you. I did rush it a little bit at the end, but I hope people will forgive me.
I'm sure I will definitely forgive you for that. Thank you, Mary. Mary, we've got a little bit of time now, and what we're going to do is to finish up with a few questions I'd like to ask. It was interesting because I wrote down a few before you spoke, and most of them have been scribbled out.
Yeah, you answered most of them.
It sort of went from a really big list, so we cut it down to the ones that are still sort of hanging around, and you've probably partially answered them anyway. But obviously, my great interest and yours, and that's what we share, is in the children. And what I was going to ask you is that the children, when they get approached the first time, as you've made it clear, there can be different types of beings. But Is their first reaction, is it fearful? Is it benevolent? Or sometimes are they scared of what they first see? Is there a commonality in that?
It really depends, and it's a good question, on their parents, how their parents react to what they're talking about. If the parents look worried or scared, then they'll pick up on that. They take their cue often from the parents. And interestingly enough, many of them, it's a norm for them. The problem is it's not a norm for the average human. And I remember, one wanting to talk about this to his school friends because he remembers him and his school friends go up on the craft together. And I said to him, do you ever talk to your school friends about them being there too? And he got really upset. And he said, no, he said, I wanted to, but mum wouldn't let me. And she explained the reason for that was she didn't want him to look weird or strange.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I see the problem there, because that's an underlying pressure for the kids, and they do sense that, don't they? They know that's there, don't they? Yeah. Now, the star children, because that's to an extent what you were talking about with these children. Why do you think these particular children have been chosen and many others haven't been? Is there something with these kids that's different to begin with? Is there something you've sensed with the ones you've dealt with that is sort of a common thread?
Well, I'm going to go to the soul here. And what I'm saying is that these souls have come from all over the galaxies. One 10-year-old explained to me that he came from a planet where he was a blue being and explained that he'd come to this planet for the first time. He was a center seed. He was connecting to the center of the planet, and he's going to help with the pollution on this planet. So that it's with the skills of various cosmic intelligence. So we've got some that have skills dealing with the planetary system. We've got some that deal with the animals. We've got children that communicate with meteorites and crystals and whatever. So it seems that depending on the ability of that soul and its own incarnations in various places will then choose or volunteer to come to the planet to assist in this shift that's going on now. So we're talking about the soul mandate. And that's why they've...
Right. That's actually what I figured anyway, but I want to just get that clear to an extent. Now, the other thing that sort of staying with the children before we get to the other part of this, which is this change you're talking about, which, as you know, we've been actively involved in, but we'll get to that. But after these kids have been visited in different ways, and as you said, sometimes physically, sometimes in a different way, has that changed them forever? Has that made them different people? Or were they already that? I'm sort of reading between the lines that maybe they were already that sort of person. What's your take on that?
What I've heard from many that are tapped into the new children, that the ones from 2000 have been more activated. They've come in with a different frequency. And they've come in, as I say, activated to activate some of us. So they're coming in with that. That's why they are often highly sensitive. You've got your empaths. That's why you've got those that are communicating with the animals and plants and what have you, because they're already got the DNA activated. And that's the difference. Whereas the rest of us are still in the process of being activated. And part of their frequency is activating the parents and those around them.
So the aliens, to an extent, know which one of these children have already got this programming and this quest within them, and their job is to facilitate and help. And of course, help talking to them and being in contact with them gives them the strength to continue on. So I suppose that's their way of assisting, isn't it? Well, absolutely, because many of them know that they're going up on craft to see the family, because with the hybrids have got more ETDNA. So it's family. This is not home. This is a weird place that they don't like. It's too dense. They don't understand humans. They feel like they've been adopted even in their own families. The times that I've heard that, I'm sure I've been adopted. I don't belong, Yeah. So that's the issue they have coming to me. It's almost like they're the ones saying, it's humans I can't deal with. How do I stay here
and not want to bail because I don't like it here, you know.
Yeah, it's funny how you talked about autism, and it's interesting how you mentioned that and sort of put that together. And it's interesting because at one stage in high school, I was actually the head teacher of a disabilities unit of all these different, and I found the word autism the most intriguing, simply because I dealt with kids who had IQs of 30 that couldn't be measured and sit there basically staring in the sky, and others with IQs of 150, and they tried to tell me it was the same thing, which it isn't. But what I did notice was that the ones who had what we call the more advanced autism also had one disability, which is they couldn't lie. And I find it interesting how you call autism a disability when the one thing that binds them together, I'm talking about the proper autism we're talking about here, is they're not able to lie, which means primarily most of these beings are here, as you just said with this other child, for the first time. And then they get lumped with a label, and that's very dangerous once that happens. So, yeah, I get that now. These children were already in advance. Now, how do you deal with the response you're going to get often, Mary, because don't tell me there aren't cynics and doubters out there, where they say that children fantasize and lie and make up stories, and that's what they're telling you. What's your reaction to that?
Well, there's two things I will say. Parents that contact me, first of all, they'll say, I have never front-loaded my child in any of this. They will come out with it quite spontaneously. And they will go into detail about, you know, and when it's a fantasy, it's very loose, it's very airy-fairy, whereas they will go into detail and explain, just like this 8-year-old explained the craft that she was on. She explained what she was shown to do. She was shown interbreeding of different species, and where they go to different. Now, this isn't fantasy. This isn't something you just come out with. And the parents know when a kid is fantasizing because they know them really well. So that is also, you know, they know their kids, and they'll say, you know, they'll come out with stuff that they shouldn't, like the 7-year-old talking about Tracy's pictures, saying, and I didn't tell you everything that he said, but he was talking about craft coming through the pyramids, through portals. And he's 7 and he'd never seen these images before. And the mother said, Mary, he's really scaring me because of the information that he's coming out with, because she knows this has not been mentioned to her. This is not on cartoons. This is, you know, this is why it has the integrity of the individual. And I'll tell you about the lying. I had a 7-year-old explain to me, apart from asking me if I wanted him to speak dolphin, which he proceeded to do so. He then said to me, I can tell when people are lying and telling the truth. And I said to him, so how, you know, what does it feel like when the difference? And he said, he says, when they're lying, I go all cold. And when they tell the truth, I feel warm. That was how he discerned.
I actually really like that comment you made at halfway through that, when you said that the parents of the children know when their children lying better than anyone else because they're born with them every day. And therefore, when they're saying they're telling the truth, that really kills that argument completely. So let's go to the important part of this story you've been sharing with us, because as you know, we're involved in the ceremony that took place at Uluru, which was part of what we think. There was 2 words I took, 2 different comments made by 2 children. One called it the arrival, and the second one spoke of the 7 who will be coming. What's your take on what that meant?
Well, this 7-year-old mentioned exactly that. He mentioned the 7 that will be coming, and this is a couple of years ago. This was actually, it's in the book. So that's 4 years ago. He talked about the cat people as well. So there's so much more to that. There's more to that story. I've just encapsulated a small amount because I never have enough time to say everything. So, but it's in the New Human. He talks about the 7 who will be coming and the cat people, and he talks about the fact that the craft come through portals in the pyramids because they're everywhere. He said across the planet. So there's more to that story. There's a lot more, and that was from just seeing those pictures of Tracy's. It's interpreted.
Amazing, isn't it? That's the same prophecy. What you're talking about, isn't it amazing how the prophecy these children have is exactly the same prophecy that the Hopi have that the Inuit, that the Mayans have, and what the original people have with the ceremony at Uluru. What they're saying is exactly the same thing, and it's coming from a completely different avenue, isn't it? So they're talking about this arrival. That means we're talking about there's a time in the future where their implied and inferred existence becomes a knowledge for everyone. But will everyone be here when that happens?
Well, it's hard to know how the event, some are calling it the event.
Yes, I've heard that word a lot, yeah.
The shift in consciousness, and whether or not we separate out, depending on the souls that are ready to move to that other level, and the souls that still choose to stay in 3D for their soul's growth and their own understanding. And we know that we're all at different levels of awareness, you know, although we're all equal, we're at different levels of awareness as humans. So there'll be some that say, no, I choose this time to go to that other frequency, but the others will say, no, I'm going to stay in 3D because that is suiting my soul purpose right now. So that's how I've come to understand it.
Right, yeah, that tends to be my understanding too. And of course, the question mark in that is that after that separation, what next? And that's a part that I can't work out. And it's sort of like, it sounds to me that these children that have come, the ones from after 2000, were specifically coming here to prepare for the event. And would that be, Mary, would that be the underlying reason why aliens have been here for so long and tolerated the chaos and all the stuff we've done? Is that the major motivating factor?
Well, what I'd like to say to people that still have this, the aliens are out to get us, let's look at the survey. The survey that finally, to me, shows their true agenda or intent or programs is this. When we did the 4,200 survey, we asked at the end of it how they felt about or what happened to them from their experiences. And 85% noted a psycho-spiritual transformation. 85%. Now, if that doesn't give you an answer to agendas, programs, motivation, or whatever, that in itself, to me, says it all.
Actually, it does. It's interesting, but it needs to happen. Of course, that faith needs to happen in a situation where there really is a division taking place within the whole planet. That seems to be a good way to finish your talk, Mary. I think that's what this is leading up to. Yeah, I like that word, the event. We've heard it often, haven't we?
Yeah, it's a good way to describe it.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Mary. I've got questions. There was a few others, but unfortunately they got done because you covered them before. But we got the two main things out of that. First of all, that the children, these children that are around now, really will become our leaders in the future, and we have to nourish and care for them. And secondly, they're all talking about the arrival and the 7 who will be coming. Don't need to say any more.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay,
yes.
We'll go back to our, who's doing the Omar? We'll go back there. Thanks, mate. We're finished, I think.
That was wonderful. Thank you very much, guys, and thank you, Mary. That was amazing. Learned a lot of stuff, and you were answering my questions as they were coming up. So it was almost like we were on that same wave, and you were inside my head and going, "Oh, that's the question coming up. That's the question coming up. I'll touch that. I'll touch that."
I've got scratches out everywhere.
Yeah, there's all scratches and stuff.
Yeah, that was very cool. I just, one thing I've noticed across the world that people that I've been talking to, and even like on Facebook and social media and such, one thing that's consistent is that a lot of people have been saying is that my child is so smart. My child is doing things before I did, walked before me, cooked before me, talked before me, and all of that. And it just doesn't seem like it's, just an isolated thing here and there. It just almost seems like every single household across the world is experiencing this very same thing. And even Steve touched on that. A lot of these kids that are born late 1990s, early 2000s, and now that they're maturing and coming to age, right, this paradigm shift is happening. So I wonder if that has anything to do with the current situation that we're in globally. I don't mean by, what's happened in the last year. I just mean like overall, like, the wars that we've been fighting for centuries, and the division that we have religiously and spiritually with one another, and this competition that we're involved in, that I can do you better, or, I'm going to cut your grass so I can profit. That's kind of what I mean by this current situation that we're in. So I wonder if this new hybrid human that's coming in is part of that process for us to go into this shift that we're going into. Like the Aborigines speak of, coming to a crossroads. The Hopi speak of the same thing. So is that all connected somehow?
I think so, mate. When you said that, it reminded me of a Hopi prophecy. And by the way, we've got a new one I'm going to show you today. And it said this in the finish. It said, the time for the lone wolf is over. And that's what you're talking about. All those things, the one that doesn't care for anyone but themselves and will take anyone on the way through, and it's collateral damage. It's finished. And that's what this is about. I look upon our days of today as wonderful days because there is a change. Don't worry about the background information. What Mary was talking about is what the children were sensing and why they're here, for the arrival and for the 7 who will be coming, which I've written down. I saw them as pivotal statements in Mary's presentation. It tells me why these children were chosen and what their role is. All we got to do is listen. And if we don't listen to our children, you're right. You're right, Omar. There's lots of children that are popping up all over the place. I've seen quite a few fully. You look inside their eyes and think, oh, that's an old soul and they're here for a reason. And this is it. So, yeah. And the only question mark for me is how this change actually eventuates and what happens then. But I do know that that final ceremony at Uluru was the confirmation and the final step in it. It is going to take place. And all we got to do is listen to what Mary was talking about with the children. And they'll give you the details. Yeah.
And that flash that we all saw, right?
Yeah.
That was like the beginning, right? Off to the races, like the gun going off when you're about to run the marathon, right? That flashlight went, and it's like, all right, it's now or never.
And all those children who came here for all those different reasons from all over the cosmos were hoping that flash went off too, because now they've got a role to play. And like Mary's showing us now, these children she talks about, they'll be our future leaders, not the rubbish we've got now. And that's the important part of the equation. We choose our right leaders, then we become what we're supposed to. And that's what the kids are here for. So our job, particularly the older ones amongst us, particularly me, is help get the place ready for them. That's it. That's all we're here
Mary,
for.
your thoughts?
Oh, absolutely. And just briefly saying is what I think that's going on across the planet now is actually they're aware these kids are here and they're doing their very best to stop them doing what they've come here to do. And they're trying everything wherewithal. But you know what's interesting is a lot of these kids can cure themselves. That's what they don't realize. They have the ability to do that. And, foreign organisms, all that stuff, they can heal themselves. So they're on a loser when it comes to that, even though they'll try.
This is what tomorrow's about. Yeah.
Sorry, Steve, go ahead.
No, all I'm going to finish with is this is what this tomorrow is about. It's these children were chosen. The event was preordained from a long way back. We've heard that term so often. It's real. This is what this was all about. And all the background stuff means nothing. Everything's about that. Remember, for something Russell Brand, I know a lot of people don't like him, but there's something I do agree with what he said. He said that if we have found out that aliens really exist and they have been part of our history and our genetics, that is the most important spiritual revelation humans have ever been given, ever. It changes everything, our behavior, our daily thoughts, and what we do every second, because it gives us an understanding of things we don't have. There's nothing more important than understanding that and getting that. So, yes, these children are part of that message, and we have so little time left to either embrace it or move out of the way.
I like the embracing part. I think that's the way to go. I'm pretty excited myself. My daughter's pregnant, and she's going to have a baby in about 3 months. And I just have this I don't know, just this feeling that this baby is going to be a star seed. That it's going to be a special baby. So I've already made my plans in my mind. Is that when the baby is born, I'm going to hold her, and I'm going to meditate and use my right brain and try to make a telepathic connection with her to see if she can communicate back with me. And if she can, then wonderful, because then we've made this connection. And also, I was thinking that when the baby cries, I'm going to every time my baby cries, so that you can not my well, I guess my baby too. Going to and use that vibration, right, to comfort the baby. And also, in my mind, what's it's telling me is that as the baby grows and she goes into the future, then that and that dreaming, that daydreaming and meditation is going to be a part of her life for the rest of her life, and she'll be able to use that harmonics, for herself, and maybe even expand on it and teach me a couple of things or two when we make a connection.
That sounds like a really good plan, mate. I'd definitely do all of that.
Yeah, definitely. Didn't do it last time, but I got another opportunity.
There's always tomorrow.
Yeah, well, not too many tomorrows left, so we have to be, it's now or never. We're at that line. This is a last-ditch effort that's being thrown at us because they realize what's happening. But I think we're going to prevail on this. And really, I think what's happening is that the children that are born in the late 90s and 2000s, in the next few years, they're going to become our leaders, and then they're going to have children, and then that's when really that mega change is going to happen. The starseeds having starseed children, right? So the entire perception and the entire reality will be, far different than what we understand today. Just like we wouldn't understand what was happening, like say 200 years ago, because the reality back then was completely different today than what ours is going to be in like 20, 25 years from now, when these kids become grandparents, and the wealth of information and wisdom and knowledge that they're going to be able to pass forward to their children is going to make a huge impact on this planet.
That's what this is all about, mate. You're right.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mary. Really
You're
appreciate you. Big fan of yours. Not a fanatic, but just a fan. Enjoy your work. Have always liked it, and have followed you for quite a while now. And I really appreciate you, giving me your time and coming on here on Watchers Talk and Full Spectrum Universe, Forgotten Origins, and New Realities, and Portal to Ascension. We're streaming everywhere to give us this wealth of information. And thank you to Stephen and Evan for asking these really great questions, because I really wouldn't have asked those questions. I would have went somewhere else. But that's one of the reasons I asked Stephen and Evan, because I know Stephen's worked with children before. I know you worked with children, so I thought you guys would resonate since you guys already know one another, and the conversation would be really geared towards children and stuff, and that's exactly what happened. So thank you very much, Stephen. Really appreciate it, brother, and Evan, you too, brother. You're you guys are family, and I love you guys very much, and I appreciate you. And you guys are on tomorrow. And Mary, I will send you an email, and I'll send you the links to where we're streaming. If you want to watch this, in the studio here, you're more than welcome to. I'll send you the links. And that's it. I guess I will go on to our second leg of our Australia tour with George Mitrovic. This man is amazing. He's written like 50 books. So looking forward to hearing from him. All right, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, that was so wild, man.
That was quite something, right? Like, holy geez,
yes.
Mary. Wow, every time I
so good.
Yeah, just very, very, very good. I get the same reaction every time I listen to her. Every time she's done, a presentation with Neil afterwards, I'm just left with like an awe. It's like, how does she know all this?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Research, lots and lots and lots of research. So just pioneer when it comes to this type of work and in this field. So let's bring Clarence Mitchell on. Where is he? There he is. And I will remove Mary. Mary, you're welcome to stay in the studio to continue watching if you like. No problem. All right. George Mitrovic, one of my really, really good friends. I'm sorry, George, make you wait this long, but shit happens, and
I was totally pissed off, but no, it's great. I enjoyed listening.
Yeah, right on. I'm glad that you did. We were having a pretty good conversation back and forth through just bantering one another, and it was quite enjoyable. I like it. I love your sense of humor. Pardon me?
I sent you a picture on Messenger.
Oh, did you send me a picture? I didn't see it. Okay, I'll look at it afterwards.
I'd like it to come up.
Yes, this one right here. Let me bring that up.
Please bring that one up. No, it's reflecting.
Okay, I'll share my screen and I'll bring it up, George. George is a published.
I'm not going to talk about it much, but
George is a published author of like 50 books in almost everything: space, archaeology, cryptozoology, UFOs, aliens. I just don't want to even go there. It's just so much. This man is a walking encyclopedia. I've had George on Watchers Talk many, many times now. I truly appreciate his knowledge and his wisdom. He's based out of Australia. As you guys know, we're doing an Australia leg here right now, and then we'll be doing the same thing tomorrow. And it's just an honor and a privilege to really have you on here, George. I'm going to go and monitor all of the chats, and as the questions come up, I'm sure they will for you. I will post them in the chat room, and I'll let Clarence and Greg take over.
Awesome.
And I'm so happy to see that John Shaughnessy is still with us. What a trooper. Love that guy too.
Yes.
Gravity Force. Guys, check it out, pyramidgravityforce.com, and there's something about the moon.com.
Yes, George, I feel like you wrote another book this week, right? Didn't you publish another something?
Oh, that was last week.
Oh my God, last week. Do you have another one coming out this week too?
Yeah, last week or the week before was people kept asking me, why don't you write a book on Australian UFOs and mysteries and blah, 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 blah. And I said basically because in the years I've been writing, and I probably have published more books than any other Australian author, the Australian media have never bothered to come near me. And yet people in the States and Vancouver and Minneapolis and Europe interview me quite regularly.
Right, right.
Stuff them. I'm not good with subtlety. I never have been. And I thought, okay, I'll write them a book, 695 pages, 1800 to 1999. Every hominoid, humanoid, UFO, humanoid, lake monsters, sea monsters, strange things in my typical Asperger's chronological order. Of course.
Right.
And it came out 2 weeks ago. It's volume 1 in a set of 20, I think, which I want to finish in the next couple of years. I'm working on England now, which is 1650 to 1999. Same thing. People want it. They love reading it. They don't want to stir their intellects. A person I know on Facebook said, "You're not an intellectual. You're an anti-intellectual." I said, "I am. I don't give you summations. I don't give you endings. I don't give you anything. But I give you a hell of a lot of questions while I give you data."
Yes.
It's up to you to work out what you're going to do with it. I can't do it for you. I'm not going to do it for you. And this whole multiverse, how can I find a single question or a single answer?
It's a good point. Though I bring up your theory of the moving portals. I talk to people about that all the time, and nobody knows about it. Nobody understands the research. I mean, I'm not sure where you were going to go today to talk about the map if you wanted to do that, but I still think it's one of the most mind-blowing things that I've heard about.
For those who may not know, this is 1800 to 1977. The complex bit here, there, is North America from 1800 to 1977 of UFO sightings, hairy hominoid sightings, falls of fish from the sky, you name it, everything that is anomalous. And you know the amazing thing about it?
What's that?
It all belongs to a geometric progression, which means it's repeatable, which means it's composed of sine waves. All of these phenomena, the visions, the animals, the strange visitations, even spontaneous combustion, UFO landings, all of it occur on these sine waves traveling through time. But that's not what I'm talking about today. Clarence, where's your time? Was I boring you already?
No, I don't know what Clarence is doing.
That's Clarence.
He's there in the background. He's always like that.
How he always does that. I was so worried about Clarence a few months ago. He disappeared. What else, Clarence?
No, I got some noise in the background going over the microphones. I'm just trying to fix something here, but I don't think it's going to work. But
sounds good right now.
What I'm going to talk about today is more prosaic.
Oh, great.
I'll leave things of your ethereal, the otherworldly, other multidimensionally star children, all the rest of it to others who can think and theorize and live with those realities in their own reality. Good luck to them. I tend to be a little more, you're all an ongoing part of an immense nuclear reaction that will end one day, and all we are continuing explosions of particles with the belief that it's all real and it's all individual, which certainly puts a few cats under the pigeons. While I was listening and everyone was discussing Uluru, I've never heard anyone discuss this rock formation on the side of Uluru. I saw it in 1972. I called it the brain. It's hundreds of feet high. This is where the rainbow serpent landed on Earth to bring knowledge to mankind. On this rock that is a 1.25 mile climb to the top in the middle of one of the flattest deserts on Earth. And this thing is on one side of it. Don't tell me that's a natural formation. Not with the significance. And yet I've never heard anyone ever discuss it. That's just a little thing. I thought they'd bring that up after everyone else was discussing Uluru. What I'm talking about is I want you to meet, in 3 stages, your earliest ancestor. Around 3,260,000,000 years ago, at a place called Barberton in South Africa in the Great Greenstone Belt, there is a meteor crater. No, it's actually a cometary crater, I've decided, not a meteor crater. It's 100 k's long by 60 k's wide. And one of the earliest meteor or cometary craters, they're very hard to tell the difference, ever found. Possibly the second oldest on Earth ever found. That's interesting because, as you both know, I write about comets and meteors. I love them. I'm fascinated by them. The interesting thing about this is, and now I'm going to introduce you to your ancestors, is the oldest bacterium on Earth were discovered in the Barberton meteor crater. Good old, what are they? Archaeospheroides barbertonii. What a lovely name. The oldest bacteria on Earth, anaerobic, of course, because there was no oxygen around then. And guess when they dated their arrival? 3,260,000,000 years ago. Amazing. The same time in geologic terms. And remember, geology has 100 million year error factors, which is quite interesting at times until you start averaging them out and scanning them in. Life arrived on Earth at Barberton. with a cosmic impactoid. Why do I believe it was a comet? Simple reason. There's no rock traces there of a meteor or meteorite. Comets don't leave rock traces. Most people don't even realize that a comet is a large mass of mud and dirt and ice floating through the multiverse, seeding the multiverse. You know what the beautiful thing about a comet is, being a big frozen mud ball? It protects anything on it from cosmic radiation and star radiation. It maintains a stable temperature of 80 to 100 degrees Celsius in most cases, which is cruise liner through the universe for a bacteria or any other germ or virus. And comets don't leave traces. They leave strange elliptical craters, usually with a low lip on one side and a high lip on the other end. And you're thinking, why is this old fool talking about these things? Why are we talking about comets when we were talking about so many wonderful things before? Because that's our ancestor. Whether it had an alien intervention later, or a godly intervention later, or please insert 500 different forms of intervention later, or, oh, people are going to hate this, it became the interventor. We always forget the interventor being us. We could also be the controllers of our own biology and destiny and thought processes, not just everybody else. So that was meet your grandparents. Some people will like it, some people won't like it. 3,260 billion years ago. I discovered that coincidence. I published it. Within 24 hours of publishing a 700-page book on it and a history of cometary and meteoric impacts on Earth to the present day, I had a 1.5-page diatribe posted on Facebook saying, don't read this, don't go near it, it's non-scientific, it hasn't been peer-reviewed. And my response to that was, good. I bit in his ass. Excellent. Somebody really doesn't like it. That to me is a token of esteem. Yep, and that's that part done. Part 2 is another book I wrote a few months ago called Shishulub Was Not Alone. Now, do we know who Shishulub was or is? It's not an Italian recipe. It's the Shishulub meteor crater that is apparently responsible for the death of the dinosaurs. Alvarez brought forward the concept in the 1970s that a comet or a meteor was responsible for the dinosaur extinctions. I bring up the concept, there wasn't one. It was a whole swarm of them. And I'm going to read a quick list. At the same time as Shishulub, which left a crater 300 k's across, we also had another crater at Quintana Roo in Mexico, 60 k's across. And then this list appeared, all on this wonderful arc across and around the world. Parry Crater, 180 k's. The Cuba Crater in the Bahamas, 650 k's across. The Amaranti Trench in the Indian Ocean. The Shiva Crater in the Indian Ocean. Oh, Amaranti, 300 k's. Shiva Crater, 600 by 400 k's. The Takmalakan Desert Crater, 300 k's. The Deccan Traps, hundreds of thousands of k's, believed to be triggered by the Shiva comet impact. Lake Victoria in Africa, 250 by 337 k's, and Mount Kilimanjaro, 800 k's, with Mount Kilimanjaro being created by the impact. And the interesting thing is, I know the maps aren't that good when I post them. If you can see that, that's Kilimanjaro, Taklamakan, and the Shiva crater. They're on one part of the Earth. This The big one is the Cuba crater. The smallest one is Chicxulub. And if you look here, I know, I'm not good with these things. Down here is a Cuba crater. Well, it's very hard doing this in reverse.
That looks good, George, right there.
What one?
The top image.
The top image is North America. The one at the top is, where are we? The Parry crater in Alaska. It's 180 across. Next to it is this, the Savinovsky crater, 510 Ks. If you look, there's a line running down from the top. Sorry, we're reversing here because of lenses, down to there, the Cuba crater, which Chicxulub is next to. Other maps, like the one below, show a stream of craters heading from southeast to northwest. If I was better at computers, like the last speaker, I would have had a lovely dramatization for you, but it shows that there was more than one impact event that wiped out the dinosaurs. Any questions?
Are you saying all at the same time, George, or did that all happen?
65 million BC. What I did with the data, Clarence, as you know, you've studied geology. There are always 100 million, 200 million, 300 million year, 400 million year error factors. I wish I could have error factors like that. I averaged them, and they started hitting the same ages, the same periods. And they started producing things that are latitudinal streams. Oddly enough, cosmologists are now discussing latitudinal streams that I published years ago. Because before they said, no, it doesn't happen. You don't have a meteor stream. You don't have impact events that have ongoing effects. If you look at... it's so hard. There's a better one of Cuba. The size of it. A little Chicxulub in the bottom one where the little yellow star is. The big one comes from the east. The next part shatter. They're all shatterings. The same here, the Kilimanjaro once again. The big one, then it shatters. And when you put these all together, which I would like to, but I didn't, you have teardrops. But I don't have a picture of a teardrop there. Where you have a large one from the last cataclysm, 12,000 years ago. This is where we're leading up to, with the extinction of the mammoths, the end of the ice ages, where you have a big teardrop. Hang on, I'll grab one for you. It's good having my own library behind me and all my own books. Oh, hello, Emma. I just want to grab a quick picture here. Sorry, I'm not as interesting as the last speaker.
This looks familiar, George.
Yes, you got it? Have you read it?
I'm about 40 pages in.
Oh, it's that bad, is it? Oh, I just want to find this. Here we are. And I know it's going to get in the road. You see, this is North America, 12,000 years ago. Once again, to the east, we have a massive impact. And that thing is 2,250 Ks across. That's the Bermuda impact structure. First found, discovered by Kelly and DeShiel. The island of Bermuda is the central uplift. And if you look heading towards Alaska, You're getting smaller and smaller and smaller impact events represented by the blue circles. That's a teardrop. Do you see the teardrop? The big one comes from the east, shatters, and then the bits that are shattered from it continue, heading up to Alaska again. They're like going from southeast to northwest. They're not supposed to exist. And that was just by plotting meteor craters and cometary craters. Now, what do you want to ask me about?
Let me ask you, George, the Younger Dryas impact that we just recently discovered in Greenland, does that have the same behavior as
it's the same period?
Pardon me?
It's the same period.
So
I read about the Younger Dryas impact 20 years ago.
So I'm talking about the impact, the crater impact that they found in Greenland. Did that one shatter as well? Is there evidence like somewhere else in the world that when it came in, it shattered, hit somewhere, and then eventually?
And did a really big one shatter? I mean, that one that hit the Bermuda, it left a 2,200K crater.
So we're talking about the same event?
Continuing. The same event. It was only one impact amongst lots. In my maps, I only use craters over 1K in size.
So it's plausible
to say thousands of more of less.
So it's plausible to say that when this impact happened, 12, 14,000 years ago, that it wiped out the super civilization that existed on this planet before us.
It would have wiped out most of it, because you've got to remember, I suppose I shouldn't say remember, because a lot of people don't know these things. One of the big geologic mysteries over the years was 12,000 years ago, or 10 to 12,000 years, there was a sudden rise in world sea levels by 300 to 400 feet, like that. Where are our major cities? On coasts. Where are the old major cities? 300 to 400 feet down.
Yeah, like Dawarka, Yamaguni.
Well, they're only 5,000 years ago. This is 10 to 12,000 years ago.
Okay.
Dawarka and that went down when there was a meteoric impact about 3,200 BC.
Ah, I see. Okay.
Also in my book on the Great Cataclysms.
I was under the impression that went down around like 10,000 years ago when...
the Mahabharata states it was only 3,200 BC.
Okay.
Their chronologies are good, the Indians. They're perfect chronologies.
Yeah.
They know exactly about it. They're already mathematical, architectural, learned people, as long as we don't decry the sciences of mathematics and architecture, as some people do these days. It's a way of recording things. And they recorded 3,200, which is the same time as the Persian Gulf being more full and flooding. It was a minor, major world flood event with a few earth tilts here and there. Adam's Bridge collapsed between Sri Lanka and India all around the same time. It's interesting. If you go and look at Google Earth, you'll see Adam's Bridge. It's still there. Where Rama chased Ravana to rescue, I've forgotten the name, Lakshmi. And trains used to run halfway on it till a hurricane wiped them out in the 1970s. Most people don't realize this. I'm talking about the older civilizations, which I mentioned in my book, Ancient Archaeology, amongst others, that were before 10 to 12,000 BC. In this period of 10 to 12,000 BC, imagine this is the Earth. Well, we all know what it's apparently shaped like. Unless you're a flat earther, then you'll see a big turtle underneath it holding a flat thing every time we have a lunar eclipse. You've got a sphere. It's happily turning, rotating, moving, bang. Something hits it on its east side. And this has happened 271 times in the apparent history of the Earth. And the result is movement. Yeah, that's Adam's Bridge. It was above sea level around 3000 BC. the Earth tilts have occurred 271 times since the beginning of recorded geology. They work it out by looking at fossil magnetism in rocks and which way it faces. The last tilt was 10 to 12,000 years ago when the Earth tilted 26.5 degrees, which is a bloody big tilt.
So would that suggest, so if it tilted that much, would that suggest that the Earth was in an upright tilt at one time?
Could you get an aerial view of Hudson Bay at all?
I sure can.
I was going to say that's where the oceans and that all moved across because of places like Salt Lake City, Utah, and things like that, and the Salt Flats that moved the oceans completely on the other side.
What happened was the Earth tilts. We've got massive tidal waves occurring and meltings, but at the same time, and this is why I want Hudson Bay to appear, the North American ice mass erupted. I'm not saying it melted gradually over 1,000 years and it was a lovely little stream of rivulets and rills and things. It was a massive, great, bloody explosion, fragments of which hit a circular area with a diameter of the Carolinas to Hudson Bay. Imagine a circle like that going across the North American continent. There are bays which are elliptical formations spread in this great circle at the center of which was Hudson Bay. They have low northern edges. They have high southern edges, and as I said, they're elliptical. They are ice fragment impacts which resemble cometary impacts. Because what happened was one of the meteoric or cometary fragments went straight through 2 miles of ice cap and shattered it like that during the tilt. That's why all the remains of mammoths, mastodons, everybody else who lived in that period that we find now in the tundra are drowned in mud. The trees are destroyed, and they lived amongst trees. Mammoths did not live in the tundra. They aren't big, hairy, ice-eating elephants. Their remains have been found in their bodies of beech leaves, oak leaves. They ate off trees. They had prehensile lips, the same as the Indian elephant. They can't live on 500 ton of snow a day. Nothing can. Because Siberia is temperate. The 27.5 degree ice shift shot it north. And then as the ice masses erupted and crashed everywhere, they caused a massive 300 to 400 foot sea level changes. And now it sounds fantastic, but it is what happened. Because if you look here, check out the circle.
It looks like it slid in like this.
Yes.
Slid in like that, and then just.
Yeah, no, there. Look at the edge there. It's circular. That is a crater. Those bits are the central uplift. What is a central uplift? I'm sure all of us on this planet that have had a television over the last 50 years, there we are, have seen a milk ad where there's a big splash of milk coming up from it. And you see it. It rises up in the air and it looks great. That's what a central uplift is. Except in the case of a central uplift, it's magma that's coming up and solidifying. That's why Mount Kilimanjaro is an uplift, a meteoric uplift. That's why a lot of these sites have meteoric uplifts in the centre. It's one way of identifying them. I was in New Zealand a few years ago looking at Lake Taupo, and huge lakes surrounded by volcanoes. Beautiful. Dead centre in the middle is an island. which immediately I saw it, I said, that's a central uplift. That's a meteoric uplift. This lake is a crater lake. And the same with Rotorua. Once again, big round lake, central uplift. It was literally hell on earth in that period. It wiped out a lot of civilizations. It wiped out almost everything. But humans are tough. We survived. But like shipwrecked sailors, we didn't take much with us. But we took our memories of where our culture had been, where our civilization had been, where our memories had been. Memories of a lost island in the Atlantic, which we like to call Atlantis, but which erupted with the equivalent of 15,000 H-bombs at once at the same time, right on the central ridge that opens up in the middle of the Atlantic. We're talking an Earth that is so traumatized. And as you said, Clarence, the massive flooding that occurred, the Olympic, I think there's the Olympic River, the Cascade River, was 400 feet deep, charging into the Western Sea as all the major pre-glacial lakes started erupting as well in that period. And I'm trying to remember their names. The problem with writing so many books is a lot of it I'm starting to forget. And I'm not going to say it's my age. Oh, that's a beauty. The Hudson Bay. Tell me if that isn't a crater ring. No, it's pretty obvious. And in here, yes, I know. Was it you, Clarence, that said to me, I can't remember, but whenever I want to ask a question on a subject, George usually pulls a book from the bookcase and he's written about it.
This is true.
So true.
Got them all place marked and everything.
700 pages of meteor and crater and cometary impacts. It's not a small book. Easy to read, though. All of it in chronological order, of course. It's me writing it. It's got to be in chronological order. It has to be organized. Yeah, I don't make a very good star child, but I do make a great bloody amasser of information. And I don't write for intellectuals. I write for people who just want to know things. Here we are. Oh, why didn't we do this one before? This is good. This is the Great Cataclysm. Look at it from that angle. The end of the last ice age. The various craters. Hudson Bay up there. No, Hudson Bay there because his book's actually tilted. Yeah, it's backwards. Yeah, it's actually upside down. Because sometimes you've got to turn the Earth around to see happening. Is this going to happen again? We don't know. Oh, I've scared Clarence again. He's gone.
Here's an interesting image that you might find interesting, George. It's talking about the seabed where the Hudson's Bay impact is.
Yes.
As you can see right here, these circular rings, it says here, the southern part of the central Hudson Bay site, too, characterized by a large number of ring-like features, which are more than 200 meters in diameter and up to 10 meters high, deep, and surrounded by dipping of debris aprons. And this is the uplift you were talking about.
Yes, yes.
Right? And they all seem to have it.
Yes, because you don't just get one, you get groups of them. It's rare to find one major impact. If you could put in Carolina Bays, Carolina-Bays. They are interesting.
Carolina Bays?
Carolina Bays, and look for images. Check them out. Aren't they beautiful? And you could have sworn it was the moon. All of these elliptical craters all face southwest. That's where the long edge is. Check them out on that one.
Wow.
On the sort of lidarish look at them. This is the surface of our planet, and these are the impact events that occurred then. We're only I started writing about this stuff 20 years ago, maybe longer. 40 years ago. Yes, darling. Margaret just told me 40. And these are all radiating out in a circle from Hudson Bay. Try and explain those things away. No one can explain those things away. We have to get a bigger picture of our planet as it tilted, as it had been hit, as the first impactoid hit it and then started breaking up. Big teardrops, big latitudinal clusters. I've got, amongst the other books, these are amongst my favourite books, these ones.
You can see the elongation. You can see the elongation in them. The teardrop, right? You can clearly see them. Almost every single one has them.
And they're intersecting. Normal lakes don't intersect.
Look at this one, tear-shaped, right here.
Aren't they beautiful?
This is a beautiful lake. Almost looks like a heart.
And you got lots of them. They got them in Virginia, Carolina, North and South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, you name it. And then you got them in Wisconsin as well, Wyoming, and other places, but I haven't recognised them yet. I found a crater field in Australia the same. You start looking at maps and you start looking at them differently, and you realise these are impact streams. In this period, there are impact streams in Brazil, in Bolivia, all over the world. As we must have been going through a swarm of impactoids. A swarm of them. No wonder people were thinking of revelations and fire from the sky and the gods wanting to destroy us.
Kind of like
to add insult to injury.
Are you talking about something like the Perseus meteor shower that I think we get in like August or something like that? We get these two yearly meteor showers, and we actually go through some sort of a meteor.
We go through them
or something like that.
We get them almost every month.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
November, October, Oreonids, Perseids. The big ones are in November, but I can't remember their name. November 6th, usually to about November 20th. Great time for UFO sightings.
I wonder if that's what we're seeing there in the Carolina Bays, because it looks like just a bunch of them came in and just pounded the earth. And I wonder if the Earth's magnetic field may have changed, may have become stronger and just pulled these things in. Kind of like what they say with the zone of silence in Mexico, which is kind of like the what's that called in the Caribbean, the triangle.
Oh, the
Bermuda,
Bermuda Triangle. The theory is that a lot of asteroids have been found in Mexico around this zone of silence, and what they're theorizing is that the Earth is somehow pulling these in through its magnetic field, and and oddly enough, the Bermuda Triangle and the Zone of Silence and the Devil's Triangle in Japan are all on the same parallel line.
Well, Bermuda Triangle is this big impact event here.
Yeah.
Because what happens with something most people wouldn't know unless they're into minerals and geology is that gold is not native to Earth. All the gold on Earth has arrived in impact events. A lot of the iron on Earth has arrived in impact events. The diamonds on Earth are results of impact events. The metals themselves that come in these comets and meteorites and asteroids that are hitting the Earth will be disturbing the magnetic pull and magnetic field of the area like you wouldn't believe.
Mm-hmm.
Which could cause a lot of problems. It could also cause multidimensional warps to open up, which is my other favourite theory, which we discussed earlier. Because everything, as far as I'm concerned, is an electromagnetic field. We believe it isn't, but it is. Because all atoms are is electromagnetism in constant vibration at different rates and lengths. And then once again, we head back to here. These giant sine waves that go over hundreds of years. Okay, I discovered them. I had a physicist do a 6-month determination on them in 1991. And he worked out they're repetitive. So much for people seeing.
And you have a UFO map like that as well, right, George? Or is that the one that we're looking at?
That's the one.
Yeah, that's the one.
UFOs.
UFOs. Yeah. Yeah, that's amazing.
And I had him do the test on it as an independent scientist, with a simple question being, if it is real, they will all be random. And that just means people are hallucinating, seeing things, or schizoid. They are not random. They're repetitive. They're mathematical. They show where openings occur and close on the face of our planet. They show where strange events occur, and we've discussed that in some of the interviews before, with people at these intersections of these sine waves, suddenly seeing Bigfoot or a monster or Orthon from Venus or somebody else from Orion coming or going. And we discussed the fact that maybe the viewer is creating the observation in a real form. And then we went into subjects like the quasar vacuum. And that one usually blows people out of the water. A, because they have no idea what I'm talking about. But I'll bring it up quickly now. There are 5 states of matter. Well, we believe there are 5 states of matter. They're solid. We're pretty sure about it. But remember, it's just composed of a lot of more tightly bound electromagnetic waves resonating away. They get a bit looser. We have liquids. Just think of it as ice turning into water. Then we get gas. My God, that ice is now turning into steam. Amazing. And then we get plasma. Plasma is the center of a nuclear explosion. It is where the electromagnetic bond of the subnuclear particles is separating.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have the quasar vacuum. Hello. The quasar vacuum is where they've completely separated. They're moving so fast, usually generating a lot of heat.
The old quasar vacuum. That's where you lose me, George.
The quasar vacuum is where we find Schrödinger's cat.
Right.
Which everyone has always read about but can never find. Because the cat is in the box and out of the box at the same time. Because the quasar vacuum is where dimensions mesh. It's the gateway to the multiverse. And I had a very good friend years ago who was experimenting with cold plasma explosions. They didn't release as much heat as a nuclear explosion, but they had the same results. Brilliant scientists. And we and I both agreed with my theory of the quasar vacuum, but I kept writing other books all the time. And one day I'll get back to that one, but it's going to be a mammoth event. So that's just another path we could go down. But I know the quasar vacuum tends to throw people.
What would happen if, you talk about this idea of the intention or the culture of the people near these electromagnetic portals influencing the phenomena? I know you've talked about that before, right? Like Bigfoot, UFOs.
See Bigfoot. Religious people said a Virgin Mary.
Yeah.
In
yeah.
a tree. Why the tree? I've got no bloody idea. But so many records of them in trees.
Do you think we could see? Well, my question is now that we know about all these cataclysms, or at least what we think we know about them, could we as a people accidentally manifest another one that would take all of us out near one of these portals?
Because the portals never created them in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
The portals are just for the electromagnetic hum around our planet.
Right.
Meeting other electromagnetic hums from the multiverse. And where the resonance fields increase, you get the opening. That's why it's a sine wave.
Yeah.
The cataclysms, they just occur at random, unless you believe the entire universe is one piece of clockwork. And I'll bring this one up. I was discussing it with Omar. It's a concept I've been thinking of for a little while. And I was discussing it with Omar before I came on.
Well, what's your theory?
Oh, you're getting it. I haven't published it. I might write about it. People say I should be writing my theories rather than these books and things I write. And that is, we are in an apparently expanding universe where everything is moving out, ad infinitum, ad nauseum. The beginning is apparently total solid. The beginning of everything is total mass. Somehow, somewhere, when, a quark or a neutron or a subatomic particle we might not have discovered yet moved. Why? We've got no idea, but there has to be an origin for movement in the multiverse. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having any movement now. That first movement became the first part of time, because time can only be used to describe movement.
Right.
So it moved, affected something else that moved, which affected something else that moved. At the same time, something else moved. It's all geometric. It's like starting at the bottom of a pyramid upside down, and everything that intersects is growing. Now, the theoretical question to this is, if our present universe is the continuation of that first movement, not two movements, not 10, not 20, there can only be one, does it mean that everything that's occurring is still the same reaction, chemically, metallurgically, whatever, the combined reaction, which means nothing is random because they're all the results that could have only occurred in the one direction from the original movement. Maybe the Muslims have got it right. Everything is preordained. There's nothing you can do about it. It just continues. What a wonderful ride to travel on.
In a sense, everything is preordained. I am of the school of thought that when I incarnate onto this planet, I have pre-chosen the people that I'll be born to, the way I'm going to look, and the experiences which I'll have in this human experience. And then I incarnate, and then I do my human experience and I leave. And the major events in life are predestined or pre-written, and everything in between is you're just flowing, right? So there is a little bit of free will, but not fully. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying, but chemically you can't change the results of a chemical reaction unless you add something extra to it. The thing is, if it's only the original chemical reaction, there's nothing extra to add. I know, we're getting pretty highbrow here.
Yeah, my camera isn't on and you saw me.
It's, with your transmigration of souls, it answers it beautifully because, yes, we have a physical universe that is one big reaction, creating everything in existence. From the lowest amoeba to the Nepalese mountains to the stars to the cosmos. But, as you stated, Maybe we come in and out for day trips. And like when you go to a picture theatre, you don't stand at the door, give them the $10 and leave. You might as well go in and watch the movie. That's what it's there for, and enjoy the movie. In Omar's example, it's to learn something, to live through it. How other religions would look at it, I'm not sure. What's your interpretation, Greg?
No, I mean, this is, I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out too, because even though maybe this is sort of maybe what Omar's speaking to, this question of, you're saying, I guess it's a question, this gets very deep, but where does meaning come from then? Sure, the movement can affect another movement and another movement, but why does that necessarily mean that everything is, I guess, what's the point? If everything's not free will, if it's going to happen anyways, then, there's still a meaning piece. There's still a reason we got to hear now.
There's no point. It's to accept everything. To accept what you believe to be the reality, which they affirm is an illusion. Because any reality is translated by our thoughts and our cultural loading.
And observation.
And observations. Observations are what we believe to be things that are observed. As I say, when you're looking at witnesses in a murder trial, 9 witnesses will have 9 different stories, 9 different observations. Because their observations are different. Remember last time we were discussing the Ariel School in Zimbabwe in I can't remember, ARIEL, Omar. And we were discussing what I liked about the aerial UFO landing sighting, brief observation, UFO comes down to schoolyard.
Oh, yes.
We have a few people hop out, look around, take happy snaps, all the usual things. Day trip from Venus, who knows? The children, years later, an observer came to record what they saw. Not what they said, what they saw. And the children did it in a way that children can. They drew it. They're all different.
Yeah, remember that, Greg? We
I
remember that clearly. That was a clear breakthrough. That's when we theorized that UFO encounters and ET encounters are based on your consciousness, and they present themselves to you depending on your vibrational distortion, and they appear to be different to each individual, even the craft in itself.
1 window or 2 window or 3 windows.
Yeah.
That's what I liked about it. There was also a Cambridge sighting that did the same. And it's just pure, innocent observers. And children are pretty good recorders of things. Their drawing might be crappy, but they usually remember the colours. They usually remember the rough shapes. Ask them to draw a house, it's always the same house. When they're little, but we know it's a house.
Yeah.
And as usual, one of my interviews is morphed again.
What about
we start off discovering our bacterial grandparents and how do they fit into all of this?
Yeah, that's a good question.
We're also descended from them. We didn't come afterwards. Some people say we did. I believed for years we did. I was telling people for years we'd come from the Pleiades. I'm not so sure now. I've met other people who say they've come from Orion. Who came and when? Are we talking about illusions again? Or observations again? When do we look at reality? What is reality? What isn't reality? Is it all non-reality? As I say, I don't give people answers. I give them questions. Oh, there we are. Ariel.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, aren't they beautiful? And that's the Welsh one. That's not Ariel. Oh, that's Ariel.
No, that's Ariel.
Yeah, that's Ariel.
This is a UFO that landed behind the trees, and somebody came through.
Yeah, that's Ariel.
Yeah.
Look at it. They're all different. The trees all look like magic mushrooms.
Wasn't there two incidents that happened pretty much the same thing in two different schoolyards, 2 different years?
There was one in, I think, in Wales and one at near Cambridge. Later, I can't remember the years, which is very remiss of me seeing I'm writing the largest books on them in existence. But yes, what I like are these observations that people have, and not wordage. I want to see
There's
how
There's a perfect example right there, George. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's fine. Please do.
And you look at these images that these kids are holding, because these were the kids that were in the schoolyard, and every single one is different.
Yeah, they're the ones from Wales. Yeah. Each one is different. And yet children all have the same eyes, apparently. How much of our universe is created by our cultural loading, our observations, our biases, our likes, our hates, our preconceived isms? How much of that influences what actually is, or is believed to is, if we can use a grammatically loose statement like that?
My answer is everything. I mean, that is the basis of reality. Yeah, I don't even. I mean, even right now, everybody watching this, there's no way everybody is. People are culturally loading their experience of this stream in real time.
And cultural loading is constantly mutating.
Right. Yeah, at one point people thought this was an interview about one thing, and then became completely different.
Everybody's perception is going to be totally different, though.
That's right. That's right. So, George, don't worry. This interview has been consistent the whole time to somebody out there. Somebody will.
There was
one of my interviews.
Here's a question from Rick Keefe.
Mm-hmm.
What is the relationship between time and consciousness? I really like that question.
Wow, what a heavy-hitting question.
Yeah, I like that question. I'm very heavy-hitting, and so we have a heavy hitter on the screen. So let's see if George can hit a home run with this one.
When we're asleep, do we have a consciousness of time, or is that purely predicated by whatever time recording mechanism we approach before sleep and after sleep? Time is an abstract concept. There are some cultures on Earth that don't have a concept of time. I regard time as a mathematical constant that shows the passage, as I said before, the passage of a chemical reaction, or the first quark or neutron moving, because you had to give a passage of time to an event. But if you don't believe in the concept of events, time is an organization. It's still basically created. Children don't have the concept of time.
I've got an issue with time myself. I feel that we've approached time in the same manner as we have everything else, by centering humans as a center point, meaning that back in the day, they thought that the Earth was the center of the universe, and the Earth or the universe revolved around the Earth. And then it was the sun that evolved around the Earth, and that changed, and then now we know better. Now, the reason why I say that is because when we measure time, it's always an astrometric unit from the Earth to the sun, and that is it. And that's the concept of time. Now, I always say that if you're born on Pluto and you're from Pluto, and it takes Pluto 72 Earth years to make one orbit, how old will you be? Will you be 1 year old, or will you be 72 years old? Right? And if we go out even further, the rotation of the planets going around the stars is still, measured based on Earth. So we really fundamentally don't understand what time really is. We're more like in kindergarten when it comes to understanding time, because once we leave the Earth, once we leave the solar system, we don't have a way of measuring time.
No, we have to have an artificial way of measuring it.
That's right. Because
the origin of time, as such, is based on agriculture, which may sound weird, but as we know, Stonehenge was a gigantic clock.
Mm-hmm.
Sun comes through one angle, through the trilithon, time to go plant the seeds. Sun's coming through the direction of Venus now, time to go harvest the seeds. Winter's starting now when the shadows move here. Time was basically a mathematical construct to record the passage of when humans would do things. But it was organised by the priestly caste, who gained the power of having it and interpreting it. The first religions were based on having control over ways of measuring time and the seasons. And I just came up with that one then. It's as valid as anyone else's idea.
You're a brilliant man. I'm glad
so
you
whoever controls the seasons and controls crops and controls everything. If you don't know when to plant them, hey, nobody's going to grow them.
I'm glad that you mentioned Stonehenge, because our next guest coming up is going to be talking about Stonehenge in your neck of the woods in Australia. Now, there's a lot of people that say that it doesn't exist, it's not real, whatever the case may be. But Richard has put together a pretty convincing case to show that there was a Stonehenge in Australia, which is older than the one in England.
I've got photos of one near Woomera in South Australia in my book, Amazing Archaeology, which is an enormous thing, but not particularly dear. And it only deals with strange archaeological relics from around the world.
Yeah, let me bring Richard Patterson on. I think you guys will resonate very good, because
I'm joining in. So I'll be going, Bubby.
Hello. I don't think we've met.
Hi, Richard. How are you?
I don't think we've met. I'm good. I was all grey before. My screen
on everything.
My screen was grey before, and I thought, oh, everyone's so good looking, and I'm all this grey screen. And when I came live, suddenly all the colour came back to my face. Hello, everyone. Thank you for letting me be here. I appreciate it. Sorry, I'm just waking up.
Thank you very much for giving us your time on a Saturday morning. Really appreciate it, Richard. You have a wealth of knowledge that I appreciate. We had a wonderful talk a couple of months ago, and it was so good that when Rob and I were putting together this disclosure, you were one of the names that came up because, of Stonehenge. And because of the controversy that goes with that, I thought it would be perfect opportunity to bring forth this information and knowledge to the world, to let them know that the Stonehenge in England is not the only one, that in fact there's an older one, and probably the original one, that people are just simply not aware of. 99.9% of the population is just not aware of it. So, just because of disclosure, I think this is a perfect thing to disclose. And, I thought I'd bring you on screen with my good buddy George, because George has written like 70 books on archaeology and space and comets and, creepy crawlies and what have you. So I thought it would be a good thing for you guys to meet, and maybe while you're talking, George might have some thoughts on that as well.
Oh, it's an honor. Thank you very, very much to put me in the presence of you, George. Thank you very much.
Me?
Well,
I'm just an old fart.
No, it's very good. Thank you, Emma. No, I appreciate it. And yeah, if you get anything you can say, I'm here to learn as much as to say what I've got to say. But I mumble, I speak quickly, so slow me down if I do. And can I control images? Can I throw pictures up?
Yeah, if you want. Yeah, go ahead, share your screen.
Okay. Okay. So do this share. Where's that?
That's on the bottom, right? Just at the very bottom of the screen.
Share. Yeah, I said. Okay. Well, I won't do it just yet, but it's good to know I can, because I've got a lot of images and some film and photos. Because
if you want to share the screen right now, when you're ready to show the images, I can bring it on to the.
Do you mind if I give it a go? I'll give it a go now.
Yeah. No, I'd like to see your images.
Okay. Thank you.
I thought you would, George.
Thank you.
And for those who are wondering where I was for a second, my cat was attacking my leg because it wanted its door open to outside.
Is that Couscous?
Yeah, Couscous. I tried to grab it to show everyone, but she's gone outside.
So can you see my screen?
I do. I believe you're sharing the entire screen. You need to go to the middle into the window, right? You have three options. It says entire screen.
Yeah, but I think now I've got to just stop sharing and hide. I think I have to start again, so I'll try again.
Yeah, just stop sharing.
Yep.
And then when you go into the share screen, you'll see three options up top. It says entire screen, window, and Chrome tab. And I believe it will be under window, if you have it open in the background.
Okay, because I've got share video file and share screen when I go to the share tab.
Yeah, so click the share screen, right, instead of the video.
Okay, so now I do.
Yeah, and then go to window.
Yep, share screen works best. Go to the window. I just get square. I just says square screen sharing tips. So I'll go share screen. I don't go to a window after that. It just pops up. It just gives me another. Okay, window. Yes, I gotcha. Okay, then share that. Is that right?
Yeah, so you go to window and your images should be there.
Okay, so
no, it looks like you shared the entire screen again. So maybe stop sharing on that.
I've got to open up that window. I get you. Okay, it's all good. Don't mind me. I'm sorry, I'm a brother. While I work this out, I'll quickly say about the Stonehenge here. The thing is, with Stonehenge, we think of obviously those cross plinths. It's that sort of U shape, the horseshoe shape. There was a stone arrangement we believe that had that. Wasn't as large as the one I want to talk about. And that other stone arrangement was that typical Stonehenge. People described it from 1992 as having that before it was demolished. But the one I talk about, it's a stone arrangement. And there are many stone arrangements. So why is this one called Stonehenge when it looks like stone arrangements, like we have circle arrangements all around the world? That's something I'll clear up, I think, at the beginning. Why does it have this name?
At the time.
Well, Perfect Dancing was a good name at the time. It was named in 1938. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you got it. But the thing is,
library. George talked about it.
Okay, so I'm going to now.
About that one.
Okay, so I'm sharing now, and you can see the images. Okay, here we go. Know what to do now.
We'll do a test run here.
But my window doesn't come up. I get. Oh, that's funny. I only get one window to choose from.
Do you have your images open in the background?
I have it in my foreground. Yeah, now I do, but then I can't see you.
Open up your images.
Yep.
Right. Go into your gallery, open it up, and then once it's open, and when you go to share screen, you go to window, and then window will see it, and you'll be able to share it from there.
Okay, because I was trying to share it through PowerPoint, and Sim wanted me to do that. Okay, I'll do it that way.
Just thought I'd quickly show you this one.
Yeah.
You probably know it. It's near Woomera in South Australia.
Lift it up a little bit, George.
Sorry, I'll go back to you guys.
There we go.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's that's interesting. See how it's very angular? See how you've got this angular thing? That's something I want to show you photos of when I finally work out.
Oh, good. And this was from the 1930s, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, they were very. It was very big. Woomera. Now is that the one that blew up that they atomized?
No, it's still
there. Because you know they did the Woomera testing.
Yeah, near it, but not there. It's actually closer to Kingunya, but you can't go because it's all Woomera area. It's all totally locked up by the government.
Still the same thing, Richard. You're sharing the entire screen.
Yeah, but I just can't share my preview. I know I want to share a window, but I don't get an option to share a window. I'll keep on. Sorry.
Yeah, just stop sharing this screen that you have now.
Yeah, I'll stop it now. Okay, sorry. Stop.
And if you have your images open in the background, I'm pretty sure it'll pick it up.
Okay, because I've got my preview window. I'm using a Mac. I've got my preview window open in the background. So I go back to you guys, and then I go share, and then I go share screen. And then when it says window, I only get one window, which is the StreamYard window. My other windows don't pop up.
No, up top. You see where it says choose what to share, and then it says StreamYard.com wants to share the content of your screen.
Yeah,
and then
I see that.
Entire screen to the right, there's window. And
yeah,
then
when I click on
the right,
and then
right. So if you click the window,
then I just see me in that window right now, and you. So I've only got one window to choose. And it says StreamYard, even though my window's open.
No. You notice that when the entire screen, it looks blue, it's highlighted blue?
No, it's... Oh, yeah. Okay, there's a blue outline.
Yeah, and then when you just go to the right of it and just click that the text window.
Go to the right of it, click the text window.
Here, here, Richard, I'll shoot you a
screenshot because I can show you my screenshot and you can see what I'm dealing with. I'll do that quickly.
These images on the screen.
This is my screenshot.
Sorry.
I can't share a picture with you guys on this.
I just sent you an image in Messenger, Richard.
Oh, okay, let me have a look.
Yeah, just have a look at that. Then you'll notice that I got the window highlighted.
Okay, just one sec. Yeah, I'm seeing it now. Yeah, but I don't get that. When I click on window, I don't get that. You got DDD Notepad. That doesn't pop up. I don't get. I only get one. I only get your StreamYard, mate. And even though I've got my tab open, I've got right in the background. I've got my preview tab open, which should be its own window.
Chrome or Firefox?
Yeah, I have to make it full screen. Yeah, I'm using Chrome.
Okay, I don't see why that would be an
issue. Maybe I made it a full screen. It might change things. So I'll try it as a full screen. Maybe it only accepts that. So let me try that. If not, I'll just talk. It's a pity though. I had so much to show.
It'd be good to see what you've got.
Yeah, because it's all photos and stuff. Like that's what people want to see. You know, the actual maps and the actual original photos.
I had one photo in mind.
Okay, I'll just try share now.
I don't know if you've seen it.
No, I still don't get the window.
Do you want to throw the brain on?
That's strange.
Yeah, it's strange because even though I made it full screen.
Do you just want to email me the images and then I can put them up?
Yeah, there's 69 images and they're high res. Yeah, okay, and then you can put up and you can flick. Maybe then you can have control of it. That might be best for everyone. Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah.
Is that cool? Do you mind? I'll quickly throw that to you. I have to make it a zip file. Is that cool?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Okay, give me just a minute to do that.
Sure. George, show us the image that you were talking about.
Well, a brain. I wasn't sure if Richard knew it.
A brain. Sorry, if I flick back to you, though, I can't. I'll have to. I won't be able to see you, though, for a moment, George, because I've got to flick the screens and do that, get the file up. Sorry, guys. But we can chat. I just can't see anything. So if there's any questions I can verbally answer, I'm ready to do it right now.
Where exactly is the henge you're talking about?
Greg, you want to jump in here for a minute while we try to figure this out?
Okay, it's in northern New South Wales.
Just out of Lismore, isn't it?
Just out of, well, sort of, not too far from Lismore, about hour away from Lismore. Oh.
I thought I saw an article on that in 1971 or 2. There was a paranormal newspaper in Australia at the time.
Yeah.
It actually had photos of it.
Interesting.
But
No,
I
I
haven't seen
don't.
the paper for a long time.
For some reason, I've got to sign into all my accounts. I don't know why. Let me get through that.
It's okay. It's been a long but a fun day.
Good. Let's keep it up. All right, here we go. I finally got into my Gmail. Okay, I'm going to send you my files with it. Okay. Okay. Okay, peace. And how do I send you all those photos? Let's hope it WinZips the folder. And it's saying something. It's saying error, unable to load. Folders of package. Please attach a zip file. How do I? Can't you just right click and zip? I know it's awful things I'm talking about here. Can't. I'll just have to send you all the pictures. I don't know how to. I can't.
Sure. So while you're doing that,
oh no, it's got control. It's all good. Yep.
I'll pay the bills here really quick.
Yeah. Okay, it's good. Here's the file. Yay.
Yay! Right on. We're on track.
Yes, on track. It's gonna happen. It's always like this. I was a drama teacher for many years, so I should know what happens on this. Where did it?
So, guys, this stream is brought to you by Paul Anthony Wallace, the Eden series. Let me bring that up over here. The Escaping from Eden and the sequel, Scars from Eden. And this is available at paulanthonywallace.com. I will put the link in the comments and have it scrolling on the bottom. And our other two sponsors are our AlienAncestry.net, based out of Australia. These guys are doing wonderful webinars and wonderful work once a month, featuring some really, really good speakers. So you guys might want to check that out. And of course, Ancient Origins from Stephen and Evan Strong, ancientorigins.com. Check that out, the Out of Australia theory. I really resonate with this theory myself. It makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of genetic evidence that goes with this. So check that out, guys. It's pretty cool stuff, and it's a new avenue to explore, which really I like because it's a new theory and something new to explore. So there we go. Banners, and here is the website address, guys. paulanthonywallace.com. And let me just jump over to my email.
Thank you, George, for staying around when I did all through the technical difficulties.
I was just looking at a stone circle of 100 basalt boulders at Woody Yawang in Victoria.
Okay, basalt. Yeah, Woody Yawang. I've been there once. And I have some people there, some Indigenous people there talking to me right now, and they're working on that arrangement and a lot of other arrangements around there too. So we're all sort of stuck in the stones there as well. Yeah, we have people who are on that. So that's good. As in looking more into it. Yeah. We seem to find more around Australia. What I believe is that it was all around Australia. That culture that participated in the building, the stonemason culture, I think was pan-Australian for a very long time, and then I think that culture died out slowly, and I think the remnants were where I am in northern New South Wales. I think it was the last area where they had that culture, that type of spirituality that worked with the stones and saw it on maybe a larger scale than just within Australia.
Yes, I've had arguments with anthropologists in Australia over the colonisation of Australia. I'm talking pre-white colonisation. I'm talking Aboriginal colonisation of Australia, with four major colonisations from Southeast Asia. I went up to to Queensland, to Lake Murray. What's the name of that lake we went to? There's a lake up near Cairns, Lake Barron, because it's the last reported sightings of the pygmy Negrito people that used to live in Australia.
Yeah, that's about. Yeah,
But
that's
anymore.
Yeah, the Barry. That's that's to do with the Barrian theory. I think it's pronounced the theory of that the indigenous that we know of today that populate the continent today are a third wave or second wave. That there were original inhabitants.
Fourth wave.
Fourth wave. Yeah, there was a.
It seems I am not able to open that file.
That's okay. I'll just send you all the pictures.
Yeah, I can't open the file.
Australia has a far more fascinating history.
My system can't open up this file or this type of file. I'm not.
I'm just going to send it. I'm just going to send you all the pictures, and they'll just come to you as a big bunch. And hopefully, the order they're in should be okay, and it shouldn't matter if they're due disorder. Okay.
Okay.
So here we go. So here's lots of images. So you should start. Oh no, I've got to send them all. So it's going to take a few moments. Okay, so yeah, the Tyndale. You've heard of Tyndale, the anthropologist in the 1930s.
The theory of the four migrations.
Yeah, and it was him and another fellow who brought it up, and they both pushed it. That I think was what Tyndale wanted to achieve. I think they wanted his legacy that he discovered that he had put the pieces together. But I don't think people. You know, at that point, though, I think there was a political change. And during that change in circumstances, it became a bit of a hot potato to move towards that. And now, obviously, it's most people think it's not true. Yeah.
Well, we're still going to include the pygmy Negritos in somehow.
Well, you have to. But the thing is, if you try to show images of it, it's considered racist. It's very hard in Australia to bring up an image of that. If I show a photo of the pygmy people, next to the white people and the naked pygmy people, it's just so hard to. It's politically contentious.
It is, unfortunately,
and a lot of what I have to go through is in that. Okay, the files are they? Oh, still going. Okay, no, I think done. Okay, here we go. You now have 69 individual files. It says someone needs access to the file. I'm going to say everybody. No, I'll just send. Hopefully,
I bloody hope so.
Hope so.
To use the Australian term.
Bloody oath, mate.
Yeah, bloody oath. But it is difficult doing paleontology in Australia.
Okay. It is. Okay. You should have it. Do you have it yet?
Not yet. I'm just refreshing.
Okay. Now it says wants to share with George. Hey, George, you can have all my pictures too. Do you want them? Here they go. I just wanted to stop telling me.
No, I can't see them either.
Okay, it's saying
I'm waiting for them to come in. I'm just refreshing my email, waiting for them to come in. While they're coming in, I'd like to ask you guys your opinion on this image.
Not the Facebook one that's been around for 2 weeks. And the Göbekli Tepe image.
Yeah. What do you guys think about that?
What's the new image? What's new about this image? That one. No, I need to. I really need to get you my photos. Is anything getting anywhere to you right now?
I'm not seeing anything come in.
Okay. Let me try again.
You also remember that images are universal. Every country and every culture has got the spiral for the universe. Every culture has similar imaging for the sun, the moon. This is a more obscure one, but I don't.
For some reason, you got it, George. You got the images, but not you, Omar. Why do you? It just jumped to you. It must have been because I responded.
Okay. So is this your image?
Oh, you can see all them now?
Or is it Omar's?
No, can you see that whole bunch of images? Have they popped up? Or what's it? Omar's showing which one?
Yeah, no, there was a thing on top of it saying. No,
that was the image. Yeah.
Okay. All right, here we go. This should work. I'm just not even going to title it. I'm just going to send it. Attach. Okay. And now we'll have fun.
Yes, I'd like to see them. Your research is good.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, they're all coming through now. I'm just having to wait for them to load up. This one we'll get to you, Omar. Yeah,
Okay.
so but you have a copy of them all, George. It'll be another 20 seconds.
I haven't got a copy of them.
Oh, okay, because it went to George. It went, I won't leave the screen to tell you where it went, but it said.
But did it go to my emails?
I think it went to your emails.
Let's have a look. Do you mind if I keep them?
Yeah, that's why I said I was not going to send it because I was aware, but I thought better. No point in me showing you a bunch of that stuff, and then later you go, "What did you show me?" You know what it is. What you want to use something, and then everything I send you, George, you're welcome to use. Okay, you just put my name on it if it's something that you.
Yeah, I always put names on them. Right. If there are names.
If it's my stuff, you know, if I'm just sharing, say that image that Omar just shared, then don't worry because that's been around. You know, I'm just saying, don't be too. I'm not too panicked. Okay, it's almost there. It's almost there. And last one. No, second last one. Oh, okay, last one. Okay, send. Okay. It should be. You should receive it. It's on your. It's on its way.
Yeah, I've got 2 images.
Yeah, you have some images, but I've just sent you, Omar, all of them now. They are sent to you.
I'm just refreshing my page.
And I'll just check that I've definitely done that by going to my Gmail and refreshing.
Nothing yet.
Okay, that's
okay.
Okay.
There we go. I got it.
You got it? Yeah. Okay. So load them up as you want and we can start talking. How about that? Go for it.
Let's do that.
Let's do it. And George, you just jump in anytime or whoever wants to.
No, you're the expert, sir. But I probably will.
Yeah, you can't help yourself. I wouldn't be able to. But still, if someone said, "Hey, I've found a big stone arrangement and it means some ancient civilization," I'd hope you be a bit quizzical. And
looks like I need to request access.
Oh, how do you do that? Why can't you?
It's just sending you an email. It says you'll get an email letting you know if the file is shared with you.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll get that email. Wait a sec.
Yeah, I've got all of them now.
Yeah, you'd have them all. Great.
Are you able to open them, George?
They are finally going to get somewhere. Okay, I'm just looking at my email.
Try opening up an image, George.
Okay, share request. All right, I'm going to share request. Clicking that on. What do I need to do?
Yeah.
Come on, load it. Waiting for.
I've got all of them
okay,
here.
so I'll just say share. Okay, there.
Oh.
But does that mean I have to share all of them one by one?
I'm not sure.
It's shared it as one big picture.
What? Oh no, that's just a slideshow of the slideshow.
Okay, I'll
did
get
I
out of
share?
it.
I think I've shared it to you. If I shared it, it says you shared this file.
Slide 2.
Why would I ask me permission to share
Slide
files?
2 is a pyramidion.
I'll see if I can see anything. A pyramidion. Oh, I'll have to see what you mean by that. Do you mean a pyramid side rock?
Yeah, pyramid
Yeah,
shaped
pyramid
rock.
type rock. Yeah, great. Okay, I'll see if you're right. Yeah, you're on the right thing. That's it. Okay, so I'm ready to go. But Omar, have you been able to access it yet?
I'm just loading it up just now to see if it loads up, and it looks like it's going to load.
Huh. I hope it's all of them, not just that one.
Yeah, there we go.
All right. So tell me if you can actually access all the images.
Okay. I've got this one. Let me share my screen and let's see what happens.
Yeah, good luck.
I believe I may have to.
Is there anything I can do here? Let me know.
Do you want to make yourself a sandwich or something? This might not finish till 1:30. Oh, you've got your first screen up. Good. I was turning my screen out so you could see my second screen.
Okay, so Omar, that's the first one, but can you get to the next screen without having to share it?
Yeah, I can't.
So So you can't have, I've sent you 69 pictures. You can't just open those pictures all together. It's odd. But you can't, you can see the 69.
I need access for
every photo.
One. George, why don't you see if you can share your screen with us?
I'll try to share it again. Maybe there's some, I think I've got an idea, Omar. I've got an idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need access requests for every single image.
Yeah.
And yet mine doesn't need it. Mine just came as an email.
Isn't that weird? Yeah, how weird. Okay, Omar, I'll try again. But it will mean I'll have to wait for them to all load again. So it'll be another minute.
Just give me a moment. Okay, Gmail.
You're trying to send, yeah, if you could forward that to Omar. If you forwarded that to Omar, he should not have any problem.
Omar, what's your email address?
Watchers Talk.
Oh, hang on. I'll see if it's already here. I've got to go to the bottom of the screen. You're right.
Usually, if you forward that, he'll have it from you, and he shouldn't have that block. But I'm still trying to send it again, just to you, Omar.
Watchers Talk
222 at gmail.com.
I feel like we work at the Telegram. It's kids. We'll do it. my girlfriend would say it's, what would she call it? Something error. Is it that retrograde? Something's in retrograde, she'd say.
How many bloody books on my desk?
Not enough books.
There was the bloody keyboard. Okay. So we're looking at Watchers Talk 222 Omar Faizi sending.
Yeah, when I try to send it to you, I get this sharing drive permission, checking drive permission. But anyway, but this time it says it's sent to you again. So hopefully there's another lot sent to you. Let me check. I've got 2 sent to you.
See if mine's arrived, Omar. Oh, good.
You should get
the second picture.
If you get the second picture, you've done it. Unless you had to share that. Unless we had to. No, I never gave you a request for that. That could be good. Okay. So what time are we actually online now? Am I?
Yeah, we're live.
Hello, everybody. Hello.
We've been live since 6 o'clock this morning.
Oh my goodness, you've been working hard, guys. All right, but yeah, you should be fine now here, Omar. You have 2 sets of those files now.
Yeah, I just tried to open up the email that you sent me, Richard, and I got the same thing. It wants
every permission.
Yeah,
it wants. It doesn't give me. It does me.
And same thing with George.
Did you do the top screen?
Yeah, what George just sent me is asking that I need request
permission also.
Yeah, and I'm gonna need permission for every single one. George, maybe the computer that you're on, maybe open it up in there and see if you can share your screen.
Well, I've got my screen open. If you can, I don't know how to share this screen.
Yeah. How weird is this situation?
Just go down to share.
Okay.
Click share screen.
I got to find the Watchers Talk stream again. Okay. Go to there and share.
Thank you, George.
Yeah, go to share screen.
Screen.
And then your email is in the Chrome tab. So go to Chrome tab. Yeah, it's on the very top. And then you should see where you have those images open.
Okay. Oh, hang on. It's only going to give me slide 2.
Richard, you're still not able to share your screen, eh?
Well, I can share my screen. I just can't share that window. I can share my entire screen. I just can't share. So I can show everything on my screen. I just can't share.
That's going to give us a... Oh, I see your emails, George, and that's it. I'm not seeing any images.
That's weird because I sent it to you, but when I opened it,
what if I send it to you? I'm going to send it to you as images, not as attachment. Okay.
Okay.
I think that could do it. I think we're going to get over it. This is it. Okay. So I'm just going to send you straight images. So they should just start popping up. That's the theory.
I don't know where I am at the moment or which one I'm using.
Okay, so try again a few photos, up to 50 photos allowed. Okay, so I'll just do the first 50.
I don't know why it's. Have you got a firewall on your screen at all, Omar?
I don't.
I see your window down here that that you're sharing, George, but I don't want to bring it on screen because it's just all your emails.
I'm uploading all 50 pictures to you individually now, and then at least that might do something. Maybe you can just grab them. Maybe you can grab my images and throw them into a folder, Omar, and then you can once they get here.
I don't even know where my old screen was now.
Oh, don't worry, George. Well, I'm
and
about
I don't want to lose the link with Omar.
No, don't do anything, George. You're cool. I'll just.
Except all I'm seeing is my old email screen sitting here.
Yeah, just stop sharing your screen, George.
Oh, I can't find your screen to unshare it.
Go to StreamYard on the tabs up top.
All right, now you've got Omar. You've got it. It can't stop you from seeing the images now. I've sent it to you as individual images.
Okay.
You just would have to grab those images and then maybe throw them in a folder, and it should just slideshow it because they're numbered. It should be good now.
There we go. Something just came in. Ding, ding. You have mail.
Okay. Wonderful. We should be all right now. I haven't even had my coffee yet.
There we
Sorry
go.
for everyone waiting.
I was supposed to start making lunch an hour ago.
So just throw up an image as soon as you have one. We'll start talking. I'm ready.
Okay, there we go. And I'm going to share my screen. We're in business, everybody.
It's like we're excited.
I believe this
Is this your first multinational interview, Richard?
No, I'm generally this disorganized.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so here we go. So, all right, so let's begin. So I'll just talk them through. I normally have a 4-hour talk on this, but I'm going to shorten it just by saying, here's an image. If you want to talk about it, we'll talk about it, okay? So this is what I found. This is found on site. This is found at the Australian Stonehenge site, the site that was named that in 1938 by Frederick Slater. And that's my hand holding one of the stones. So that stone isn't meant to be there because we're talking about basalt here. We're right next to a volcano with Mount Warning, and it's pretty much can only be basalt. And when you dig anywhere, you get basalt and basalt columns. But this is sandstone. I'm going to show you examples of sandstones that are on the property that the farmer who bulldozed the stone arrangement in 1945, who took me there before he died. This is photos of me on the property with him, while I was with him pointing out the remains of what were carved standing stones that he said were between 30 centimeters long to 3 meters, 4 meters high. And I'm going to, and so as you can see, it's very angular as well. And but I think that was part of something larger because he pushed them all down the hills. So, yeah. And anything you want to ask? And I'm happy to have you move, or just move to the next slide, or is there so much to show?
Do you think this is naturally formed, or is this like tooled to get that angle that we're seeing?
I believe it was naturally formed, but I believed it was because they refused to tool it. It was like the idea that you know how you can see you might see a face in a stone. And that stone, and it just looks like a face. And I think what they did over a long, long time is the stone that looked like the shape they wanted, they would use. And maybe they'd carve it a little bit. So say they wanted an eagle. They wouldn't carve an eagle. They would walk until the eagle came to them. So it might take years. But they'd find that stone that looked like an eagle, and they'd use that one, and they'd bring it there. It wasn't necessary because you had time. You had time to find every piece, nature to present every shape you needed. But I do think there were carvings on the stones, and that's my opinion. I know that the archaeologists said the stones were carved. The ones in 1939, the ones in 1955, and also
Sandstone weathers so quickly.
pardon.
Sandstone weathers so quickly.
It's so quickly. Yeah, even the man, Jack Bashforth, and then I'll say his name. That's the first time I revealed his real name. People might think I made him up. But even Jack Bashforth, the fellow who bulldozed it, when he took me to this, he said even the stones since those 60 years since he did it had changed colour. They're much more yellower. And just the erosion, he noticed they were different too. But that was interesting because it gave me an idea of the age of the stones as well. Yeah. So let's move to the next picture. We've got too much. We're going to run out of time. Okay, so this is a reconstruction of Stonehenge, the central section. It was 720 meters long, the arrangements. It was more than one arrangement. There was a central arrangement, which was the borer rings that you see in this recreation based on the maps made in 1938 and 39. But beyond that, north and south, there are other stone arrangements. So we're talking about 700 meters of stone arrangements, which took about 5 minutes on a fast walk to walk past and not study. So these stones would have had carvings on some of these stones. That's what I understand.
This elevation of land that these stones are standing on, is that artificial or is that natural?
It's natural, but it's been artificially flattened. The plateaus have been cut away. It once had steps around it. In 1938, 39, when they found it, there was still the remains of like a step pyramid type shape moving up towards in a bowl of it, coming up like a ramp, like an amphitheater.
Yeah.
And the water there in that picture doesn't exist there. This is an image with the water about 10,000 years ago. And so I brought the water up to the line of it, the time where the archaeologists think it was in full use. So, but today that's dry, and in reality, that plateau, that northern, the closest arrangement, the circle we can see closest to us, that's still there. The plateau is still there. It's shaped into the hill, but it's very flat. And you'll see photos coming up. You'll see the real photos if you keep on going, and it'll explain everything. That's just saying it's a dangerous area. Okay, it's sort of saying, why don't people know about these things? Well, you've got leeches and lice and nits and frogs and giant lizards and the world's most poisonous snakes and sharks.
My place.
Yeah, it's a really dangerous area to go through. For me to take a lot of these photos, I had to just not wear clothes because if I did it, I would have got trapped because there's just these things called wait a whiles. They just grab you, and as you wait a while to untangle yourself from these vines, that's when the leeches get you. It's you move in quick, you take your photos and get the hell out of there. Yeah.
It reminds me of Alberta Beach.
It's scary. It's a scary world. It's really dangerous there. Okay, so what I've done here is I put a map to give you an idea of the arrangements we know of. So every blue icon you see there, it was an arrangement either known, and all of these were known before 1970 to have existed, before I arrived here. I got here in 2012. And the green icon is the rough position of where the Australian Stonehenge is, the large one, the one you just saw the recreation of. And they basically, as you see, move up. Now, there might be more, obviously, as you said, George, fantastically earlier about the stone arrangements in Victoria and other places like Woomera. The stone arrangements I've marked down here are only the ones I know in my locality. And I do know that they follow the song line, which other photos will show. Yeah, and I'm designating this entire area because only I know it, which includes the Mount Warning area. I just call it Lightning Place because you say Stonehenge when there are so many Stonehenges, it confuses people. And also I worry about giving away details. So I just say in that Lightning Place region, there is this. So I know what's there and I know the history of the people here. So I can talk fairly, as an expert, I could say on the Indigenous, even though I'm not Indigenous, and on the settlement patterns and things of this area. So yeah, as you can see, any questions? There are quite a few, and you can see the last one was torn down in 1993.
And this is next to a crater impact site as well, right?
Yeah, the words. As we move through the images, that red circle, you see that red circle? That's the crater impact site. And the stone arrangements in that on the bottom left in that circle, that diamond sort of shape out there. That circle is the caldera of Mount Warning. And that's where most of the arrangements were around that caldera, as well as that song line. So that the line of stones I put is the song line which reaches Uluru from Byron Bay, the easternmost point of Australia, to the centre of Australia. But around that song line, particularly, there are other arrangements which sort of honouring the Mount Warning. Remember Mount Warning, the volcano, is the world's largest ring, naturally formed ring or stone circle on the planet. There are other craters, obviously, but they're meteorite impacts. There may be other stone arrangements, other stone circles under the water, but above land, it's the only terrestrial formed circle. It's the biggest circle on Earth, and it was made by Earth. And I'm saying that around here, around this big stone circle, they built stone circles. And I've got photos of stone circles here and sketches and evidence of them. Yeah.
How big is the circle around Mount Warning?
I think it's about 70 kilometers diameter. But if we keep on going, we'll see more photos. So, I make
you're stating that Mount Warning was a central uplift.
Just one final question about this image, Richard. Do you know if these standing stones are astronomically aligned to mimic?
They are.
Yeah,
they are. Yeah,
and
they are. Let's go. Let's show you more. Okay, so that fellow there, that gentleman there, the guy on the right, that's Frederick Slater. He was the head of the Australian Archaeological Education Research Society, and he's the gentleman who organised the expedition to Australia Stonehenge. The man on the left, J.C. Wilbert, James Cavasso Wilbert, the man with the cool beard on the left, the moustache, he mapped the Jenolan cave systems in Victoria, which is 40 kilometres of cave systems underground. And he got awarded by the king for that before he was asked by Slater to map the Australian Stonehenge. And you jumped all the way. Okay, we can show you that. I guess you went the wrong direction. Maybe it's all out of order. It doesn't matter. Well, okay, moving on. That's a picture of the man Jack Bashforth, but I obscured his face and his wife, and he's passed away. But he's the man who, when he was 19, bulldozed the stones. Well, actually didn't bulldoze it. He used the grader. The grader is a wide type bulldozer, and it flattens things. So it doesn't just knock things down. It turns it into objects about maybe hand size, like fist size. It's made to build roads, and he took a week to tear down pretty much most of the remaining arrangements, including the central laurel rings. And he showed me where he did it. And no one knew precisely where it was until he showed me, because he's got a few mounds on his property, and people go to another mound which is much more clear, obvious as a mound than seeing the big plateau. Anyway, that's him, and that's me, and he's passed away, unfortunately. This is where it first got into the newspapers in 2013, and in the photo there you see Stephen Strong. Can you see Steve?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's there with a gentleman called Jambi, a lady called Sarah from the Historical Society, the local museum, and Jambi is an Indigenous custodian of the site. And this is them looking at the remains of the Australian Stonehenge. And yeah, just to show you, got into the paper. Yeah. Quick one about me. I'm sort of famous in a sense. I might have solved the Jack the Ripper murders. And I spent 20 years researching the Jack the Ripper murders, and I've been on television around the world for it. And I've got a book with a publisher that sells for that. And I did talk around the world on it before COVID. And it was all about solving a crime. And so I had no reason to be involved in this. I just happened to be, I came here for peace and quiet. I thought Byron Bay, I'll get away from murders and mysteries. And then I stumbled onto this.
There's a great documentary on this too on YouTube, guys. Check that out. I watched it about a couple of months ago. It's fantastic. Really, really good evidence. I'll try to find the link and post it for you guys.
Oh, well, look, I found a link from Jack the Ripper to my suspect to the Australian Stonehenge, in the sense that I was talking about Jericho. You know, Jericho, how 10,000-year-old city in Palestine, and how it's hard to find Jericho. When they found Jericho in the 19th century, it was just a mound, and Jericho means mound. And I was interested that the person who mapped Jericho out and first dug in 1860 was a person called Charles Warren, who was the archaeologist, but he was not. Charles Warren became the head of the Jack the Ripper investigation. He was the head of the police commissioner who failed to catch Jack the Ripper. And I studied his life very well. And it's interesting that he's the one who excavated Jericho and set the Western philosophy on how we look at what we call civilization, and saying you don't have a city unless you have pots. You can't have a city unless you see a mine that they dug into the ground, or you can't have a city unless you have a battalion army, located somewhere, or where's the great fields. The concept of what makes a city that Machu Picchu wasn't known then. Anyway, there. That's me. That's moving through. That's me holding a talk. That's me holding one of the snake stones on another arrangement, which is not too far away, about 3 kilometers away, which that was not bulldozed, which is good. So we can see walls and evidence of it there, which is great, but it's hard to reach. And that's my book. All the details are in my book. It's for free. Download it, read it. 170 illustrations, hundreds of, thousands of words. It's fantastic. It tells you all the details, everything you need to know.
May I intrude?
Yeah.
It's interesting that this is on a meteorite crater.
Well, a volcanic crater.
A volcanic or meteorite?
It's a volcanic crater, but continue, because there is a meteorite connection I'd like to talk about soon. But
okay, because when you said it was a meteorite crater, and I postulated that the volcano was actually the central uplift.
I know. Yeah, no, that's why when you said uplift, I paused, and then Omar came in with a question because I wasn't quite sure how you were phrasing that uplift, how you were phrasing that, but I get it now. No, it was once a huge mountain. It was once 3 times higher, Mount Warning. Mm-hmm. They call it Mount Warning because when they first rediscovered Australia, when Captain Cook was coming down the coast to land in Botany Bay and do all that, he almost became shipwrecked here. And when it happened, there was a huge mountain he pointed to, and he named it Mount Warning to warn sailors to be careful here. And it was, and then it was massive, and it still is high. It's a big mountain, but back in the day, it was 3 times higher. And that caldera shows how big it used to be, but it's almost, or maybe even 10 times more. It's a lot of it went into. It was the biggest volcanic explosion in history in the last. But it happened 23 million years ago, so a long time ago. Oh, so here in pictures, sorry, just if you can go back one quick, I'm here at actual maps from 1912 and 1893 showing the position of the mound. I put a little sort of crosshair over it, but I've got the original, the copies, and you can get these online, and they're on my website. But the mound was clearly shown. People don't believe the mound even existed. People think Slater made up the mound, the archaeologists, or that I made up the mound. But people knew about the mound before anyone I'm talking about, even Slater was born, It was always here. And Mullumbimby, the town nearby, the closest town, means mound, means hill, mound without grass, or grassy mound without trees, a bare mound. So it's interesting that you've got a mound here, but people say it doesn't exist. And when we take photos of the mound, they won't refuse to look at the photos. They said the photo can't be real. Some people are in academia still. Anyway, next. Oh, that's a picture of what it looks like. The river around it. It's very tranquil and pretty. That's the river of the Simpsons Creek. Not too far from that's the site. Next. Thank you, Omar. This is the portfolio I found. I didn't know about any of this until 2013. I found this document in the museum, and I opened it up and it showed maps of the stone arrangement. And that's the photo of the document that was put in the museum in 1999. And it's the documents from 1964 which come back from 1939. So it's got a history of expeditions to the site, and all the details are in there, including the letters of Frederick Slater. And this is a zoom in of the letters of Frederick Slater. And here Slater is describing the stone arrangement. And he's saying it works as a kind of energy device. He basically is saying the ancient Egyptians used stones like this in these patterns and setups and these types of stones to cause vortexes and energy and fields, which we might call magnetic fields today, that sort of thing. Anyway, he's just saying this is the indigenous were doing it here, and the Egyptians were working with the indigenous. But Slater believed that the Egyptians were coming here to teach the indigenous, but I believe it was the other way around, based on the age of the indigenous population and other things. Okay, next. And if you want to ask questions, jump in. That's a recreation of the site I've done fairly recently. That's based exactly on the maps. What you see there on that recreation is the positions are correct and the scale is correct. The shape of the stones, as in the carvings on the stones, I haven't replicated on this. But that gives you an idea of the scale of the central section of the 720 meters. Okay, next. And that's to show the map, the original map from 1939, 38, created by Cavasso Williams, of the expedition that went for 2 years. And that's the recreation I did of it based on that, on the size and scale and the direction. Okay, next. That's a zoom in. That is one of the stones. If you go to Stonehenge now, today, grab up the stone like the one I had in my hand earlier, the primordial rock, and get really close, that's what you see. And basically it's quartz and iron, so it's sandstone. It's not basalt, what's normally bred here. So geographically, it's impossible. There's no reason for it to be found on the ground, apart from maybe 14 kilometers away. This here shows see that distant triple peak? That's Mount Shikogan, which is right near Mullumbimby. Mount Shikogan, that triple peak means from here a child is born, and it's meant to be a woman lying on her back giving birth. And the hills in the foreground is where the Stonehenge was. The further rise mound is the plateau, would be the southern circle, and it came bold around to near where we're standing and child off to the right side, which was the northern circle. So it was a boomerang shape, and it faced towards the northeast, northwest towards. Well, I'll tell you where it faces. It's kind of, I don't want to spoil the surprise, but Mount Shikogan there becomes the center feature to look at from the center point. That's a ditch dug by Steve Strong to show it's alluvial soil. You don't get sandstone, you either get basalt or mud. And he's digging. This is a site he did during the 2014 expedition with the Forgotten Origin people to show that there shouldn't be sandstone. So let's go next. Oh God, we're going to run out of time. That's more examples. See that vehicle at the top of the hill on the top right? That's Jack Bashwolf. He's actually, when he took me there, he drove over the stones, crushing them all to show me what he bulldozed as he cried and confessed he'd done it. Let's go on. More. Now that's again that pyramidal one, but also you see very round ones. See, this is on the same hill. This mound is 4,000 tons of earth, and it's called the burial mound of the Five Kings, and it's right near where this big Stonehenge arrangement was. And this is another mound that would actually be an island in the day. Can you go next? Okay, so this is another. These are more. These are found on the mound, and what you find is it's sandstone, but it's different shapes and sizes and different colours. And what we learned was that the Australians all along the east coast would gather here to Byron Bay, which means cavern, which in the Indigenous language is cavern bar, which means gathering place or meeting point, being the easternmost point of Australia. And Byron Bay is a big popular destination for tourists. It's the same back then for meeting. Continue. So they brought their stones. So they bring the stones from their village, from their tribe, to that mound. And as they added the stone from where they came from, or even up to Arnhem Land, Northern Territory, the mound became part of theirs. So that land rights that they talk about, they all owned the mound. It was like the Geneva of mounds, the UN of mounds, because they helped build it. Each tribe and part of their stone they carried there to the site, signified their clan. It became a place that they all owned. So there wasn't, which is good for everyone. Next. This is the mound I'm talking about with a scarred tree on it. So this mound here is artificial. It was built, and it's mainly of sandstone. And with a scarred tree being a burial tree on the top, this is called the Mound of the Five Kings, where they say the energy is pillars into the sky. And I'm going to show evidence of this sort of so-called assumed magical energy, which is really magnetic energy or cosmic energy. But that's the burial mound of the Five Kings. If we can go on, because we're going to run out of time, there's so much. Okay, more sandstones found there. See, they're very different, and they shouldn't be there. Just to say, it's odd and unusual on a dairy farm. There's no reason they were taken there. There's no history of them being brought. But these are the remains Jack told me of this carved giant standing stones, the 500 standing stones. No, there were 188 of the central section. Next. This is the burial. This is the serpent arrangement. This is the one that's near the ocean. This one is where we believe people came to visit at it, sort of like it's basically a snake. What you have here is that big boulder. You have these massive big boulders, and around the boulders you get snake walls that come to spiral out from it. And there's several major boulders, several of these spiral trails of stones that spiral into the snake, into these sort of big boulders. And the Indigenous people who took me there showed me that the actual landform is a snake-like landform. And on that boulders and on those walls, they actually had snake scaled stones to replicate, to build giant snakes. So Stonehenge-sized giant snake patterns. And that's there is some of the stones used to do the snake patterns on the giant snakes that were there, the snake mounds. This is, remember, not Australia's Stonehenge. This is part of the complex of mounds. So this is towards the coast. So this is when you first initiated would arrive. Next. More examples of these snake stones, or these serpent stones, see here in the trails. Now, and what you find is the trails, because they go as like a snake would be, where a snake is big and then gets smaller as you get to the tail, same as this of the snakes, the scales, they get more finer as this giant snake walls get smaller as they curl around these giant boulders that are right near the Snaking River. Continue. And remember, this area here is the rainbow serpent, the rainbow snake in Australia. The songlines meet here from Uluru to here. So the Great Divine Range is meant to be the Great Rainbow Serpent, from Victoria up to here to Byron Bay, the middle of Australia, and so the snake stones are drinking from the water that are also leading to the desert. So these are standing stones you find all over the place. You might think, when I found the map and thought, are there stone arrangements in here? I thought it's a bit weird that everywhere I look are standing stones. It's a weird place. And these are just normal standing stones found. You just find on the side of the road, hundreds of standing stones all around the town, and people don't know how to there. And I think
it's pretty odd to see houses and in people's yards,
and they don't see them. They don't. Some of them don't even know they got. I go to the house and say, "Well, when's that big sandstone been there?" They say, "What's standing stone?" So can we go next? There's so much to show.
It's
okay, there's more.
Standing stones. It's interesting. Standing stones. They look exactly the same as the ones near Kingunya in South Australia.
I think that's what I mean. A lot of them. See, these are other standing stones all around this area within 5 kilometres. Okay. And even that one on the top bottom right, see that one that's Stonehenge? That thing looks like a Stonehenge. That's a replica. There's so many standing stones here. Farmers build giant Stonehenges here, and that's basalt. But you've got sandstone as well, and they put around roundabouts and they clear the land. And all these standing stones, some of them are like 12 meters, 30 meters high. That weigh and there's one standing stone which I haven't got a photo of that looks like Australia, the whole map, but it's too heavy to lift up and move. Can we go to the next one?
It's also, I was going to say, it's has a resemblance to the Karnak stones in France.
Don't they? They do. And that's that idea they all came together. Here's some more examples. All around here. And this is the actual sandstone arrangement they found in 1968. This is a mini version, and it was taken to the local park, but then it was vandalized the second time. And now it sits in a cupboard at the local museum. And all those stones there are just in a big pile without labels, and they don't even know what they're doing there. Like, I went there, they don't even know why they're having their museum. And they're about to throw them out. But I'm going to be working with them so that doesn't happen. I'm going to rebuild that. Can we go next?
Richard.
Yeah, I'm going to rebuild it.
Yeah.
With the stones. This is Stephen Strong.
Wow.
Looking at, and this is a whole bunch of standing stones he found, which he says come from the Australian Stonehenge. And you can see from the discoloration, they once stood up for a long time. Half of them were bit in the ground. And that patina, that surface sort of coating that happens from the oxidization, you can see. And he believes these Australian stones that were on the Australian Stonehenge, but I believe the ones Australian Stonehenge were much larger than these, but I believe that they've been totally destroyed. And I'll explain why.
Really looks like also the stones that we find at Gunung Padang pyramid, right, strewn on the top of the mountain or top of the pyramid.
Okay, this is
the quarry they came from.
These quarries here. Where are these stones coming from?
Yeah, where's the central quarry because they're just large basalt crystals.
Yeah, there's several quarries here, and a lot of these came out of just got dug out of the ground. What you're seeing here is reproduction. Some people think these are actual indigenous and that they were there. I don't know. So I'm going to say no at this stage, and that it's a modern folly, like a recreation. But this is in a property in Tioga, not only about, say, 4 kilometers away. And a German guy built these, or says he built them, but he calls them crystals because when they were first built, they were black and polished and shiny crystals. They're like some picture of Stonehenge made out of a black sort of onyx. It would have been beautiful in the day. But there are several quarries, but not all of them came out of the quarries, and some that. And anyway, I'll show you. Okay, this is other. Just to show you the propensity. People here always want to make stone arrangements around this giant caldera, I believe, and this is a modern representation. So this is the last 100 years. Can we continue to get to more older stuff?
Yeah, I would just.
If you have any questions, go for it. Sorry, I know I'm speeding but I'm happy to pause.
I was going to say this down here reminds me of actually a couple of things. One, it reminds me of Mount Sharia in Russia, just a very small scale of it. And second, it shows that there's the megalithic builders with the bigger stones, and then a culture that came afterwards that had lost the knowledge and then filled in with smaller stones, as we see in South America.
Yeah, and I believe these stones we're seeing that the bigger stones are actually smaller stones for what were once bigger stones. But yeah, let's move. Here again, see that crystal here? They traded in crystal. The indigenous people here told me they traded in crystal, and that's an example of one of the crystals found near the Australia Stonehenge. I'll show it a bit better. Let's go. Next one.
Why is it always
Yep.
Adam? Adam's crystal, Adam's bridge, Adam's
Well,
house,
yeah,
Adam's
I spelled that badly. Yeah, Chris, Adam, the person who took me there, his name was Adam.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And the person holding it's called Adam. And I get a lot of people saying, "Oh, you know, don't give us all these Western names." But you can't tell an Indigenous person called Adam, can I have another name because it's not authentic. So, this is Jerry Bostock. He's quite well known. He passed away, but he was Bundjalung, and he says here very clearly they used crystals, they created vortexes, and the cross on the wheel is very important to them in this particular part. And Slater's maps and Cavasso's diagrams of the Stonehenge are crosses and wheels. Okay, so it's Slater was in Sydney, didn't even come here, and just had people. You know, he was old in the expedition 1938, but the people who came and mapped it out, they couldn't have known the culture any better the way they mapped it out. There's no way they could have hoaxed this because they wouldn't have known the local belief systems all the way there back in 1930 in Sydney, when all they have was no Aboriginals to talk to and just a whole bunch of stones. Can we go next?
How interesting that this image right here of this stone, it almost looks like a moai.
Yeah, and you see, it's very much like that. What we saw, as you said before, about how we have a synchronicity between the symbols in Goblet Tepe. This is a figurine that was found in the arrangement, just to show that you have these odd discoveries. And that's made of stone, and that's a triple. That's a figure. That's a 69. I know it sounds rude, but the 69er image. It's actually two people, and they're doing this sort of infinity symbol with their bodies, like two spirals. This is a whole bunch of Indigenous people around here talking about the arrangements here, or talking about this as a gathering place. And this is so. Let's move on. And that's a photo from. Here's again.
Oh,
see,
wow.
yeah, we get a lot of giant heads here as you head towards along that song line. You get giant. That's about maybe 3 meters, 4 meters high or big. That face. You get a lot of them. And you also get, and that's another one of those serpent sort of stones. You get is about maybe half a meter tall, or maybe 70 centimeters tall, or something. This is some stuff you get in the lightning place region, or within Stonehenge. And these giant faces, I believed, were basically, what you call sky gods or heroic beings for the songline for the pilgrimage. Next, please. Okay, these are sketches of stone arrangements found well before our time. This is 1885 sketch of a giantess grave in Tarragon, which is within that lightning place. It's actually at the caldera, on the caldera, and the one on the bottom left, that simpler one of the normal typical stone arrangement, was found in the late 19th century, 1885 again, down there. And this one there was on the pinnacle, which is this jutting thing on the caldera that points towards the mountain, this beautiful like eagle wing that juts out high over the landscape. And that was on that, which would have been so hard to put rocks up there at the top of that caldera. We're talking about something like 2,000 meters. Next. All right, this is Slater looked at the carvings on the stone arrangements, okay, using a book that he'd been given by an anthropologist who was very respected called Goddard, and he got that book because his grandmother made it, and it was a book made of the secret sacred symbols and language of all the elders throughout Australia. This sort of pan-Australia language, sort of like a Freemasonry symbol thing. And this is Slater looking at one of the symbols and discussing what it means based on the book he got from this woman who got it translated by sacred Margarilda language from an elder. Now, that language, they thought until Slater came around that it was a song, it was stories, it was oral, it was gestures and symbols. But Slater showed with the stone arrangement and the writing of the 28,000 words he could see were in the stone arrangements, in the carvings and the positions, that that actually had writing. People talk about treaty in Australia. The Aborigines, I believe, had written a treaty for anyone to find thousands of years before they'd arrived. The only thing is when the English found the treaty, they couldn't read it, saying the Indigenous were illiterate and tore it down. But Slater's talking about this particular symbol that's to do with ESP. The idea is that if you get all your senses perfectly aligned, taste, touch, all the 5 senses, and bring them all to yourself, you get a common sense. Because all the senses come in common, but that together, it's like 4 people can lift a bigger object. If all the senses come to common, you actually move to the ESP realm. And this is what he was discovering through just the first symbol of the 28,000. Yeah. Okay, this is building the stone arrangement. On the stone arrangement, you have the 7 sisters. You mentioned, George, before about the constellations and the arrangement. This is the central part of the Stone Age Arrangement, and you can see they've marked the Seven Sisters, the Pleiades star system out. And it's a very old, and the Pleiades is big. It's a big deal here, the sisters.
There were the women present at the first circumcision. The sisters of the Pleiades.
That's it. And this is the initiation ceremony. Here's a cross circle on the top left, comes from Australian Stonehenge from 1938, the maps. And once again, you see that the cross circle, the symbol of that idea is at least 10,000 years old. First seen in Australia. You first see it in Australia before anywhere else in the world. And you've got the Ankh, which is a cross symbol. And so I'm saying that the indigenous people had this symbol, worshipped it, understood its meanings, and it extrapolated around the world many, many thousands of years ago before the Syrians, because we're talking about 120,000 years in indigenous time. Syrians is a blink. Can we go to the next one? So much. Okay, and this is, you'll know this stuff, so I'll just go quickly because this is for people who are unaware of the idea that there were, I'm talking about people who don't nothing. You guys have had, days of conferences, so we'll go real quick here. So I'll just say quickly, you've got here boomerangs in Egypt. This is Slater talking about how the entire this is a bit where Slater got knocked down, because now Slater found that they were saying that the intelligence that came from somewhere else, off planet. Slater started to talk about off planet because he said that's the message. The message is that we are not alone. And when he started to show that, that's when things went sour for him and for the arrangement by 1945. Next. This is just showing all the language and similarities between indigenous language here and other root languages overseas, the Arabic, the Assyrian, Oriental, the Indian, and how you've got, particularly in Australia, we share this shared lexicon. Next, this is before DNA. This is not, you don't talk about this now. Before, this was 1840. There's the trunk right in the center around this tree, the tree of life on the left, the star tree. This is found in the center. You've got the 10 stones, which are the 10 paths of lives. And it was a unique feature. They carved trees in here. So the center of the stone arrangement had a giant tree in the center, just showing you that. And it was to do with what we now call the occult. Yep, next. This is Slater again. And this is his notes. And he's made lots of diagrams of the stone arrangements and showing the vortexes and the energy fields, where Slater's basically saying the whole thing was a giant machine. That the arrangement in the center was a mechanism that did something. And this is where he got in trouble. This is where he's talking here. And I'm just here showing it could be like the anti-theory mechanism, that idea. And it does resemble it. This old, we all know about this old thing from 200 BC. But this thing here could be tens to 100,000 years old. Can we go to the next picture?
This looks like I've come to the end of my reign here.
Oh, okay. Well, I only sent you 50. So maybe you must have gone through the 50. Great, we're going through it. I want to get to the good bits soon. All right, we can talk about what I just shown you. I'll send you the next lot of 50 unless you can get it from someone else. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll just send you the next bunch.
I just want to see if I was going backwards or if there's any...
No, I think I only sent you 50 and I hadn't had time to send you the next lot. So
oh, wow, I went through 50 images. That's crazy.
Very cool. I've got so much. I haven't even shown you film footage. There's so much I want to show you. It's always logged me out. Doesn't matter.
So while you're doing that, Richard, I will let
Tell me,
people know. Guys, I've put a couple of links for Richard in the comments. One is his website, so head on over there and download your free book. And the second one is the Jack the Ripper documentary. I think you guys may enjoy that, especially if you're into serial killers and stuff like myself. It was very fascinating, very cool documentary. So check those out. Those links are available in all of the chat rooms. If some chats are scrolling by really fast, just scroll up and there will be. But at the conclusion of the video, I will put all the links to the speakers in the description of this video, so it's easier to find. And I will pin it in the comments as well.
I'll have to exit full screen for a second, and I'll have to jump to send the image. So can I be unshared for a second? I'll be gone for maybe a sec, and then you can talk to each other. And I'll jump
sure. Sure.
Thanks. So don't share me, and I'll just get this mail sent to you. Okay. Okay, here's the next lot of pictures, and I'll send them as individual again.
So what do you think, George?
Yeah, what do you think about all that so far?
It's good. I'm enjoying it. It ties in with a lot of the stuff I've written over the years. I've written a fair bit of books, a fair bit on world mythology, and Omar's reading one of my books now on strange world mythology. It's only a small thing. I think it's only 700 pages or something.
Yeah, this one is a small one. 309 pages, I believe.
Okay. Omar, I've sent you the next lot.
Okay.
Also, I've got 3D films, and I've got interviews with a whole bunch of I've made a movie. Don't forget, link that film. I've just finished that quick one made at home, but it does go through a lot of stuff and manages to show. We've got an Origins point of view and History Channel's point of view of this, Indigenous locals point of view. So it's all there for people to know. Anyway, I'll come back in again. Do I click share or jump in again?
You can just jump back in.
Yep.
I'm just waiting for the email to come through.
I'm going to be rude.
Yeah, George.
I'm going to leave the program on in the background, but my blood sugars are crashing being a diabetic, and I have to make something to eat.
Okay, George.
I'll listen in the background. I'll just turn it's a 30-inch monitor, so I'll just turn it around.
Have fun and enjoy. Get some tweet.
If I don't get to speak to you live, George, thank you very much. I really appreciate it, my friend. I love you very much. And hopefully I can talk to you again before the stream is over. But if not, take care of yourself. And I will shoot you an email or a message at the conclusion of this conference.
And a copy of the interview, if you can, too, please.
I will do that. Absolutely.
Thank you, George. Thank you for listening. And
lovely to meet
really
you.
appreciate.
I've got to eat. It's been 4.
Yeah. Go eat. I feel. I know you've done a lot of. Thank
Your
you
health is more important.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you all. I'll still be listening to it, so I'm just turning the monitor around.
Okay. George.
Plus, I've got all your other notes anyway.
Yeah. No.
So
thank you,
just
George.
leave me out of the screen.
Yep.
And thank you. It's been great. I've learned a lot from it.
All right, leave him out of the screen. He has a nice room. Okay, so more. Okay, so these are more of them. Good. Okay, so this is once again. I know they're a little bit random, but this is a picture of Mount Shikogan on its side, the side view of Mount Shikogan, and this is because I've had Indigenous people and other organisations approach me that represent people around the world, like as in other Indigenous groups, some South America. And a lot of them are saying that it's actually a woman's site. And it's actually meant to be, as you can see here, the ovaries and the reproductive system. Some men are saying women not to go near it. So there's a bit of issue here about what is taboo for male and female. But I believe this area was both male and female.
Is it talking about divine feminine energy?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I don't see why women would not be allowed to go there, but
well, my book explains this. There's a lot of taboos about male and females here in Indigenous, and as in women aren't meant to go anywhere within hearing distance of it. Some say. Okay, so this is interesting because what happened is you got Friedrich Slater. He finds this stone arrangement. He matches it with his book that he has given by this lady who has a sacred language. He rediscovers the sacred language. He says it's a huge machine, and then he disappears. By 1947, he's out of the picture. Don't hear him again. He's a crazy man in the press. You don't hear anything. But at the same time, you start to get the UFOs happening, which are basically the same saucer shape. Because if you look at what we have at Stonehenge, it's a boomerang shape, which here it's shown length stretched out, but it's a boomerang shape. It's a torus. And also the cross circles of torus is looking inwards. It's almost like a psychogeometry. You're trying to see 3 and 4th dimensions from a 2-dimensional object. So the vortex is created through that. Anyway, I'll show how I believe this is interesting to science and things. So this is some description of this area of the Central Stonehenge from 1955, based on Jack Backforth, the fellow who I met. He told him when he was much younger than in the 1960s that what he heard, which was a rite of passage, that the idea is you had to perform a feat. Now, I think he would have thought some sort of somersault, but really the feat would have been a spiritual survival as you could move through the stages. Here's a bit more. We can see better the caldera on the bottom right, that sort of circle, and the red dot is where Australian Stonehenge is, so it extends up to that circle. And the picture in the center of the hand is Slater showing that the stone arrangement was actually a hand outstretched. It was actually like a hand of welcome, like a grab your hand stretch with the thumb on the left, but also so the sacred geometry is in the hand. It's basically this antenna that's extrapolating, I believe, the energy, that's giant stone circle around the world. It's harnessing that, the way the pyramid harnesses the earth, perhaps. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. Okay. Interesting enough, they did try to build over it a few times. They're constantly trying to build houses here over it. And the last time they tried to do it, they had Indigenous people go there and look at it. And the funny thing is, the official report that said, yeah, you can build all over it, said, yeah, sure, there is an arrangement there, but we don't think it's Indigenous. But then the question is, who built it?
Yeah,
yeah. Well, this is the official government. This is the Planners North. This is they said it's just worthless background security. Sure, there's a big stone arrangement was there, but it's not Aboriginal, so who cares? But then they're going to bulldoze it, but they don't say who it is. It's odd.
That's maddening. It really is.
Oh, you'll get lots of madness when you
this
is
is
the problem.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So this is even shown without Slater. This is showing local news reports just talking about the stone arrangement. So it was known. People knew this thing was around here, like the other stone arrangements I was showing you sketches of. Next, please. Oh, and this is just showing the lady who got the book for Slater. So this lady there, during a massacre, Aboriginals were being massacred left, right, and centre, where she lived in southern New South Wales during the Frontier Wars. And they decided, the older of a surviving massacre had read her poem she'd put in the newspaper, or had heard it being spoken. And it was such a beautiful poem showing them how wrong it was that people were being killed just because of the colour of their skin, that he gave her the sacred language. He was one of the last surviving elders. So he gave her the words and she wrote it down and learnt the language. And it was that book she got of the sacred Mugger language shared by the Indigenous for thousands of years that only a few survivors knew, that she gave to Slater. Or it got to Slater, that book, which he used to interpret the stone arrangements. Next, please.
So sad to hear about genocide like that in Australia and here in North America against the Aboriginal people. It just truly breaks my heart every time I hear that.
Yeah, it's awful. And here's some pictures. Here's a whole bunch of newspaper articles all the way from 1939 that was all around Australia that talked about this stone arrangement. But today you can only talk about it because it's offensive to Indigenous, or no one's allowed to know and didn't exist. You don't see anything today because they say it didn't exist, but everyone knew about it in 1939, and the stone hill is still there, and the stones are still there, just pulled apart. Next, please. And this is shown, this is where now we go because me here. So here you can see that view on the top is Mount Togan, which is from here a child is born, that mountain, the pregnant woman. And exactly from the center of Stonehenge, when you go into where the tree stood, where the 10 stones were, and you look towards the north, look from the center bowl outwards, you're looking northwest and you're looking directly at that triple peak. Okay, and the triple peak looks just like the pyramids from the Sphinx.
Yeah.
And the triple peak, and if you look at Ben Crochan in Scotland, a snake mound, exactly what you've got on what we have in Australia. It's a serpent mound with the spirals in the center, with the stone arrangement in the center. The serpent mound was 700 meters. There's a serpent mound in Scotland. If you look at the direction, it goes right there facing Ben Crochan, which is again a triple peak. And near water, like this one, you've got snake patterns near water sources, exactly, and that matches the date. That is how we can date this as being 10,000 years old in Australia. So I believe that they were replicating this mountain, Mount Chikogan, the child being born to the giant stone circle, and they were extrapolating. And if we go on, I can show you how it went around the world.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you know if these mountains had been manipulated to look like a pyramidal shape.
I believe they were, and I can show you photos of that what it looked like before the trees. Okay, this is Slater in 1939. He said, you know what, this mount I've discovered, or we've found here, it looks just like the Ohio Snake Mound. There's a lot of connections to Mount Oban. And also, he noticed that Loch Nell in Scotland matched this one as well. This is in 1939 without our Google, without being able to internet everything up. You couldn't get a photo. How did he know? Unless he really knew. Oh, this is too bad to show. That figure on it is too bad. But on the top left is a map to show a 7-kilometer snaking hill, which I believe was artificially carved. Well, not made, but actually carved out of the existing hill, which snakes to the edge of the ocean. At the end of that head is where those snake mounds I showed you earlier with the giant serpents were on. So you've got a giant snake going from moving 7 kilometers to drink from the water from the sea, or go from the river there. And then that snake is actually pulling toward the root. So you've got the giant snake serpents coming together and part of the landscape here. Like it would have been amazing in the day before it all wore away. Next, please. Okay, that spiral here, the most sacred symbol in the Indigenous culture is the Chiringa stone, or that sacred stone. That's what the elders carried. That was their vortex stone. That was their ceremony stone. Big all around Australia. And the 3 spirals was the big deal to them, the Chiringa stone. you have the biggest, most decorated site of prehistoric site is this Newgrange area in Ireland, and that one there, like the most decorated site in all of Europe or the world. It's like a museum of how much, or gallery. And the central symbol is this triple spiral, which can only be seen when the light shines in it through the passage to the king. And I believe that person there was an Aboriginal, because that light shines, that passage points to Australia.
This passage right here?
Yeah, that points to Australia. And that points to Australia, southeast, and only on the solstice, only when the sun's rising from Australia does the light shine, only once a year, 1 day a year, to that free circle, which is
it kind of looks like a boomerang as well.
Yeah, it does. Moving on. Oh, so many parts. I'm going to go around the world here. Oh, okay, so quickly, we've got India on the bottom left. You've got this place in India that shares 1,000 words with the Bunjalong, which is the name of the tribe here, and only this small area of Australia compared to the rest of it. And that area, India, what's it named for? The most stone arrangements in the world. And they have the same languages here. Dilly bags of 80,000 years old, and acacia was kept in that. DMT was kept in dilly bags, which acacia, the largest acacias in the world, grow here in this little part of Australia. And acacia with the DMT and the pollen. Yep. And you've got the dilly bag. I believe that Anaka, that's what they had in their bag, the trippy stuff with their stones. And that spiral, see what he's got on his wrist? That's the symbol of Australian Stonehenge. And they were traveling the world. And I can show you Olmec as well. Can we move on? Because we're going to run out of time so much. Snakes and ladders. There we go. Bottom right symbol from the island one. You know, that we're talking about the Goblet of Tepe thing again, replicated. But then obviously it's an indigenous thing. You've got the Shringa stones on the top right, the symbol of meeting place, which is a very well-known Aboriginal symbol. Again, you've got that in that bowl, which I believe had acacia seeds. That's 50,000-year-old. That pattern on the centre near the Aboriginal on Australia. So the oldest circles in the world. That's Tasmania, 30,000 years. The oldest spirals on the planet were carved by human beings here before it went anywhere in the world. Next, please.
Amazing.
Okay, Australian Stonehenge matches English Stonehenge. If you get the globe and you go dig down, you'll get to Australian Stonehenge. They face each other, sort of like on top and bottom of the world. Australian Stonehenge, the horseshoe, faces the Australian one. It goes around that direction, that south. On the bottom right, you've got the English Stonehenge. That passageway, that big corridor, which was a road, was also lined with stones. That road faces Australia. And if you dig down, you get to Australian Stonehenge, which is also horseshoe shape, which happens to be facing the English Stonehenge. And you only see it, you only face that direction when you get to the centre of the horseshoe of the Australian Stonehenge, where the tree is. From the tree, Mount Chukotka, you can keep on looking. Your eye would go around the world directly looking pretty much at the English Stonehenge. Amazing. So it's a global thing. Here, you've got the Seven Sisters. As I showed you before, the Seven Sisters are built into the arrangement of the Australian Stonehenge. Okay, and that's shown by Slater. Funny enough, see here, I don't know if you actually can't see. If I looked out my window, I can show you that directly from my window is Easter Island. Easter Island, Rapa Nui, is directly east from here. Okay, Easter Island has 1,000 statues. They all point inward to the towns to protect the town. They only have 7 statues that face away from the island. They're known as the Seven Sisters or Seven Brothers in Rapa Nui, and they face directly to Australia Stonehenge. And Australian Stonehenge, Mount Warning gets the first light of Australia. So the first beam of light, regardless of the ocean level, hit the Mount Warning, where the Mount Chukotka is, where the child is born energy. And so you've got English Stonehenge directly beneath. You've got the 7 worshippers worshipping the sunrise, hitting the Australian Stonehenge in the centre.
And interestingly enough, when you go over here, there's a mountain or stone forest, and there's human faces there that are looking directly at Easter Island.
And you will see those human faces are the same types that we get here that I showed you one of the photos of. Keep on going. There's so much to show. They found an Egyptian boat here, just near the Australian Stone arrangement. Or I'll tell you better than that. They found a carving of Egyptian boat as like an honor, like a welcome memorial. Basically, they found the Egyptian boat, the 2 aunts. This was found in 1955. A stone carving. Jack had told me about this too, but they'd lost it. It got taken away. A lot of things got stolen after 1955 when the second expedition there. And so interestingly, the Egyptian ankh is a cross and circle. The anchor, which can also be the woman's symbol, and the cross circle is a symbol of Australia's Stonehenge, which became the ankh for the Egyptian. And they had a big carving to honour the Egyptians who arrived here to learn. On the river, just up the river, This is people saying that if you rebuild Australia, Stonehenge, this is not me, but there are at least 7,000 people believe it, that they believe you, and these aren't people just in Australia, but around the world, like tribal people from South America, near where you just pointed out, with the faces, have arrived here and said, if we build a Stonehenge, because it could be a machine, it's like a battery, or recharge Uluru, and that'll make all the other ancient sites around the world activate. And it'll heal the world. And they believe that's a prophecy. The South American tribes, I forget their names, but they came here during one of these big get-togethers here in Byron Bay to say that the prophecy is it recreates, it will save the world. Anyway, here's Graham Hancock coming to the site. He checked out the site. There's Eric Von Daniken. I took him there to the site. And then you've got Evan Stephen Strong. And so basically the most well-known archaeologists, pseudo-archaeologists, alternative theorists, archaeologists are fascinated in it. And they've come there. But no one can talk about it because the whole theory is it all came from Europe. And then they taught here, so it's all weird. Yeah. Move on. Have we got any more? Oh, yeah. See if you can. I think that. And then I've got videos. After this, I've actually just got videos and reenactments. But I've got so much more to show. I've got another 200 images or whatever. I'm not going to go to it. I'm here to listen and talk. So if there's anything you want me to show you, but I've got other. I haven't even shown the South American connection with the Olmecs and the mercury in the bowls and the big magnets and the magnetic heads. And I didn't even show you the images of what they're doing with the studies of magnetic waves in the book. I think it's called the book. There's so many pictures I still haven't shown. So I've got a movie. It's all in my movie.
We should organize one of these weekends sometime to go through this, Richard, and really learn the connections of what's happening around the world and the connection with Australia.
Yeah, I can't. You name it. I have so much to tell you. I'm just all I'm doing is little touch samples of what I've got here. But the next step is next step is obviously more scientific. We want to get into the scientific research, but we're not allowed to, because if you ask the government about it, as I think I said, they said it's secret. It's a sacred site. Can we know anything about it? And they say only if you're Indigenous and you're born there. But no one could have been born there because they're all massacred most of them were massacred by 1890. So because we can't prove we're born there, we can't know about it. I can't even ask why it's secret, because that's secret. But it's what I can say, out of the 10,000 sacred sites or registered sacred sites in Australia, this is number 7, as there are only 7 sites in Australia that are sacred for both its geographical, like its landform, as well as its artifacts. Usually they're just sacred because they might have paintings, or they find a stone or an axe, but this is sacred because of the land shape. There's only 7 sites in Australia sacred for the land being changed. But we can't get any information. Not even Indigenous people can be told anything about it. We're not allowed to go there because we get a big fine of like $300,000 imprisonment every year.
Wow.
So no one can do anything. And the local newspaper, listen to this, I'll tell you this. I went to the local newspaper and I said, hey, here's a stone arrangement that's been on CNN, the 94 million Americans have seen, that I talk about, that people are interested in, and you're the local newspaper, will you publish something on this? And he wrote back to me, and he said, I've got his emails, I can show you his name, his emails. And he said, oh, no, because we don't know if it's true. I said, but if Jack Spratt says there's a giant UFO at the window, you'll publish it. It doesn't matter if it's true. It's interesting. Let the people decide. And then he said, well, no. He said, I'm not publishing it because the Indigenous here, who are on the land council, who decide who owns the land, where the money goes, there's 7 of them, said there's never been a stone arrangement here at all. No, never stone arrangement. Even though all that stuff I just showed you, even though the sketches from, and I've got experts in my book from universities, Rodwell University of Newcastle, saying there are stone arrangements here. And then I sent him all that information to say, but there are experts. And then he said, I think it's a case of expert against expert, so I won't continue. And so the local paper will refuse to mention it. Yet around the world, you can hear about it. But what I didn't show you is how they destroy the stone arrangements. That's on my video, where I believe they made the Brunswick heads and waters there. Basically, they made these heads, these big, they basically got 10,000 40-ton rocks of cement and dumped them into the sea. And in that process in the 1960s, that's where they got rid of the other stone arrangements. They pulverized them. First, they tore them down. There were a few bits left. The more interesting carvings of feet and crocodiles and things went missing in 1955. They were in the dairy shed that the second expedition from the other historical society in Lismore went to. The Richmond Historical Society went there in 1955. The lady, Daly, who was in charge of that, was a well-known socialite, connected with New York and the Rockefellers and all that. She wasn't to be looked lightly. She said they were all there, what was left. She took sketches and made carvings. Then that a few nights later, it all disappeared. By 1960, I believe, by then 1960, the Premier of New South Wales stood there while they dumped the, on the opening day. Him watching it happen, not knowing that they've just pulverized and turned to powder what could be maybe 10,000 to 120,000 years of history. But the pieces are still left. We still have the maps, and they trade in crystal here, and the world's most famous crystal place is called Crystal Castle. The biggest crystals in the world are here again, come from Bolivia, because this is what they do here. There's this energy of trading crystals. So it's a huge tourist resort. You can sit in a giant thunder egg and take photos. So weird traditions continue, but other things are being destroyed completely. And I, being white, you can imagine what happens here. I've had death threats and all that. You can imagine, because yeah. And a lot of people, and I get a lot of elders say that they're elders, but they're not the elder, and it's hard. And the problem is the Indigenous who complain here, and they say, what you don't like to talk about. The problem is they're the ancestors of the people who killed the Aborigines, because they were the native police. The white people got the native police from Queensland to come down and kill everyone here. They did that, but then they couldn't go back home. So the descendants of the people who helped the massacres, who did the actual killing, or they'd be killed, are the people who live here who have nothing to do with the stone arrangement, really, because this was a very small area. Like George was saying, that pygmy species is a very small area of the Barriers, where they only in that. This was like a subtropical mountainous area with its very specific language. It was a language that only traveled for a few kilometers, but then the sacred language was known by everyone. So basically, Slater found writing. He found the first alphabet, I believe, and then they broke the alphabet. And if you look at also what they would have seen in 1840, when the timberloggers come to there, remember, they're Christians. They believe in Adam and Eve and the Garden of Eden. And then they see naked black men, with fire at night around a giant tree in the center, like the Eden tree, made in the shape of a giant snake, the serpent. To them, it would have been almost like almost satanic.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, very demonic, satanic.
Yeah, then they wouldn't have understood it. You're worshiping the snake that is even, and they're all naked, and there's, you know what I mean, and howls, and the way the music is, and the DMT, and all that stuff. No wonder they just took out their guns blazing and shot everyone they could. The timber getters, who are these evil people? And they just shot them down. The massacre started. And that's why this thing was left alone. Luckily, there's no one to know about it. But by the time when people got like when I found in 2013, and I was showing the site and the stones, I'm picking the stones up. Although I could go to prison, but it hadn't yet been registered. It wasn't registered as sacred site until after I discovered it. Till then, I was just in ruin. But I had the stones. I'm like, do I leave them here? I've just told the guy I found it again, and last time he knew about this with his 19, he bulldozed the whole thing down. And in 1988, he dug away another part of that 5 King Mound. I've got more photos to show you where he tried to destroy it a second time, because that's when the bicentennial happened, where there was big talk in 1988 because of the bicentennial of when people arrived here, the whites, of human land rights and give the Aborigines their land back. And he panicked and started to try to destroy it a second time at the small amount. But the big one, luckily, it's like 40,000 tons. So big, he can't break it, luckily, even though he owns an earth moving company, or did. And it's funny his name's Bashforth.
Holy jeez.
His name's Bashforth, and he bashed the stones down. And funny enough, when he showed me when he was the year before he died, the site, he fell over and hit his head on one of the stones and bashed his head on one of the stones that he bulldozed. And we're worried he was going to die, and he died a year later.
There's some karma.
There's things going on. There's things. Yeah. Anyway, I said so much. I feel like I've just talk a lot. Who wants to talk to me or ask me something? I'll shut up.
Do you know that the language that you're talking about, if that language is connected to the Magyar language?
Yeah. Yeah, there is I notice it's the most recent research is moving towards that. I've noticed that with Magyar just recently. But remember this, so the language is, the symbols you see in European caves, those glyphs, they're very much part of that Magyar order, and I have that displayed in my book. And you'll see those symbols in the glyphs you see in where they have the caves of the bisons in France, and those sort of ones that say 20, 30 to 50,000 years old. Those symbols are built into the Magyar world language, which are on the Stonehenge. So it's shared, because I believe there was a 5,000, 10,000, sometime up to maybe 50,000 years ago, a prehistoric worldwide civilization that worked with stones. And I believe they had a reason. They have stone arrangements that are 50,000 years old. They're found in caves, and they have stalactites. And the stone arrangements are once again double circles and crosses. They're found in cave systems, and they're found 30,000 years before we find evidence of human burial.
We have those up here in Canada as well.
Yeah. So they were more keen when they, do we eat food? Do we stop the saber-tooth tiger? Do we bury my wife? No, I'd rather make a circle of stones. And they wanted to make these things for many thousands of years. They had a reason. It was so imperative. There was more as important as their survival. So it wasn't just a hobby.
Mm-hmm.
They were up to something. And Slater said it was a machine, and he thought he knew what it was going to do. And then they got locked away.
Got a question from Who Am I from Watchers Talk at Richard. Could you tell if a weather piece of sandstone that had been shaped by an abrasive eons ago had either been manipulated?
No. The thing is, with all the archaeology we're dealing with, when you get to 50,000 years plus, you just make up years. You don't, with carbon dating goes up to back to 50,000 years. And when it comes to stones, they can be dated within approximately, I think it's about 10,000 years or 100,000 years. Once you go back, I think after 10,000 years, forget it. You'll never really know. It's just old. So these stones I'm talking about here are a product of natural forces, most likely. But it happened so long ago, it's hard. I don't think we can determine what's artificial and natural to that age. But here, unlike Jericho, that's mainly desert and some molested by the elements. Here, where we get massive amounts of rainfall, we get massive tsunamis. The meteor struck here apparently 500 years ago near here in New Zealand caused a mega tsunami to hit here. There was 100 feet high. So a lot of elements happen here, a lot of water erosion. The volcanic, no. But yeah, they rapidly decay. The stones that were pulled down in 1945, the good thing is they weren't the stones that were put up, because they were built up so long ago, and whether and there's evidence that they were crystal, and that's what I've got more slides than the other 200 slides to show that Mount Warning made crystals. That's why you have Crystal Castle here, and that's what they used to trade in crystals. And these crystals, which were made like the ones in Mexico, we're talking about massive tree trunk sized crystals. Mm-hmm. That's what they could grow here, because the fact is the volcano of 20 million years being so close to the ocean meant you could have water underneath the caldera as the slow cooling happened. So you got chambers where crystals could grow at different types and different forms and different sizes and different speeds, almost like crystal farming around this area.
I just want to make a comment. I'm checking out the chat room in Forgotten Origins. This is not pre-recorded, guys. We've been live since 6 o'clock this morning, and we are engaged in the chat rooms. We've got about 8 chat rooms going, so we're trying our best to jump from chat room to chat room to see what's going on in the chat room, and if there are any questions for Richard or any of our speakers, we've been bringing them up. So, nothing pre-recorded on Watchers Talk, guys.
With that question before about the stones, remember the stones were bulldozed and graded. And he drives over. Well, not him; he's dead now. But his family don't mind driving. Probably drive over him today. And cows poo all over and trample it down. And how do you get scientific with that? It was even in the 1930s. It hadn't been touched for years. For decades, mm-hmm. It was covered in debris.
That's how you destroy a culture. Just bulldoze it. Right?
Well, the thing is, because of the time length in Australia, you could literally have a Jericho city take thousands of years to be developed, exist for thousands of years to decay and become a mound, and have that happen several times over, and still before Captain Cook got here. And then, every landmass in Australia has evidence of cities and stone arrangements. They get to this landmass that's inhabited, there's no evidence. They shouldn't have thought, oh, well, it wasn't here. They should have thought, when was it here last?
Yeah.
They didn't see it, so they said it didn't exist. When I would think if I've been to every other place in the world and seen it and got to a place where it wasn't, and there were people, I would not assume automatically it wasn't. I assumed it was, and we couldn't find it. It was that old. So they should have gone on that. But instead, the idea was there's nothing ever. Because their concept of history went back to the Bible of about maybe 5,000 years ago. It was only then that Charles Darwin was coming out with millions of years. So a lot of these experts, so-called experts, were still Christians, believing on a very small time scale where everything happened in the last 10,000 years, nothing beyond that. Or if it was 10,000 years, I thought it was like 500 million years. They just made up a number beyond that.
Yeah.
They just never. We're doing I don't think that the Western mind could comprehend the length of time of the indigenous and people from other areas, because they're thinking in 5,000 years, not 50,000 years.
Yeah.
It's moving into that dream time.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. The Western culture there, timeline ends at like 7,000 years, and anything older than that is either a myth, a folklore, or it just simply didn't exist. But if it was Christian based, then it was real, right? But but if it's any other culture or any other society, then then it's pseudoscience or it's fake or it just simply doesn't exist. And that's pretty sad that even in this day and age that we're approaching these sensitive sites, archaeological sites in that manner, right? It just seems like we haven't grown up, right?
I heard a beautiful analogy, Omar, with beavers. The idea is you see a beaver and beaver makes a dam. They've always made dams and they're an animal. They build structures, and there was never a time they didn't. We could never imagine a beaver without a dam. So it evolved with the building. The building evolved as the beaver evolved. And I heard someone say, maybe it's the same human beings. Maybe we evolved. We were always building from the monkey in the tree or wherever we were meant to come from. We were always builders. So they're looking at this time where we started to build, but we shouldn't. There was never a time we weren't. And there's this idea that we only invented the house. There must be some part where we suddenly built structures. No, we always were. And why do they just want to put a delineate? Why do they want to put an arbitrary? It's because they don't want to know what the past tells them. They don't want to know that there might be some sort of knowledge and science and wisdom that was already there. I'm a teacher. I know what it's like. You tell everyone when they're in grade prep they're wrong, and then by they're at the end of high school, you tell them everything they told you or knew, but you just use bigger words for it. So they want to. It's the knowledge. They want to be the ones who give out the knowledge, and they don't like the idea. See, if there was a treaty written by the Indigenous and it was there and they just didn't bother to read it and they destroyed it, which was what I believe the message of Stonehenge about how to live in harmony in the world and with each other, then they aren't. Then what do the English do? Go back home? No, they can't go back. They're going to break it. Like Jack said he's Aborigine. Jack is the white guy who bulldozed it. He said, what do they talk about Aboriginals? I'm an Aboriginal. I was born here. I'm as Aboriginal as anyone else. I can do what I want on my land.
Yeah, that's perverting it a little bit. If you're native, if you're born on the land to where you're born, but you're not Aboriginal, right? Since genetically you're not an Aboriginal, you may be a native of the land, but that's kind of where it stops if you're born.
Yeah.
I got a question here coming from what channel is this? Forgotten Origins is from Friday. With Mateo is asking, has any progress been made to protect the Carrion site? That's where the Egyptian hieroglyphs and stuff are, right?
Yeah. Should I know that there hasn't been much progress. There's progress in destroying it. Yeah. There's a big movement there where the locals just want to get rid of the tourists and seal it all up and make it not be there.
Tinkle Tink, I love the YouTube names. Why did they hate him so much? Because he showed them up.
Are we talking about Slater?
Yeah, I'm not really quite sure. Tinkle Tink, maybe you want to rephrase that question or put a little bit of context.
I think what it is why do they hate him so much? Because he showed up, because he's telling the truth. I think that's a comment more than it is yeah.
They're talking about Richard. Okay.
Yeah, they're talking about you, Richard.
Yeah.
The people don't like the truth.
We're gonna have Richard on here many, many times, and if you don't like it, just simply don't watch. This is part of disclosure, and we have to have respect for one another, even if you disagree with one's research or their thoughts. To be disrespectful towards someone is just it's not acceptable. Really, it's childish.
What about this one from Joel Lay? Do you know anything about the underworld Nullarbor caves? South Australia has stone snakes running along the ley/dragon lines.
Oh, that's on Forgotten Origins too, right?
Yeah. Just saw that pop in.
Well, I've never seen the non-Medal site myself, Friday.
So just a quick thing I should have said at the beginning, I guess, when I talked about the whole archaeology of Australia. If the Indigenous were here for 120,000 years, as they now time it to, then most of the existence of the indigenous were here, which is, if you look about 70,000 years of that time, is now underwater. So most of, like, I keep on looking this way outside my window where I can see the beach, but basically it went back out. It was about 30 to 60 kilometers more land in the olden days, like, to put it simply. There was the coast. We live on the mountaintops, which we now think is the coast. Where the Australian Stonehenge is now, which is near a coastal area, was when it was built, and most of the time the indigenous were here, it was actually at the mountaintops like Machu Picchu, like the Andes. And the beach and the lowlands are now underwater. So most of where they lived for most of the time is now buried underwater. So when we really want to find stone arrangements, they're all there because it would not be. So you're more likely to find a whole bunch of things. We're going to find, as we start to explore the coastal areas of Australia and other parts of the world, that's where we're really going to find things if they decide to let us know. But most of it's underwater, unfortunately, the best examples, I'd say, because that's where most of the people would have been most of the time here. So
here's a positive comment. I like positive comments. Bob Kenter, Omar and Company, that would be Clarence, Greg Bornstein, and Rob Yacht. What phenomenal work and people you have pulled and are pulling together this weekend and after. Fantastic for posterity and our human history. Indeed. Thank you very much, Bob. I really appreciate that comment. Appreciate the love. The entire intention behind this convention or this conference is to bring information forth that hardly anybody knows or is controversial that nobody wants to talk about, right? And I'm thankful for Richard that you came here and you shared your thoughts with us, and and gave us a download and made us understand as to the sites that are in Australia, how they're being destroyed, and they're not being kept up, and how there's the suppression happening. So I appreciate that, and there should be no hate for that. This is the reason why we're in the position that we're in today, because of this division that we continue to create for ourselves when it's avoidable, right? It's avoidable. It's
avoidable. Look, we don't. I was talking to a friend the other day about this. The mother of my children is Japanese, but 50 years ago, I would have probably had to have shot it. Before World War II, if you asked the Western about the Oriental world, they would have said, "Yeah, it's nice, but I'm not that interested. It's something I see is on a TV commercial." Would have, and why? Because their culture was really interesting. They didn't care. They didn't need to know about the other people, the others. So World War II got the Japanese person in America and just said, "You know what? You don't even look at each other. Know nothing about your culture. Try to kill each other. Force each other to kill each other. So you now really need to know about each other. I need to know my enemy. So by learning the enemy, you respect the enemy. You understand their culture. So where there's a lot of conflict, but perhaps it's all about we're really throwing different sides together. We're throwing science into spirituality. We're really the idea that we can be free individuals and there shouldn't be secrecy and hate and division is now coming into play. And of course there's going to be conflict, but I think there is going to be learning. I think the stones can wait. I think we're going to be okay.
Yeah, I think so as well. It's just, I just don't like that type of, behavior. It's just, especially when it comes to education, especially this type of education that we're trying to learn and unlearn at the same time. And it just makes it very difficult when you have negativity and, just very dense energy rolling around. It really affects everyone. And
it does. But I go this way. I just think, look, if I live in a world where if I find fun stuff to talk about, which is really interesting, which can make us learn a lot of stuff and have us have wild, great times and connect and love each other. If by doing that, I get killed, I'm in the wrong dimension. There must be heaps of dimensions. Let's just bad luck for this one. So I get killed, I go somewhere else. I get killed if I speak the truth. I go somewhere else. Sooner or later, I hit the right dimension. I shouldn't hit a brick wall in this dimension. You want to get the way out of the maze. I'm not going to be too tense. If there is a universe out there, you can tell the truth and people can be good and you're not shot.
Yeah. Oops, took the wrong
turn. and at least, we live in, at least this universe, you get away with saying something for a while.
Yeah.
You know, we
All
get
right,
something.
guys.
Just remember that, Omar, when we get banned from YouTube and have to go to Rumble with all the content for now on. That
Oh
attitude.
boy.
There's always another dimension where,
That's
where
the
yeah.
yeah. When we're on Parlor doing this, it's just another dimension. Richard's right. It's another dimension.
Yeah, we're in the wrong dimension. Keep on practicing for the right one. Okay.
Yes.
And,
Yes.
yeah. That's
Here's
it.
a beautiful comment from Marnie Kent. Thank you, Richard. I'm Aboriginal, and I'm so grateful for your research and giving us the truth finally. Truth will always win out. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, thank you. Well, I know as a teacher, when I've taught Indigenous classrooms at Wollumben, which is the name of the high school, which is the name of the Indigenous name for Mount Warning. And when I walked in there, you know, you walk there and they have this big sign at the front that says sorry. You know, we're all sorry about what we've done to you. So you walk in and everyone's sorry for you. Okay. That's what you can get, this big banner. Okay.
Yeah,
and then so all these people who are meant to be felt sorry for, that everyone's hush hush and, you know, like there's some special, like there's special people who are going to collapse. And then I walk in there and I say, hey guys, to the year 10 boys, hey, did you know you guys might have built something? Here's a city. You know, and they just flip out that under their feet was this, and they walk out like their chests are puffed up. Like, it's not because I've told them that I guess the thing is, unfortunately in the Western world, the idea of a city means something. If you can have a bigger sword and the power crystal, it means something. So for them to be able to walk out of the classroom and say, you know what, you guys think you're good because you had a city, or you think you knew science. It's, you know, that pride, that sense of identity, that sense of who they are is an amazing thing, you know. And I was the wog kid at school. That's the word they use here in Australia for a person who is Greek. I was beaten up and punched, and just for being ethnic, for having the word Patterson in my name in a country town. I didn't have friends as a kid simply because I was the wog. You know, and my parents, not my parents, my grandparents, a lot of them died in the concentration camps in Europe, in Latvia. So I know what it's like with massacres.
Sorry to hear that, Richard.
No, that's all right. But yeah, they were burnt on my mother's side. So I understand. But Indigenous people here look at me and say, "You don't understand." And but I think I think they can't understand that I don't understand. If I don't understand them, there must be parts of me they don't understand. So how can they judge that? No, it's language and semantics, and people are just afraid. And a lot of people who are aggressive. A lot of Indigenous people come up to me aggressively. They're not aggressive. They just have to be like that because they get beaten up, they get imprisoned, they get, you know, it's a bad time for Indigenous people here.
Mm-hmm. Canada as well. We just recently found 2,000 bodies of children in residential schools just here.
Yeah, that's in the news here.
Just here in Western Canada, not to mention what's happening in Eastern Canada and
well,
what they haven't found.
Well, I can't. I don't. I've done a lot of research. You can't help stumble on things when you really research things in Australia. And I have to say that what they find in Canada, they'll find here in a few years' time. And unfortunately, I can't even. And I'm talking that close to where I'm talking.
Worse in Australia, probably 10 times as worse down there.
There are people who will tell me stories about just the, you know, they'll say this church here and that school there, and I just have to just wait because I'm talking about a massacre. People are saying, you know, the thing is, they're saying, oh, if the regiment was there, why didn't the Aborigines know? Well, because you killed them.
Yeah.
And then the thing is, the existing Indigenous think I'm knocking them for not taking care of it, when I'm surprised they can even stay sane in this reality. You know.
Here's a wonderful question coming in from Joel Lay from Forgotten Origin, asking, have you seen or know of the faces on the cliffs of the Great Australian Bight, like Mount Rushmore?
Yeah, no, I don't know, but I know about I used to live in Victoria, which was part of the Great Ocean Road, which moves into the Seven Sisters and there. But I don't know about them, but I do know that every day I'm receiving information, as you all do. You know, people are constantly saying, it comes out of the woodwork. There's so much to discover for everyone here. Yet there's this race to keep what's, you know, we can't even preserve things because people don't even think they're real. And yeah, there's so much to put together. So much. Yeah. How do we do it? We don't have enough people. But that's the problem. The Indigenous people, they don't have enough. You know, it's like, you know how I said that I get death threats and things. Look, I've told the Indigenous, I say, look, if you all in this local area who say they don't exist, if you get together and stop me, then at least I did something because you got together on something. If by getting together you prevent me from talking, I'm grateful because for the first time in your lives you actually organize yourselves. just to
Yeah,
get
I
it
like
right.
that. That's good thought.
Yeah, that's my
Here's
legacy. You love that. You know, it's
another,
weird.
uh,
Great.
another question from Joel from Forgotten Origin. It says, were the Uru the giants? If so, I have so much evidence of massive footprints in stone, wondering where they fits in.
Footprints in stone. You know, there's these big giant footprints in stones. The Australian Stonehenge, when Slater examined it in 1938, when they mapped it all out, what they found was a carving, which made no sense to me at the time when I read about it, was of a foot. There was a giant carved foot. I can't even show the dimensions, but it was looked again at 1955 by the Richmond Valley Historical Society, the other museum people in the other town, Lismore, and that foot was in the tree in the center of the stone arrangement, the center tree. And what you have basically is the idea of the snake is energy. The snake is basically like lightning, and the foot is the foot on the lightning. The earth, we've got this natural flow of energy, and the human foot stamps it and holds the snake on the ground and takes that, like you see in Egypt. You know, the idea that they have a lot of images of the gods sort of pinning the snake down. And the idea of the rod and the pinning is a bit like the Benjamin Franklin idea, the idea of taking that magnetic energy, that electrical energy, the life energy that the earth is generating. And so when you see those feet, and you see them in indigenous cultures, I've seen this where they use the foot to symbolize it's that stepping on, it's the mastery of, it's like the Gorgon, it's like the slaying of the Medusa. It's that idea that you're taking that feminine energy that the earth is randomly creating and in the magnetic fields, and you're beginning to build it into a machine. And the idea is you've got these stones which are half iron, half quartz, that don't produce anything apparent, but put them there for 100,000 years, and the creeping effect of that starts to play out upon the world. And so the foot, that foot got destroyed. But the idea, I know it sounds weird, but those big feet you see in India, I believe, are the remnants of that prehistoric civilization, one world civilization, where the foot honored the idea of the human being interceding into the other dimension, into the vortex, where these particular spots in the world where the ley lines were fulcrumed, where they were like stepped down and overlaid and pressured. It was both symbolic and both metaphysical, both physical.
That
In
makes
because I taught physics. I don't know if you know that, but I taught physics for a few years in England I think it's called GCSQ, like the A-level physics. And that's where I got involved in magnetic fields and things and what they do. And yeah, so basically that's what I believe that's about. And that's why in the tree, I call it lightning place, because the tree was actually the way you bury your great ancestors. If you're a great hero and you're killed, you'll put in a tree. And if it was the most sacred tree on the hill, the lightning strikes would hit the tree and you'd be into the stars. And that's how they buried their ancestors. And the lightning tree, the tree was a carved tree of the spirals in the center, as I can show. I've got photos in my book of all the trees around here did that. That was just peculiar to this area. So the idea with so that's where the foot comes into it. And so I hope I've helped to answer that question that gentleman had.
Yeah, very interesting, because there's that giant's foot in South Africa as well that Michael Tallinger has shown a few times. It's like it's huge.
And you wonder why the feet. You say to yourself, why are the feet this pressure? Why are they flat? But the thing is, if you're pinning energy fields down, and you're playing with. Oh, I wish I had a computer to show this. I wish I had more photos. I've got my photos, but I'll have to use my hands. But yeah, basically what you're doing is that by using it's like deflecting. It's like steering the energy. Anyway, I won't go into it because it's too silly. Like I have to use big words. But yeah, the foot means something, and I'll go into that later. It's in my book.
Look at that.
It's free.
Bob Carter just mentioned Michael Tallinger's giant foot with Klaus Donna in South Africa here as well. All right, guys. This is 9 o'clock, and we've been live now for 15 hours. This is one of the longest streams that we have done in Watchers Talk history. I think the longest one was like 13 hours. Clarence, something like that, 13, 14 hours, just around there somewhere. So
yeah, 13 was our longest one.
So we beat the record today with 15 hours. That was wonderful. What a great day today was. We just had some fantastic downloads coming at us all day long. We started with Stephen Cummins, then we went to Graham Phillips, and then we went to who else came on after that? I believe it was. Man, it's been no. Actually, I'm just looking at the wrong day. It was Stephen Cummins, and then Renata Zach. And then we had Bebu Dev Mizra, Aaron Fowler, Geraldine Orozco, John Shaughnessy, Eric J. Hecker, Michael Cremo, Mary Rodwell, Stephen and Evan Strong, George Mitrovic, and finally Richard Patterson. Like, wow, what a fantastic day today was. And tomorrow is looking just as same. So tomorrow actually is going to be a really cool day. Here, let me just quickly run through the schedule for you guys. Saturday, August 7th, we begin stream at 6:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We will begin with Stephen Cummins, who's going to be talking about the original Magyar language, and then we have Graham Phillips, then our very own Rob Yox. Neil Gore is not going to be able to make it, and then we'll have Norma Rasmussen, Ildi Budai, Constance Victoria Briggs, Jason Martel, Stephen and Evan Strong, Leah Capitelli, Salrita Antaria, Oli Demengard, and then finally Paul Wallace at the end of the day. So tomorrow is looking like a wonderful, wonderful day as well. And, we got 3 more days to go. Today was, we're close to the hump day. So, it's been great. Thank you very much, Richard. I really appreciate you, brother. Thanks for your time this morning.
Come visit me sometime. I get so bored in the middle of nowhere in Australia. Come over here.
Canada. I'm not allowed to travel because I'm being disobedient. So, I don't think they're going to let me out of the country. But maybe one of these years they might lift all the restrictions and they might allow us to travel. And then for sure, I'd like to come down to Australia. I have a lot of friends in Australia, and I'd like to do a full country tour, start on the East Coast and or the West Coast, and work my way to the East Coast, or whatever the case may be.
And I read the biographies of people who were talking today for the conference over the day. It's amazing people.
Yeah,
so
very amazing.
Yeah, I feel very, very honored and humbled to be here. So thank you.
You are the ones who we've been waiting for. That's what I said earlier this morning to Geraldine, and it's very true. You guys are just epic researchers and authors, and you've put your time in. A lot of time in some cases. Like George, he started to write a book in 1975 that didn't publish until just last year. Like 42, 43 years in the making. So, there's, that's what I call epic research. Yeah. That's why I say, you guys are the ones that we've been waiting for, because this is the type of information that the world requires right now. And, I'm only concerned about the people that are on this train track and not that train track, because obviously they've made their choice and I've made my choice, and we're at the crossroads now. And this is the type of information that everyone needs to know. And everything that our speakers told us yesterday, starting with Eleanor, right up until this evening with you, Richard. So, thank you very much to every single person who has spoken here on Watchers Talk with Full Spectrum Universe and Closer Encounters and Open Loops. And, and especially a huge, huge thank you to everyone that's been watching us all day long, especially to Who Am I? Just a total trooper here all day yesterday, here today. So thank you very much. You're grand. A lot of respect for that. And everyone else who's watching, thank you for the comments. Thank you for the shares. And thank you for all the information that you guys have shared in the comments, and along with all the links that you've shared. It's just a wealth of information there. And truly, truly appreciate it. So with that being said, Richard, do you have any final words for our audience?
Be safe, be good, love you all. Everything is going to be okay.
Right on. Wisdom, words of wisdom, those ones. Greg Bornstein, do you have any?
You love saying my name.
Greg Bornstein.
I love it. I love being here. I just want to thank all of you for Omar, Rob, Clarence, Richard, everybody who's been here. Leanne in the comments. Everybody. Everybody's been amazing. Again, thank you, Omar, for setting this. Oh, you're bringing her on. Yes, thank you for setting this up. This has been so fantastic. My mind's been blown left and right. There's just people need to talk about this. People need to keep talking about this. And for those of you in the comments asking questions and contributing, thank you for your work and your words. It really helps us continue to have these dialogues and push people to expand their sense of what's going on in the world, which in turn will expand what's happening in your inner world, which is really what we're all here to do together. So excited to be here and with all of you again tomorrow.
Awesome. Clarence, you have final words? Looks like Lyanne froze, or is she?
Yeah, I think she did.
Yeah.
Called herself the Flash. Oh, I just want to thank everybody for participating, and another great day, long day, but a great day. We learned a lot today again, and I thank all the guests and everything, and all the comments and the people that's been sticking around, throughout the whole day. Fantastic. I love it. So, and tomorrow we're going to do it all over again. So here we go.
That's right. And tomorrow we're going to be a little bit more prepared. I didn't realize that the stream keys needed to be reset. So when we tried to go live in our second part of our conference today, it was a gong show. And, so we're prepared tonight. Going to make sure that everyone's going to reset their stream keys. So tomorrow is not going to be that much of a problem. A huge thank you to Lyanne. She's a trooper, just like who. She was here all day yesterday. She gave us a light language prayer yesterday morning, and then we closed off with that. And then she was here all day today, and I really loved having you here with us, Lyanne. It's been wonderful. Do you have anything? Do you have anything to add before we close out for the day?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? I'm so grateful for these spaces, all of them. I mean, you guys, I have to admit, I've never, ever experienced Watchers Talk before yesterday. And I didn't know how. I didn't understand. I get it now. Hi. So grateful to all the speakers. And I, too, am very, 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 very flattered that you asked me to do a light language yesterday. Anytime, and if anybody wants to come visit my channel, shameless promotion, ride in the frequency. I'll have more stuff coming up here and there. And I'm streaming these guys live too. So proud of that. I figured out my stream key. Yay!
And we will stream there tomorrow as well. So keep an eye out for that, guys. Go and subscribe. The channel is called High Frequency.
Right.
Frequency.
Yeah, here. It's riding frequency, and frequency is spelled FREAKWENCY. Because we are.
Yeah, we are freaks that are on a frequency bend here for sure.
Cheers.
All right, guys. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. It's been a super long day. I think I need to stand and stretch for a while. And my kitties are looking at me. I think they want some supper, and I think I'm just gonna chill with them for the next couple hours and get ready for tomorrow morning. So with that being said, thank you very much, everyone. Much love to you all. Lots of respect for everyone. Please share these streams with friends and family with whom you think will benefit from this information.
Whoa.
Have a wonderful night. My name is Omar with Watchers Talk, coming at you guys from British Columbia, Canada. Thank you. Good night.
Have a good night, everybody.
See you, everybody. Thank you. Wonderful.